Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku becomes Mastermind of Villains? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The sight across from the train station was one that had become depressingly more common over time. A giant rampaging villain, angrily swiping at pro-heroes trying to manage him. Other heroes blocking the road, keeping a crowd of interested civilians away from the destruction. Most of the onlookers watched in awe or fear, and a few with the boredom of connoisseurs seeing something that wasn't exciting. But one young student, with fluffy green hair and dark green eyes with notebook in hand, watched the carnage with an expression that didn't really match any other emotion that was on display. The fight was over as quickly as it began. Kamui Woods attempted to use his signature, lacquered chain prison, to bind the villain, when the huge villain was blindsided by a similarly giant lady. As the newly revealed Mount Lady began her grand debut with photographers professional and amateur surrounding her, the young man kept taking notes. Interesting mirror match. It's kind of like those old Marvel films. I mean, having that kind of nemesis can really set the expectations of the fights you're going to undertake as a pro. But how does her quirk work? Can she only go to those extreme sizes, or can she ratchet it up degree by degree? Maybe she never thought about it and can only do that? And that guy was really not a very good fighter dash. Hey, whoa there kid. The teenager blinked, turning to look at the older man with the stars on his head. Blinking, he snapped his notebook shut. Sorry about that. The older man smiled. Can't blame you. You aiming to be a hero like them? I'd say with a head on your shoulders like that, you'd be a great hero. The teenager laughed, putting the notebook back in his bag. Yeah, something like that. He checked his phone and then winced. Better hurry, I don't want to be late for school. I was 4 when I learned that the world wasn't fair. I was born without a quirk, without powers. Something that every other person around me took for granted. The feeling was crushing. Maybe the lesson I should have taken is that we can't always have what we want. But I didn't take that away from my experiences. All my life, I've looked up to heroes like All Might. But sometimes, looking at heroes, I felt that they weren't super enough. Sure, heroes saved people from disasters and helped deal with villains, but I always thought that villains were more people who didn't think about the system. They were just people lashing out and not really acting like the guys in comic books. I thought about this for days, wondering what made the difference. What made All Might stand above the rest of the heroes? It was when I was looking through the old comic books, from before the days of quirks, that it hit me. A hero doesn't mean very much without a villain to contrast them. You could almost say that villains define the heroes. Without a villain, heroes don't spring into action. From there, my mind was on fire. If all heroes could get a foe worthy of the name, somebody who could push them above and beyond, make them go plus ultra, then everything would be better. Well, I wasn't interested in people actually getting hurt. Maybe people did get hurt, but I would much rather they didn't. But then, I got an inspiration. The classroom was in a state of tension. Despite the students sitting at their desks calmly, there was an undeniable buzz in the air. The sight of an actual hero-villain battle had pumped people up. Sure enough, when the teacher came in and pulled out the career forms, the buzz died down. Now then, you're all third years, so it's time for you all to start thinking seriously about your futures. The class shifted in their seats. Their teacher looked through the forms in hand. Normally, I would hand out these career forms. However, he then threw the papers in the air. I guess you all want to be heroes. There was a great uproar from the rest of the class. Flamethrower arms were lit. Eyeballs, fingers and necks were extended. But there were 2 islands of relative calm amidst the chaos. One, a spiky-haired blonde with a cocksure grin, the other with fluffy green hair who was idly tinkering with something small and mechanical on his desk that looked vaguely like some sort of armband. Come on, teach. Don't lump me in with the rest of these extras. Bakugo Katsuki bragged, hands in pockets and feet on desk. As the class turned its ire on him and he responded in kind, the green-haired kid continued fiddling with the device, a small smile on his face. Oh yes, Midoriya. You applied for you today as well, didn't you? The air seemed to freeze, all eyes in the classroom being dragged over to the young man. Upon realizing he was the center of attention, he simply pointed at himself. As the stares continued, he smiled just a bit wider. Oh yes, that's right. Midoriya nodded, wiping the device down with a rag. I'm aiming for the support course. I knew that since I was quirkless I was unlikely to get into the hero course. I wasn't too interested in that though. Though knowing about hero business might have made it easier for my future, it wasn't necessary. I had always been interested in those crazy machines that the villains in those stories had usually built. Dr. Doom, Lex Luthor, Mr. Freeze, Dr. Octopus. The thought of making something like that was really cool. So I decided to throw myself at learning how to make cool robots and laser guns. It wasn't easy, I have to say that much. Even though I was bright for my age, it was an uphill struggle. There's a lot that goes into engineering and robotics, but I persevered, kept up the hard work, and soon I was doing pretty well with my gizmos and gadgets, if I do say so myself. Had to learn a bunch of other stuff, chemistry, a bit of coding, physics, but in the end I did quite well. I also joined a few clubs in school. Drama club was fun, there were still some plays being done from the time before quirks and I fit in, particularly in the dramatic roles. The robotics club in school was pretty interesting, and there was always a lot of stuff from the school labs to use for my other purposes. Midoriya? Inoue? I guess if he's entering the support course, he'll get in. All those weird gadgets of his, like that flashy light thing, are pretty cool, but still, he is quirkless. That word tended to come up around Izuku a lot. He really wanted to shrug it off, or own it, but he hadn't built himself up to that point. Bakugo turned around like the wrath of God, glaring at Izuku. Bakugo's red-eyed stare was met with a flat green one. With a flash of motion and explosive light, Bakugo slammed his hand on the desktop, narrowly missing the gadget there. Forget crappy quirks like theirs, you're totally quirkless. What makes you think you can get in, huh? Kaken, I'm aiming for support, not the hero course. I'm not going to be competing with you on that front. Izuku explained calmly. He might as well have poured water on a grease fire. Bakugo's palms popped with barely restrained explosions, and the growling coming from his throat wouldn't have been out of place coming from a rabid animal. The teacher hurriedly called for order, and class resumed as normally as it would normally. The day went by in a blur, the other students glancing around, knowing that a showdown was inevitable. Soon enough, the day ended. Izuku started to pack his books away when a certain presence made itself known. Izuku sighed. Kaken-dash. We ain't done, Deku. Bakugo picked up the notebook, glancing at it idly. Hero analysis for my future, huh? Izuku winced. Well, if I'm going into support, I need to know what sorts of things dash. Bakugo slammed his hand on Izuku's desktop. Bullshit, you are aiming for the hero course. His open palm started to smoke against the wooden desk. I told you to stay out of my way, damn it. Izuku sighed. I'm not getting in your way, Kaken. Just listen and please give me back my book, alright? Bakugo looked him in the eye with a flat expression. Then, quickly, he slammed the book between both hands with a mighty bang. Izuku jumped a bit as Katsuki threw the book out the window. Stay out of my way. Don't you dare get into the hero course. Or I'll crush you there. He left, hands shoved firmly in his pockets. Izuku watched him go and sighed. Kaken, you really need to get a proper villain. You've kind of stayed in this whole anti-hero thing for way too long. Izuku ran down to grab his book before all of the notes contained within got washed away. There's some good stuff in there. Honestly, Kaken, do you have to be so obsessed? Still, Kaken hadn't been entirely wrong. Izuku was planning to get in his way at some point. Just not in the way that Kaken had thought. Izuku had a bit of a chuckle about that on the way home. Passers-by kept a bit of a wide berth around the maniacally giggling teenager. The gear he'd made? Already. The research? Carefully plotted, with no less than 3 entry and exit strategies. The presentation? The costume was at the ready, carefully handmade. Smoke machines were at the ready. Or was that folded into gear? Izuku looked himself over in the mirror. The gear was crude, but it would work for now. He'd had to take some stuff from the school tech labs, slowly and carefully so nobody would suspect. He'd also made use of the dumping ground at the Musudafa beach. The costume he'd made was a tabard and cloak, primarily a light teal color with black accents on the edges. It was secured by a tool belt crudely painted red and with extra pouches quickly attached. Underneath, there was a crude set of body armor, dark gray steel that formed a pair of large boots and a set of gauntlets. The cloak itself had a series of red dots on the hood and fluttered dramatically in the wind even though it was indoors. Izuku's face was covered by a green half mask with a crude red visor shielding his eyes. Yes, this looks great. Now, he started to giggle, then chuckle. He reached into his belt pocket and pulled out a small remote. The world of heroes best prepare. For I am the supervillain known as. Izuku paused. I know I had a name. Achim. He flicked through his notebooks, becoming more frantic as he did so. All the really good villain names are taken. Gotta be something good. Wait. A name came to mind. Izuku paused in his mumbling. Yeah, that'll work. He readied the remote. I am the supervillain known as Mastermind. He clicked the remote. Thunder rumbled. MWH. The building that Izuku had chosen for his debut as Mastermind had needed quite a bit of research. Makoto Industries had a couple of offices around the country. They sold cheap support gear to heroes who needed it. Their gear was reputed to be of high quality. Izuku's digging told him more. Still, he had needed to confirm it. And when he had, he knew that here was where he needed to debut. After freeing his cape from the wretched prison known as a door, he glared. Coughed. Come on, Mastermind, this is what all those years at the Drama Society were for. Ahem. As I was saying, tremble at the hands of Mastermind. Thunder roared. The various employees stared at this short figure in their midst, who was even now striding forwards towards the larger tech labs. This stillness lasted for just a moment, then they sprung into action. One of the employees leveled a rather bulky-looking support item, what looked like a small arm-mounted cannon at the approaching villain. Halt! He yelled. One of his coworkers was already reaching over to the panic button on the desk. If you go any further, you'll what? Mastermind asked pleasantly. Idly, Mastermind clenched a fist, and some small lights lit up on the gauntlet's knuckles. The office worker readied the cannon, a small light building in its center, and then Izuku tapped his palm. A pulse shot out, and all of the lights in the building went out to the sound of screaming. In front of him, he just saw the piece of gear being primed and then it stopped with a dying hum. There was a general cursing and clicking from the direction ahead of Mastermind. His visor lit up, scanning the area around him. It was crude and rude heat signatures along with a mini-map of the building guiding his progress, but it was enough. Quickly, Mastermind ran for the main labs. The man in front of him tried to body block him, but a swift blow to the man's protruding stomach with his gauntlet fist and he went down like a sack of dropped rice. Sheet. Tempe. He's got an electrical quirk. Mastermind shook his head. Fools. Now that your security grid is down, I am free to pilfer your heroic secrets. He then bowed. Now, please excuse me. The lights should be coming back on in a few minutes, so try to remain calm. The lab was just over here. Now for the next part. Izuku reckoned he didn't have long before the EMP wore off, so he had to act now. He tapped at a small screen on his right hand. The items he had planted before all of this should work, if he'd properly shielded them. It had taken him a little bit of rather disgusting thievery, but he'd managed to swipe some of Kaken's old gym socks. Since the blonde's sweat was always a nitroglycerin compound, it was an expenditure that he would not have to make in future. The doors to the lab exploded, adding yet more chaos to the area. Mastermind knew that nobody would be too close to the doors of the lab, since all of the security guards were hampered by the doors being shut down. Quickly he headed to the main vault of the lab, grabbing as many items of tech as he could. An idle scan and he made sure that what he'd grabbed was the best items. Curiously, he left some items that looked to be of the same quality as others he had taken. Objective? Secured. Escape? Already working on it. Mastermind grinned, and charged back out the way he came. Yagi was having a small fit about his weakness. He'd used all of his time today, and he couldn't draw on even a drop of it when there were people in danger right now. Come on, one for all. Just one more minute, please. The lights in the building had gone off, and suddenly there was just chaos. People in the street jostling each other, panicking and wondering where the heroes were. For Toshinori Yagi, the whole situation was just a bit ironic. Somebody collided with him particularly hard and fell down, dislodging the bag that Yagi had been using to hold the bottles of Villain in. But even in his diminished state, Toshinori couldn't just abandon somebody who needed help. Are you all right? He helped the man up, dusted him off. Why yeah. The young man looked over at the scene. DMN. Who'd be dumb enough to rob a support building in broad daylight? All Might's gonna crush this idiot. Yagi winced. Why yeah, I think he will. Something about this whole situation seemed strange. Normally Toshinori could force the embers to light up, but this time, his gut just didn't seem to be in it. As he watched as workers started coming out, trying fruitlessly to reach emergency services, the young man started to glance around on the ground with what seemed like panic. Sorry. The young man bowed to Yagi. I'm really sorry, sir. Yagi blinked, trying to reassure him. Sorry about what? I accidentally used my quirk on that bag. The poor man sounded panicked. I am really sorry. My bag. Yagi blinked, then looked for his bag, which had gone missing. He turned around. What happened to it? That's the thing. My quirk, I can only teleport small objects. I usually use it to put my shopping away. It should be nearby. Like, he looked sheepish, 50 meters? He chewed on his finger. Sometimes it's gone further, but that's usually on a good day. Yagi's eyes widened. His head whipped around, trying to see where it could have gone. Then the front door of the office opened, and out strode the villain, Mastermind. Yagi watched as he seemed to almost pose in the doorway, cape fluttering and accompanied by a burst of smoke, coming out from his cape apparently. MW. The great Mastermind absconds with this precious hero's support gear. And the heroes haven't even shown their faces yet. Another boom of thunder, Yagi saw a tiny remote in the figure's hand. Was that a machine they'd built? And another maniacal peal of laughter followed. But now I must go. The heroes haven't heard the last. Of Mastermind. Please let them know. And with that, the villain turned to leave, a bag of spoils in his hand. The police showed up, but apparently he had been expecting that. Suddenly, the smoke around him exploded outwards, covering the area. Toshinori thought he heard sounds, a clash in there. When the smoke cleared, the villain was gone. The police looked around, shouting, but there was nobody to be seen. Yagi's fists clenched at his side. A villain attacked right in front of him, and he couldn't do anything. He just stood there. And now, there was an explosion from far off. Toshinori's head whipped around to the sound. Oh no. Mastermind was honestly a bit disappointed that no heroes had shown up. Talk about a waste of time, he muttered. Still, at least he had the items he had been looking for. He needed to improve his costume, he knew that much. He had actually taken the simplest means of escape, which had been to deploy the full smokescreen and then swing onto the rooftops. He'd practiced that maneuver with the grappling hook for weeks until he'd been confident of pulling it off. Mastermind had quite thoroughly scouted out the area beforehand and had made sure to stay 2 steps ahead. A drone was waiting for him on this specific rooftop. He placed the spoils in the waiting box and then tapped a few more buttons. The drone's outer shell flickered, then changed to a conventional DLVY drone. Just one of dozens already out there. As it flew off, Mastermind swung ahead with the grappling gun. This was kind of proving his point. Heroes needed to be on top of these things. Maybe he'd let off the EMP too early? No, he'd been careful about the size of the EMP only affecting the area in the building. He'd mapped the place out pretty thoroughly. I knew that it was going to be difficult to get started as a brilliant villain. You needed resources, you needed genius, you needed preparation. So I prepared. I did all of my homework as thoroughly as I could. If there was a historic villain I was mimicking, it was the uncanny thief, Aji Harima. Destro's work was a bit iffy. He had some really weird ideas about quirkless people, referring to them as less than human in the original printing. And most other villains were only in it for fun and profit. There were a few vigilantes as well, some people who didn't fit into the system, but I could respect the uncanny thief's aims. I didn't have much in the way of conclusive proof about it, but I spotted a trend. Heroes with Makoto Industries gear had a higher rate of injury. They claimed it was because their gear got damaged in the fights, but I suspected something was up. So I took inspiration, surprisingly enough, from a character from well before the time of quirks, Arsène Lupin. A master of disguise, of being underestimated. He never hurt anybody with his stunts, and always gave flowers to a woman even when robbing her blind. I had a couple of jobs that I applied for. One false beard, a stoop, glasses and some hair dye later, and I was janitor Benji, just looking for work. Makoto Industries had been hiring a janitor, and I was able to get in by appealing to the manager's sensibilities. That I said I was quirkless also helped. Few planted cameras and recording devices later, and I had been paid to map out their building and find the best entrances. Listening in only confirmed it. They were using substandard materials for some, but not all, of their gear to cut down on costs. Usually given to newer heroes with less of a support network. Workers justified it as being part of the hustle. The customer gets what they paid for. Honestly, no wonder heroes aren't as super as they should be. For they had also, similarly, been cheap on their security systems. No electromagnetic shielding for them. Maybe they figured that the heroes would always be there to guard them? So in the process of robbing them, I planned to leave the substandard gear for the inevitable police investigation. Along with a few tapes of calls about heroes they were ripping off. The first thought that went through Mastermind's head when he heard the loud explosions was that Kakin had snapped and turned into a villain, which wasn't very fair. How can I be his nemesis if we're both villains? He muttered, swinging over. I mean really, Kakin, that was kind of the whole plan. You be the #1 hero when All Might retires, I make some terrible puns and menace you, I drive you to be the greatest hero of all time. That was the plan. He swung down to ground level, where he saw a large crowd forming. Behind him, he saw a rather skinny man looking at him with wide eyes, who looked like he had just run over to the scene as well. The man pointed at him. You dash. He coughed up a torrent of blood, and Mastermind panicked. Oh my god, sir, are you okay? I have something for that, please don't die, oh my god dash. For the second time today, Toshinori Yagi was flustered by something unusual, and by the same person, no less, Mastermind, the villain who'd attacked a support company in broad daylight and set off an explosion indoors, apparently anxiously fumbling in his tool pouch for a handkerchief while frantically babbling at him to stay calm. Why are you here? Toshinori Yagi knew that he could stretch one for all. Just a moment of distraction and he could take this villain out, make him reveal where he'd stashed his loot. But again, he just couldn't find it in his heart to get this villain, who even now had a handkerchief in hand, an all-might handkerchief of all things. The irony was not lost on Yagi. Yagi tried to speak, but the villain frantically shook his head. Sir, please don't talk more. You might cough up more blood. The villain pressed the handkerchief into Yagi's hands, his own stylized face staring up at him in an almost accusing manner. The villain's head whipped around. Maybe a hero can help you dash. Another loud explosion cut them off. And with that, the voices of the heroes on duty started sounding through. Izuku was about to wipe the blood away from the protesting stranger's mouth when he heard the heroes talking. Backdraft, trying to keep the fires under control. Mount Lady, trying to get into position. Death Arms, arms crossed and a ferocious scowl on his face. It's like a minefield out there. We can't even get close to him. That slime villain is too slippery to grab, but the boy with the explosive quirk is resisting him. Mastermind just stopped like a broken clock. What? The next words from the heroes hit him like a ton of bricks. Dimin. There's no one here who can stop him. We just have to hope for somebody with the right quirk shows up. Keep the damage to a minimum. We just need the kid to hang on. The skeletal blonde man next to him clutched his stomach with an anguished look in his eyes. Mastermind couldn't blame him. He was feeling pretty sick himself. Why weren't the heroes doing anything? Why were they just standing around, not trying anything? Furiously, Mastermind was about to go over to the heroes and give them a piece of his mind, when across the smoke, he met eyes with the victim. Kaken. With a look in his eyes that showed that he was terrified. Mastermind found that his body was moving on its own. Yagi was pretty sure that he'd nearly died of a heart attack when the villain suddenly lunged forwards, tearing towards the boy in the middle of the sludge villain. The other heroes seemed about to shout at him to stop, then seemed to think better. Yagi's eyes widened, after all. Who's that pro? Death Arms yelled. Don't know. Maybe he's got the right quirk for the job. They'd made the same mistake as he had. And at that statement, it seemed that Mastermind almost sped up. Toshinori watched, agape, as the blonde was forced to swing around, palm outwards and sparking with heat. The villain ducked the explosion, the heat burning off some of the tabard, then reached out with an arm. A grappling hook shot out and dug into the slimy mass, wrapping around the teenager. You utter fool! Mastermind yelled. There was a press of buttons on the other hand, and suddenly there was a startlingly bright light flaring out from the gauntlet. The sludge villain howled, slime covering his eyes, and then Toshinori's heart leapt into his chest as he saw the grappling line recede. The sludge villain tried to follow, but the villain pulled something out of his belt, a small gun, white with a blue light on the end. A blast of blue energy hit the villain's bottom half, and then the sludge villain roared in pain. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? Looking closer, Toshinori could see that the bottom half of the sludge villain had frozen solid. Mastermind didn't answer him, instead continuing to reel the explosive blonde in. Why are you doing this? The hostage yelled, tears streaming down his face. Mastermind does not know. But I do know this. The villain braced himself against a piece of upturned concrete, both arms on the wire. It's a bad day for heroes when a villain has to do a hero's job. With one last tug, the blonde was free, Mastermind stumbling back before pushing more buttons on his gauntlet. The sludge villain roared, trying to push forwards, but the other heroes took action. Backdraft shot a fire hose stream of water at the villain, pushing him back. Before the villain could really recover, Death Arms had leapt into the fray. Charging up his might, the pro-hero unleashed a devastating series of punches, disrupting the villain's sludgy body. The villain, again, tried to recover, lunging at Death Arms in a last desperate attempt, but a fortunate save in the form of Mount Lady came through, an almighty stomp turning the villain into paste on the ground. Bleh! Her expression was one of disgust. And with the villain subdued, the crowd erupted into cheers for the heroes, along with a few mumbling that they wanted to be under her almighty heel. And Toshinori Yagi watched this small moment with a heavy heart. Toshinori just sighed. It was kind of pathetic, wasn't he? Letting that villain get away, not stopping this mastermind. But at least the heroes had managed to prevail here, in spite of his weakness. He cast a look at the villain again. He wondered what was going through the head of that villain. Izuku Midoriya had no idea why he'd done that. He'd just seen Kaken in need of help, and he just ran in. Was he losing his touch already? Was he going to perform a heel face turn on day one of being a supervillain? Hey, are you a pro? He stiffened, turning to the crowd in front of him. This was so much more intimidating than the drama society. A whole stress full of people staring at him. And the pro-heroes were looking his way, oh no. And there was that blood-coughing guy from before, looking at him with a look that was undecided on reproachful and confused. Oh God, what do I say? Take a deep breath. This is the moment. Make yourself known to the heroes. Not that hard. He turned around and walked to a specific spot he'd seen before. Showtime. Heh. Bakugo coughed and retched up more as he heard that oddly distorted voice start laughing. Around him, the pro-heroes tensed. The figure in front of him, the guy who'd saved him, started laughing, softly at first, shoulders shaking. Then, the shithead threw his head back and belted out a maniacal laugh, with his back arched and arms outstretched like he was some sort of goddamn supervillain or something. MW. Fools. I am not a pro-hero. Rather, I am the master villain, known as Mastermind. Thunder roared even though it was a clear day as he continued laughing and smoke started coming out from his cloak. He changed his posture, dramatically pointing at the heroes. ASI said, chose to come here since I saw you were too weak to deal with such a pathetic villain. The heroes bristled, Mount Lady ready to grab the little man as he laughed once again. Death Arms banged his fists together, electrical sparks coming off of the action. Kamui Woods prepared to bind this villain. Bakugo wanted nothing more than to charge this giggling a-hole, but there just wasn't much strength left in his body. He'd never let off so many explosions, and such strong ones at that. His arms and lungs felt like they were on fire and he felt slightly lightheaded. Honestly, he felt like sheet rather than the sheet. Know this, heroes, I have already gotten away with stealing your precious support items at Makoto Industries. The heroes flinched back at that, if only a little. Yes, consider this a warning. You have not escaped yet from the brilliant machinations of. The heroes lunged forwards, but it was too late. Bakugo could only watch from the sidelines as suddenly the smoke burst out in a massive cloud, engulfing the entire crowd of bystanders and the alleyways around. He could only watch as the heroes charged in, with general cries of, "Where is he?" and "Call the police. Get a cordon up." When the smoke cleared, the villain was gone. All that was left was a small black box, resting just a short distance away. The heroes watched it carefully, ready to throw the civilians away if it turned out to a bomb. The box squawked. The genius supervillain, Mastermind. With that, the box crumpled up on itself, dissolving into a thick sludge. The heroes searched the area, furiously calling police, organizing a search team. Bakugo could only stare at the ground where the villain had been. A manhole cover. He wanted to get up, but when he tried, the world spun in an unpleasant way. He needed a drink of water. As he fell, he saw somebody coming up with what looked like a bottle of water. Tall guy. Scraggly blonde hair. Skinny as He would have been more judgmental, but the guy had a bottle of water. Greedily he drank from it. When he felt like he wasn't going to die, he managed to get out, sewer grate, before returning to the bottle. The tall man just nodded. "Are you okay?" he asked. Bakugo scoffed. "First a villain and now this guy. I'm fine, but just a bit tired." He would have sworn, but the guy had given him a bottle of water. "I have to say, you were incredible out there." One of the heroes came up to him. Some guy in a bird mask. "And you've got such a great quirk too. You want to be my sidekick once you graduate." Bakugo looked away. Some hero he was, standing around doing aftal. "Listen. I think the fucker went into the sewer system. That's where he stood. Over there." The hero looked over, and then nodded. "You've got a good eye, kid. We'll check it out. You should probably get home." He grinned. "Check the news tonight. We're definitely going to get that villain." In the crowd, he briefly saw a head of green hair wandering off, but he dismissed it. The manhole cover had been one plan of escape, thought of in the spur of the moment. But I've found that I have one great strength, as a quirkless nobody. I'm pretty plain. So I set off that smoke cloud, and employed the best worst feature in my kit, the quick change function. I designed the suit to be taken off easily and to fold up into a convenient school backpack. Arsène Lupin blends in with the crowd. He is the man on the street. So I escaped by being just one more panicking civilian, another face in the crowd. With my hair covered by my cloak, my voice and eyes disguised by my mask and visor, I was anonymous. And so I came back to my evil lair, TM, with a huge amount of hero support gear to cannibalize for parts and a huge public debut. I suppose. This is the story of how I became the greatest supervillain of all time. Izuku checked over his costume and gear, frowning. Parts of the cloak and cape had been burnt away by the explosions that Kaken had been throwing out left and right. The other pieces of the costume, the EMP glove, grappling line and the freeze ray were all being recharged. Going to need to make improvements. Not to mention that something's been bugging me all day. Izuku was situated in the evil lair, TM, basement. Most of it was occupied by the various pieces that he needed to make the numerous devices and armor work. The spoils of victory were in a secure safe, while the rest of the room was covered in assorted bits and pieces. There was a grinding lathe as well as a veritable wall of computer screens, the supervillain computer. One screen was keeping an up-to-date account of the heroes of Mizutofu and their patrol routes for easier dodging appropriate villainous encounters. Another screen was keeping track of various projects that Izuku had started. Yet another was displaying a spreadsheet of organizations that Izuku had been trying to track. And more were keeping track of the various pieces of tech that he had been using. Most of the basement was covered in various work tables with villainous plans set up, written in code. Izuku had set up a table for a future council of villainy with a few spots reserved for some of his personal idols. Most of the rest of the room was filled with pieces of tech in different stages of completion. A whole shelf was dedicated to the old comics and movies of old, the works that showed how supervillains like Izuku had to do things. Sighing in frustration, Izuku shoved the remainder of the gear aside and flopped down onto the couch. Pulling out a comic book, he idly flicked through it, trying to loosen up and just relax. As he read through a story that he had read for 100 times, something in his mind went click and he shot out of his seat, eyes sparkling. I've got it. Really, it had been obvious from the start. What was the point of a mastermind without minions of some kind? Izuku Midoriya knew that he would need more people to work with him in the future. He took another look at his costume, which was displayed on a mannequin that he had salvaged from the beach. He frowned. I think I need to update the look too. To Dr. Doom. Not me enough. His head spun, trying to think of better alternatives. Maybe a suit? No, too Lex Luthor then. Maybe a bug mask? No, that would be too Skitter. He grunted in exasperation, running a hand through his fluffy green hair. I'll think of a look later. It's time to hit the beach again. Sure, it would have been nice to have a massive budget, but Izuku was working with barely anything. Most of his resources were recycled from the beach. It may seem like everything I created was just the product of some superintelligence quirk. It was not. I was inspired by those old villains, and threw myself into support and tech development. When I won first prize over 2 kids with intelligence-boosting quirks, my mother and teachers decided that I needed to be checked again, and by better means than the old, missing toe joint test. We went to specialist after specialist. We did blood tests, MRIs, CAT scans, quirk factor tests. All came up negative. I was truly quirkless. The intelligence quirk kids weren't happy. One of them actually tried to strangle me before being pulled off by Kaken. After that, the teachers gave them a lecture about strangling. Not because it was wrong, but because it would negatively affect their chances of being in a hero course if they did. With such lousy prospective heroes, it reinforced my desires to be the greatest supervillain of all time. So I studies hard, I worked hard. Most of my support gear took years of hard work to make. I watched those with intelligence quirks boast about how far above the human grade they were only to run into the limitations of their quirks. They didn't work hard at this stuff like I did. I was bright for a child. I put in the work, the extra hours. They did not. Toshinori Yagi sighed. The number was on his phone, practically glaring at him. He steeled himself, then tapped the call button. Mirai. All Might. The words were clipped, professional, and yet there was a lilt of happiness to it. Toshinori Yagi All Might sighed. I'm calling to ask about young Mirio. The one you recommended. The pause. I never thought you would see reason. Yagi grit his teeth. Yesterday I was confronted with my weakness. It still galled him, the fact that he could have stopped this villain if only he had the time. Not once, but twice. There was a villain. A different one. I was in no condition to catch him. He escaped both times. A villain escaped you? Yagi nodded. I was at my limit. Could have. If I had more time I could have stopped his attack. His name was Mastermind. Robbed a support company, then he paused. He saved somebody that I should have. Mastermind. Hold on. A tapping of keys, then. This mastermind. The one whose cape's stuck in a doorway. More tapping. Mirai's voice, serious and laser-focused. And then he saves this Bakugo and makes a speech declaring his crimes. The HPSC is quite interested in this matter and in the heroes it implicates. And he has become a minor symbol overnight. Toshinori Yagi nodded. I can see that. But there was something that had been churning in his gut on the day. Something that had led him to not try and push his limits. The memory of a villain, panicking and flustered, giving him a handkerchief. The villain who had been stuck in a doorway, then tried to act like it hadn't happened. He cleared his throat, the blood receding for now. He was not like any other villain. In spite of his choices, there was somebody who, I can't help but think that, he was harmless. He robbed a support building in broad daylight. He shorted out their defenses and made off with a startling amount of support gear that is likely to go on the black market. He is not harmless. Mirai's voice, cutting like a scalpel. Toshinori frowned. It just didn't feel threatening in my gut. You say that this Mirio would be a fitting successor. Another pause. How about I arrange a meeting? Let you make the final choice. All Might nodded. This whole ordeal made him feel like a teenager again. He knew that he would have to retire eventually, but having the reality of the situation shoved in his face was just humiliating. But he would meet this young Mirio with an open mind. Death Arms, Mount Lady and Kamui Woods refused to look at each other while the small man from the Heroics Public Safety Commission glared over them. Let's get this straight. He patted a printout, a photo taken by a civilian on the scene of Mastermind reeling the boy in while the heroes were standing around. You didn't intervene in this hostage because of a threat to your life and, quote, not having the right quirk. Death Arms bit his lip. And as a result of this, a self-declared supervillain just takes center stage, saving the hostage and making a declaration like that? This man had a quirk that they knew was minor, yet all the heroes felt small and insignificant before his stare. We were resolving the situation Death Arms managed before he was pinned in place by a stare as sharp as a stake through the heart. Let me tell you something. The HPSC representative picked up a remote and turned on the screen behind him. The montage flew by. Mastermind at the support center. Mastermind, glaring down the heroes. Mastermind, saving the victim. This represents nothing more or less than a catastrophic failure on the part of the heroes. Professional heroes granted a license by us, standing around WH their thumbs up their buttes while a villain saves a hostage. He shook his head slightly. It doesn't look good for you. Paul. Mount Lady shifted. The streets were too narrow Then shrink and get a car. Or plan ahead in future. He glared at her and she shrank back. He sighed. Frankly, this is disappointing. For two such bright prospects and an experienced pro to be less than useful in an incident like this, mopping up after a villain. It does not look good. He glared at each of the heroes. Any one of them could have reduced him to a fine pulp, but they quailed before his gaze. Now then, I believe you have more important matters to attend to. Don't let me detain you. He sat behind his desk, glancing up at them. You are dismissed. The door opened, and they left with the demeanors of sullen teenagers. Mount Lady and Kamui Woods avoided looking at each other. Death Arms started to turn to give the man a piece of his mind, then whipped back and stomped out with murder on his face. A few days later, Midoriya Izuku was a bit surprised to see a couple of figures on Yuzurifa Beach. From the looks of things, they had a skip at the ready. Maybe they were a volunteer group? Izuku knew that nobody really wanted to be here at the beach. He looked them over, assessing. One, tall and gaunt with corn-yellow hair. He had seen that man before, the one coughing up blood. The other one was a teenager? A couple of years older than Izuku, maybe a second year in high school. And he was built like a miniature All Might, with a confidence and easy smile that Izuku honestly envied. He looked like a great hero already. Izuku looked between the two people. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Confictance. Izuku jogged over to them. Oh, hello. Both people whipped around to see him, the tall skinny father looking a bit out of sorts. Izuku didn't mind. He pointed to a battered television. Oh, Are you doing a beach cleaning project? The son smiled. We sure are. I was talking with Dudash. The bloody cough man looked askance, then made a short bow. Toshinori Yagi dash. Izuku's eyes spark and he wants to slap himself. How could he have not recognized him? You're Toshinori Yagi. You're All Might's secretary. Yagi seems taken aback. You know me? Izuku scoffs. How could I not? The greatest All Might buffs know that there's a Toshinori Yagi in the Might Tower. His officially listed position is of All Might secretary, but there's a bit more to your position. You help manage not just All Might's meetings with the police but also with the media, the fashion designers. There's a forum dedicated to Toshinori Yagi sightings. The man looked bewildered and slightly put upon. There are. Izuku nodded, eyes beaming. Then he remembered himself. Please don't shut it down. We all appreciate all the hard work you put in for All Might, even if, just looking at your appearance, it seems like he doesn't appreciate it himself. Toshinori Yagi just stood there, stunned. Izuku turned to his son. My name's Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor to see a father-son bonding activity like this. At that, both parties stiffened in shock. Then came the inevitable. No. You have it wrong, young Midoriya. Yeah. We just look similar. He's not my dad dash. Izuku just remembered who this guy was. It was right in front of him, but he hadn't recognized the guy without what Izuku considered something memorable. You're the Pants guy. Pants guy blinked. A dash. Izuku got in full throttle. I just watched you last year. In the UA Sports Festival. You were the guy who kept phasing through your pants. You had an incredible performance. Izuku just knows that this guy is going to be a superhero. It's in the smile, the confidence, the aura. All he needs is an incredible villain to oppose him. Pants guy blinks, then laughs. I can't blame you for temporarily forgetting my name like that. Well, the name's Togata Mirio. And when I'm a pro hero, the name's going to be Lemillion. Why? His expression turns hopeful, confident. Because I plan to save 1 million people in my lifetime. At least. Izuku might be wrong. Of course, he knows that the majority of heroes need a strong villain to challenge them and drive them to be plus ultra. But this guy was going to be a great hero without a nemesis. But if he needed one, that's amazing, Mirio-san. He turned to the tech on the short. So you're going to be cleaning up this beach? At a nod, Izuku glanced at his hands. So, where's your gloves? There's a lot of sharp edges and rusty metal here. You could get tetanus. Toshinori starts a little at that. And do you have a first aid kit in case on injury? Toshinori Yagi splutters a bit. Oh. His voice trails off into nothing. Izuku sighs. You have to have a plan of action, otherwise you're going to suffer when things go wrong. He smiles at the both of them. But do you mind putting the electronics in a separate area? I'm using them for a school project. By recycling this stuff, I don't need to waste as much in terms of resources at school. Toshinori and Togata share a look, and Izuku thinks that they really are father and son. That false name was clearly a cover for Toshinori, before Togata turns to him with a smile like the sun. Not a problem. You'll collect it? Of course I will. A lot of people at school thought that since I was a major cape geek that I would be scrawny. That was true for a short while. But I needed supplies, and the beach had a surprising amount of stuff that needed recycling. So I dragged in a lot of stuff. Turns out that moving heavy weights was a good way to build muscle tone. I mean, I wasn't built like All Might, but I was a lot stronger than I looked. Still, it was pretty helpful to have Toshinori and Mirio put the mechanical stuff closer to where I needed it. It saved a bit of time in my daily routine. But while I was there at the beach that morning, I had a look at something that had been dumped there. An old dressmaker's dummy, similar to the model that I had at my evil lair. It was then that I got an idea. It was a brilliant idea that had been repeated in the pages of comic books for years, but it would require some serious funding. The business office was small and relatively cramped. Mastermind pushed the door open, striding in with confidence, cape fluttering behind him. A press of the button caused the cape to slump to normal levels before the door closed. Thus satisfied, The supervillains sat down opposite of the only reliable and decent contact they had had for the underworld. A man by the name of Jiren, the man sat across him. Well, this was a surprise. Mastermind wasn't concerned. Well, you should have known that the diabolical supervillain Mastermind a crack of thunder, would come to a premier dealer in the underworld. Jiren stared for a second before chuckling. I suppose I should have. He leveled a stare across his desk at Mastermind. So, what can I do for somebody who has made a relatively explosive debut? Mastermind sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Well, the truth of the matter is that I need some minions. People who believe in the same aims that I do. He looked Jiren in the eye. You struck me as the kind of guy who could find people like that. Everybody said that you were reliable. Honest. More than most people out there. Jiren simply shrugged. If you have the money for it, I'll support Diamond near anything. He shrugged. Then again, most people aren't going to follow you. Well, he searched for words, coming up with eccentric. Mastermind shrugged. Mastermind cannot deny that. But could you help me find people who would work for me like that? Jiren just smiled, lighting a cigar with a flame from his revolver. I can try. What would be in it for me? Mastermind seemed to pause, before he pulled out a small satchel. Support gear. Interested, Jiren leaned over to take a look at the items. An item was shaken loose, a piece of chest armor that popped out from what looked like a small canister. Tough enough to withstand one blow from All Might at full power, or so they estimated. Jiren essayed in a breath. That's mighty impressive. He reached for it only for Mastermind to pin him with a stare. He sighed. I'll put out feelers, get you recognized. There's bound to be some people crazy enough to work for you. Mastermind just beamed, or seemed to beam. Great. And if you can't find anyone wire some money to your account of choice. What do you think I am? A corporation? I have a reputation for honesty, you know. After that exchange, Mastermind left the world of supervillains for the hellscape of middle school. Bakugo Katsuki felt like he was going to explode. Aldra school was shitty, with assholes who didn't even know him showing up with dumbass questions like, how did you find that villain? What was it like to be rescued by that other villain? And the teachers, always acting like he needed somebody to talk to. My door is always open. If you want to talk about it, please keep me in mind. Fawning over him like that just made him sick. Bakugo didn't want to talk to any of those fuckers. He really didn't like the feelings that remembering the experience bring up. The choking, the helplessness. He is not, and never has been helpless. He's never needed help from anybody. Needing help makes him useless. If that's what being Deku was like, he wants none of it. Doesn't want his greatness to be dismissed and thrown away just because he needed help. Really doesn't want to be treated as lesser and made of glass for some bullshit involving bad circumstances that prevent people from seeing his potential. Bakugo was ever so slightly set off that teachers tended to say that Deku was smart, in spite of being quirkless. Bakugo would never admit it, but Deku did do consistently better in a wide variety of subjects than him. It kept him on his toes, trying to outsmart the nerd. Not that he cared about Deku or anything. And the FING irony of the situation was, Izuku Deku didn't do that stupid FING thing that he did all those years ago. He's not there treating him like a baby and asking him if he needs help. Oh sure, if there's some discussion he looks sympathetic, the little fucker. But otherwise he hasn't brought it up independently. That hurt for some reason. Bakugo scowled. Well, if the nerd doesn't want to FING do that dumb thing where he reaches out and gives him a hand that is unnecessary and unwanted, then he'll leave him alone. About time that the nerd realized that Bakugo Katsuki isn't so weak as to need a hand. Even though he will never admit it to anybody, but he wouldn't mind one. Deku just kept tinkering at his desk, the DMN nerd. When he looked up as Bakugo slammed down into the seat in front of him, Bakugo just knew that the DMN nerd was smiling for some effing reason. But he hasn't mentioned that FANG slime villain, so Bakugo guesses it's alright. Kaken's my best friend. No, really is. Even if he'll never say it, I know Kaken. I think that with a great villain he's going to be the best. And that supervillain is going to be me. I have to admit, Kaken's, well, explosive. He's rude and arrogant, and he treats others pretty badly. There's a lot of things that I dislike about him, almost hate. But at the same time, when I see him in my mind, I can't help but think of victory. Think of those times that he beat up those kids who were a couple of years older than us and then grinned like it was nothing. I see Kaken pushing himself harder and harder to get those skills that others say are natural talent down to that level. I see him, smiling and confidently leading other kids around like it's natural, glaring down teachers and older kids alike with no fear. That I can see the slight hurt in his eyes whenever the teachers and other kids praise his quirk, his grades, everything but him. Never noticing the hard work and just saying that he's gifted. I can see him try to express how much he respects somebody else by going, "You're not just a shitty extra," and not being able to find different words for it. I want to say that I saw him on that day and that he needed help back then and I gave it, but that would give the game away of my identity. Then Kaken will kill me and then I'll be arrested. Being a supervillain is almost as tough as being a superhero. Coruscate was an ideal spot for Midoriya Izuku to get a little bit of extra money from a summer job. It's also, conveniently, near the building that he was scoping out for his next villainous act. It is a high-class cafe, with a strict dress policy for its servers. It's this dress policy that made Mastermind realize something that would give him the necessary look. The source of inspiration was at hand. This is it. This is what I was looking for without even realizing it. He checked himself in the locker room mirror. Black slacks leading down to a pair of well-shown black loafers. A white shirt with a black tie, with a black sleeveless vest over it, neatly buttoned up. Looking at himself in the mirror, Izuku felt like he did when he built his first piece of support equipment. He checked the pockets, spinning a little. For some reason this just feels right. Like this was meant to be. Midoriya Izuku was shaken out of his reverie by the manager coming in. "All right, kid. Let's go." He looked at Izuku's throat. "How the hell did you do that with your tie?" The tie was short, fat, and stubby, which seemed impossible considering that the tie had been a skinny one. Izuku winced. Sorry. It's just how my dad always did up his tie. And he showed me how to do it." His manager sighed. "How you can fool around with the coffee machine like you were born to improve it but can't tie your tie properly is beyond me." He gestures. "I'll help you do it this once. I hate to say it but you might need a clip-on. But only because I can't see how you'd mess a clip-on up." Izuku nodded, blushing. His tie wasn't that bad, right? After his tie had been fixed up, Izuku worked hard for the rest of the day. Idly he noticed what looked like a father and daughter pair also checking out the bank. The older man asked for some pretty expensive tea while his daughter asked for a straight black coffee. "Okay, we'll be right back." The father and daughter nodded, the man thanking him and wishing him well. Something about the man seemed familiar, but Izuku couldn't place it. Well, it was sure to come back to him. It had been a long day after school and his summer job. Deep in the evil lair, Izuku Midoriya checked over his latest project. Yes, he breathed. It had taken a while to assemble the components, but it was all ready. The mannequin had given him an idea. Sure, he knew that he'd need other people to pull off bigger jobs, but what if he had some extra help? More specifically, if he had a fake body, rigged to do his evil bidding. Like Dr. Doom, a devilish body double so that he could never be caught. As a last resort, he could destroy it, leaving no trace back to him. After hours of work, he had completed one of his most demanding projects so far. It stood in front of him, waiting to be powered on. A mannequin's body housing a variety of electronics, outfitted in a copy of his newest villain look. Underneath the costume, there were powerful industrial strength servos designed to mimic human movement as much as possible. In Izuku's hands was the remote control for the unit along with a microphone for speaking through it. Izuku had to go to school, got most of his components from the beach or his underfunded public school and had a budget that was nanofiber thin even with his stash of looted support gear. Developing an AI that not only could pass a Turing test but could Turing test itself was just not feasible. So a remote-controlled body would have to do. Yes, he gripped his thunder machine. Yes. Thunder rolled once more. It's finally ready. The diabolical electronic kick-ass unit is ready. MWH. He pressed the power button, confidently. The robot in front of him shuddered to life, lights flicking on. And then the arms shot off, one leg collapsed, dumping the whole body on the ground, and the other leg flailed around in ways no human leg should. Then it caught fire. Izuku sighed, grabbing the fire extinguisher. Well, that's beta 1 of the Deku. Really wanted it to work, but I've just found how not to build an android replica of myself. Obvious faults in the limbs and power cell as well as general structure. Spraying it down, he turned around. But my newest outfit and gadgets, on the other hand. He pressed the thunder machine just for dramatic effect. The heroes won't know what's coming. MWA. MWA. The door above banged, and Izuku's secret security camera picked up his mother at the basement door. Izuku, it's time for dinner. Izuku's head whipped around. Okay, thanks Mom. What are we having? His mother just smiled. We're having curry rice. Izuku sniffed. Smells great Mom. He bounded up the stairs, turning off the lights. As he went up, various shutters and organizational bits and pieces folded up and came down, protecting vulnerable pieces of tech and plans from his mother's eyes. Supervillainy would have to wait until tomorrow. My mom? She's the best as well. When I didn't have my quirk and I asked her that question of if I could be a hero, she broke down. It wasn't the answer to the question that I wanted then. But after self-reflection and changing my goal, I started on improving my science and technology knowledge. After all, I wanted to be a supervillain. Or support hero, as I told my mom. Even back then I knew that people didn't just admit that they wanted to be supervillains. That's just silly. Mom was a bit worried at first, seeing me just go for tech and science like I had. She thought that there was something wrong with me. That I was denying something about myself. Mom wasn't sure what to do with my tech interest. She did some looking up of stuff. She bought me some junior science kits, helped get me involved with some clubs. She got me a little lab coat and watched me do experiments and asked me questions about what I was doing. Some small exasperation and worry soon turned to wonder, and then pride. When I nearly got choked out by one of those intelligence quirk kids, she taught them and their parents a real lesson. I didn't hear what she said, but apparently the other kid and her parents had to sleep with the lights on after that. Then they moved to a nearby prefecture. I really didn't want to have to deal with them and my mom didn't want me talking about them, so we moved on. Sure, we've had times where we've driven each other mad. But ultimately we love each other. My mom's just so happy that I'm doing what I love. She signed up with Bakugo's mom for this gym place and has a ton of friends there. Sure, she still worries about my dad, and I know that she worries about me and all of the explosions and fire in the basement. But she's so proud of what I've done with myself and knowing all of this. I love my mom so much. The only person who comes close to how much I love my mom is All Might. And if anybody did anything to my mom, I would be forced to kill everybody involved and then myself. That's just a joke. That's just a joke. Kinsara Bank was fairly reputable. It was a small, local bank that had branches in Mizudafu and a couple of other prefectures. The service was decent, and they were fairly generous. But Gentle Criminal knew better. He had done his own research into the bank, and he found the bank disgusting. The bank had a rather nasty loan shark business operating. It was almost like a protection racket with how they pressured businesses under them. How very ungentlemanly. Is the camera rolling, La Brava? Yes, Gentle. Denjuro smoothed down his hair. This was the moment. Confidently, Gentle burst into the bank, striding through the crowds of people to the front. Whirling around, he took a bow. Hello, Gentle viewers. I hope this video finds you well. He looked out at the people who were irately glaring at him. Attention, everyone. Please stay calm, for I am robbing this bank. There was a brief moment of calm, of everybody looking at each other as if they couldn't believe this was happening. While the teller frantically fumbled on the desk, there was a gentle buzz in Danjuro's ear. Gentle? Somebody's dash. The door was thrown open, and Gentle craned to see who it was. MW. Keep calm, people, for I, the supervillain known as Mastermind, am robbing this bank. The newest villain in Mizudafu strode through. Gentle could see that the villain had updated his look. Rather than just a teal-green scheme, the villain now had a dark red waistcoat, thrown over a teal shirt, oversized for the obvious body armor. Poking out of the pocket was a black watch chain, connected to something small nestled in there. A black bow tie was around his neck. The shirt's sleeves were rolled up, exposing more of the armor that the man wore. The belt had been redesigned, more streamlined. Even the visor itself had been upgraded, the red plastic now connected to the dark green mouthpiece and covering the whole face. The supervillain, as he called himself, looked up at Gentle. And froze, eyes evidently locked on him. Gentle. Gentle Criminal was here. Gentle Criminal was here and he was already doing a job. Izuku was seeing Gentle pull a bank robbing job live. Izuku could get involved with Gentle Criminal pulling a job. Stay calm, Izuku. Introduce yourself in a cool way. Izuku opened his mouth and let out a manly shriek. Amigos, you're Gentle Criminal. Now everybody around them was looking at him in a confused and scared way, not sure whether to run or keep watching. He didn't care, continuing to ramble. Oh wow. Just wow. Izuku went forwards, already pulling out a pad of paper from his utility belt. I'm your biggest fan. Please, could you sign this? Please. Gentle Criminal stood there, blinking, with an expression similar to a stunned fish. At those words, he started, then looked at Izuku with wide eyes. My biggest fan. Izuku nodded, pen in hand. Yes. I subscribe to your channel every time it gets taken down. I have a bot that tracks for it and then auto-subscribes me. It's dash. Izuku paused, pressing a button on the side of his visor. A small pump sluiced away the tears that were building up, pouring it into the coolant section of his gear. This is one signature that I've always wanted, ever since I heard of you. He took a deep bow, pad and pen presented with both hands firmly gripping the corners. Gentle Criminal took the pad, stared at it. Then, he got back the familiar look in his eyes, the look of a gentleman rogue. With a flourish, Izuku now had Gentle Criminal's signature. And it was made out to Mastermind. It said, "To my biggest fan." Now all Izuku had to do was get All Might's signature and he would have two great family heirlooms. Gentle Criminal coughed. It's always a pleasure to have a dedicated fan. Where were we? Izuku blinked. Ah yes. That's right. He leaned over the counter. Could you give both of us a large sum of money, please? I need it for my villainous schemes. He placed a large bag with the yen symbol prominently picked out in green ink. Gentle Criminal nodded, passing over his own briefcase. Quickly now, before the heroes get here. The teller shook. You're going viral on HeroTube. Both of you. His hands shook as he started scooping money in, slowly. Halt, villains. Some heroes had arrived, 3 of them. One of them in a more mechanical suit, another in a more traditional yellow and red spandex suit, and the last in what looked like a business suit with a fedora and domino mask. The hero in the spandex pointed a finger. Drop your weapons and surrender. Gentle turned around. Ah, it's the heroes. He turned to Mastermind, voice lowered. Tell me, have you wondered how I get out of these situations, Mastermind? Izuku just nodded, eyes sparkling. Gentle Criminal gave him a wink. It's going to be our secret. He whipped around, stance confident. You think a mere 3 heroes will give me much trouble? A few more heroes rounded the corner and readied themselves. Gentle Criminal stared for a bit. He tapped the earpiece he had. La Brava. Mastermind sensors picked up, you got it, Gentle? And then something got mumbled before Gentle seemed to glow with power. Quickly, Mastermind focused on getting the money into his large sack and the briefcase. Gentle cracked his neck. I hate to do things in such an ungentlemanly fashion, but it cannot be helped. And then he moved. The hero in the business suit reached out and threw a pair of HAVs that stretched and took a life of their own, only for them to get stuck in the air in front of Gentle. What? The air then bounced back, sending the HNDCFFs right into their owner's face. Gentle winced a bit, finishing the attack by firmly jabbing his cane into the hero and knocking the wind out of him. Gentle seemed undaunted and confident in this. But most importantly, he was not alone. Smoke surrounded the pair of them, cutting off the view from the other patrons as Mastermind leapt into the fray. One of the heroes went for Mastermind, hands sparking with electricity. Mastermind ducked his move and slammed the briefcase into the man's chin, sending him spiraling down. The next hero to attack, a woman in a red and black costume, stretched an arm out an impossible distance, trying to punch him in the face. Narrowly dodging, he clamped his left hand on hers. Electricity sparked, causing her to scream before Mastermind closed the distance to sock her again. The man in red and yellow took in a deep breath. Flickers of flame came around his mouth. Gentle went to gesture, but Mastermind pulled out his small freeze ray. As the hero breathed fire at the pair of them, Mastermind fired a blue-white beam back. The resultant temperature clash caused a minor explosion, sending the hero stumbling back and Gentle taking the initiative, springing off the air to deliver a blow to the gut that folded the hero like a piece of paper. The other heroes glanced between each other. A plan seemed to form for the remaining heroes, and they stood their ground, powers at the ready. Gentle and Mastermind shared their own look, then leapt back into the fray. The civilians watched with bated breath. Sure, these villains were powerful. But the heroes? They would win for sure, wouldn't they? They had to. Gentle criminal and loyal subscriber team-up, Kinsara Bank heist. The video itself had started with Gentle criminal explaining his motives for robbing the bank. There had been what looked like security camera footage, gathered by loyal fans like you, showing the owner of the bank, a man with a shark mutation threatening various business owners. One of them had had their head shoved into his mouth as his accountant made points about not paying your dues. Then the video cut to the events of the bank robbery and an unintentional team-up of bank robbers. The villains took a deep breath, composing themselves. And that's a wrap. On the screen, Gentle criminal and Mastermind took their bow. Behind them, the Kinsara Bank had been deformed slightly, wobbling in place as if it was made of rubber. Around them, the groaning bodies of heroes, unconscious and in various positions. One of the heroes had been tied up with what looked like the hero's own HNDCFFS. The civilians in the hall were all unharmed, but were running away from the scene with nervous and terrified expressions on their faces. Mastermind seemed to grin, holding up both his sack of money and the briefcase. Here you go, Gentle. Always a pleasure to help out a fellow supervillain. Gentle accepted it with a warm smile on his face. And thank you, Mastermind, for your help today. Mastermind nodded, then started. He pulled something out of his pocket. I think you might find this helpful for your video, if you didn't already know about it. He then turned to the camera. Never thought I'd do this. MW. Be afraid, heroes, for the brilliant Mastermind has struck again. Better luck next time. And with that last statement, the villain sprung away. Gentle criminal looked in his direction where he'd left with a fond smile before turning back to the camera. If you want to support my villainy, then I want you to click that like button in a gentlemanly or ladylike fashion. Subscribe and click the bell for alerts, and don't forget to leave a comment, and I will see you dash. With the police sirens coming, Gentle criminal pulled out a small black device. In the next video, Gentle criminal, away. And with that, he threw the object on the ground, covering the area in thick purple smoke. When it cleared, he was long gone and the video ended. A furry hand closed the laptop down, the other hand pouring a cup of tea. A furry snout sniffed the tea, eyes closing in pleasure. My. The figure sitting in front of the laptop took a sip of tea. A brilliant villain like that, taking such center stage. How very interesting. Principal Nedzu gave a little grin. Technical skill, intelligence, imagination, decisiveness. Oh, I can't wait to pull you apart and see what makes you tick. The small grin on his face turned into something more feral, teeth exposed and pupils shrinking. He started to giggle, then chuckle. His grip on his teacup started to get shaky and droplets of tea started to spill everywhere as his laughter intensified. It's been so long since I've had a challenge like you. Ta. Izuku squinted inside the bowels of the dummy. Change over a few wires, alter the power cell, reinforce the servos again. He sighed a bit at that. Building support tech in general and villain tech specifically was hard work. Making even a crude mimic of his body took a considerable amount of skill. Sure, Izuku was skilled, but there were limits to what you could do. Most of his money had just gone to getting better tools, more advanced electronics. After being satisfied that it all worked, that everything was in order, he clicked the panel shut, screwing it back together. Alright. The Deku unit, take 5. He pressed the power button on his remote control. The machine whirred to life, internal gears grinding. A light turned on in its eyes. And then it shut down again, slumping. Izuku pumped a fist. Thus, it didn't explode. Progress. He wiped his hands clean with a rag. Now to get it to actually move around. As Izuku started checking the structure and wiring of his robot again, maybe some soft parts would help around the joints, he heard his villain phone go off. Without turning around, he shouted, "Speaker," and continued working on the insides of the robot. "Oh, hello Mastermind. How have you been on this fine day?" Izuku stopped everything. "Gentle criminal?" He rushed over to the mouthpiece, strapping it on. "How did you find me?" There was a soft chuckle on the other end. "Well, after the success of my last video, I actually got in contact with some people in the underworld. I had to see if I could track you down. And luckily, I found Jiren, who was asking around for people to follow you." Izuku smiled a bit as Gentle continued. "I talked with him and asked him if he had any way to contact you. Fortunately, he gave me this number on the XPLCT promise that I don't tell anybody else." Jiren said that? I guess he really does deserve his high reputation. He really does. Now, I was wondering if you would like to, well, team up in the future. For Izuku, time had stopped. The only thing that could have made his day even more than this would have been All Might himself showing up, declaring him the #1 All Might fan of all time and autographing everything he owned. He stood in the middle of the basement, mouth agape and shaking slightly. "Mastermind?" "Yes." Izuku shouted, then coughed. Yes, I would love to." "Splendid. Then let us meet at Jiren's office in a few minutes. I can give you directions to the abode of La Brava and I there." Izuku managed to strangle a squeal of pure happiness. Gentle Criminal felt slightly awkward, sitting there in the small office. La Brava stood next to him, idly checking on her phone regarding the account they had created for his villainous efforts. Gentle cleared his throat. "Are you sure he said he was coming? It's nearly our appointed meeting time." In the desk opposite, Jiren simply smirked. "I know my clients. He'll come through in 3, 2, 1. The door was thrown open and Mastermind strode in, a crack of thunder coming as he did so. "Greetings, Jiren-san. Mastermind is here. And greetings to you as well, Gentle-sama, La Brava-san." He gave a deep bow to each of them, then sat down in the chair left for him. Jiren smiled. "Well, it's good to see a figure like you." He chuckled lowly. "Having somebody like you show up means more business for me. More people seeing the benefits of good support gear." Mastermind nodded. "Well, I'm glad to hear it." He leaned forwards in his chair. "So, you've been doing well, Gentle-sama?" Gentle just laughed, holding a hand up. "Please, just Gentle would be fine." His smile widened. "As for how I've been doing, the channel's doing incredibly well." "Yeah." La Brava piped up, holding her phone out. "We've gotten positive comments this time. And people are actually subscribing and taking us seriously." She shot Mastermind a look of gratitude which the self-proclaimed supervillain seemed to blush and start to flail. Gentle just waved it off with an easy smile. "And it's all thanks to you, Mastermind." Mastermind spluttered, finger pointing at himself. "Emmy? I just dash. I had been doing my own investigation on that bank, and what I found was bad. But I didn't go so far as to have recording devices set up to capture illegal acts like that." Gentle bowed, which had Mastermind stammer and fumble over his words to get him to stand up. "Please, Gentle." "No, the praise is yours," Gentle Criminal replied. "You went above and beyond with that, and as a result I have to admit. For all I inspired you, I know that working alongside you I could be greater." "Gentle. It's okay." La Brava tried to reassure him, with Mastermind repeating her assurances. Gentle just shook his head. That's why La Brava and I wanted to work together with you. As partners, definitely. He grinned. I've been in this business for longer than you have and I can teach you some things yet. Mastermind sat there, seemingly unsure of what to say. Then he shook himself, regained his composure. If you, the brilliant villain gentle criminal, want to work with me, the supervillain Mastermind, as a partner, how can I say no? Thunder roared in the small office, Jiren scowling a bit. MWA. Together, we'll shake the world of heroes to its core. MWA. There was the sound of clapping behind him. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Mastermind and gentle criminal spun around to see the new figure in the doorway. Wearing a black waistcoat and slacks with an orange shirt, blank white mask with a grin etched on it with a top hat, the tall man behind them continued clapping, before taking a bow. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in the flesh. I have to admit, my mind was halfway made up when Jiren gave me a call about your situation, Mastermind. Mastermind spluttered a bit. What? The tall man started. Oh, I haven't introduced myself properly. He pulled a pair of small marbles out from his pocket and tossed them in front of him. A pair of floodlights sprang into existence, casting him into shadow. I am known as Mr. Compress. Magician, villain, showman. He took another bow, arms sweeping into a dignified position. And for the purpose of this conversation, interested in working under a villain like you. Mastermind stared blankly. Huh. Mr. Compress chuckled. Your presentation is pretty good for an amateur, which is most of the reason I am here. I chose you over others because you've got a different look to you than other villains. You have a sincere belief that you can change things. His tone of voice changed, becoming more serious. You want to change the world of heroes in your own way. Odd in somebody as young as you are. Mastermind seemed to still. Gentle looked at the man next to him, watched his fist clench. That I do. Whatever he'd been thinking about seemed to clear, and he perked right back up. If you wish to be the first of my dastardly minions dash. Minions? Then we can start our works right away. With all of us working together, he started to chuckle, hand gripping his tiny device. The world of heroes will never know what hit it. MWA. MWA. Toshinori Yagi nodded approvingly at Mirio. You're doing an excellent job, he remarked, his successor beaming up at him. Togata Mirio's schedule was pretty busy. As well as schoolwork, he also had to continue his internship with Sir Nitai's hero agency. Coming here to the beach helped give him additional breaks as well as train his body to handle one for all. Toshinori approved of the boy's drive, and he could see that the boy's easy smile and confidence would mark him as a future symbol of peace. So why did he feel so uneasy about passing the quirk to him? Come on, Toshi. Listen to me. Do not pass one for all to him. Is anything getting through your successor's thick head, 7? He was always stubborn like this. We have to keep trying. One for all will kill that boy and he won't even know why. Come on, Yagi. Listen to our voices. Try harder, dude. Yagi grunted, hand clasped to his head and the copper tang of blood in his mouth. He was getting a lot more headaches lately, and his scar had been aching like mad. He didn't know why. Maybe it was getting close to the anniversary of his master's death. That always made his scar ache. Mirio looked at him with concern. Are you all right, Yagi-sensei? Yagi just sighed, rubbing his temples with a pained smile. A bit of a headache, young Mirio. Nothing more. Mirio looked like he wanted to say more, but then returned to the work at the beach. We were so close, Demon IT. Let's tie a different tack. Keep going for the gut instinct. Odd to hear you like this too. Please. I think the man and his apprentice are insufferably naive and overblown. It doesn't mean that I want the kid to die young. That, and I don't want to hear Eight's whining. Yagi winced. He really needed to talk with somebody about these headaches. That and sometimes. He'd had dreams where his master had been trying to talk to him, only he couldn't hear her voice, only a few muffled words. It was as if she was talking in the next room over. Then the usual nightmares started and it all got worse. Maybe he needed to take that therapy hound dog had been talking about after all. He may have landed a deadly blow on my brother, but he barely received the first vision we gave to him. We'll have to keep trying. Sensei, I was kind of curious about one thing, Mirio said, starting on hauling a fridge across the sand towards the designated tipping point. Yes. Well, you said that this was a power passed down through the generations, right? Yagi nodded, mind going to what he thought was coming. It seemed like his headache had let up a bit at those words. Right. There were 7 users before me. With this training, you should be ready to be the 9th. Mirio nodded, shoving the fridge further up the beach. Young Midoriya was standing there with his own parts, encouraging young Mirio to come to him. Yagi wasn't sure what the other young man was building. He could see some wheels, various electronics, what looked like most of a car and other pieces that he couldn't identify. Mirio was able to push it quite far before he needed a breather, and to get his thoughts in order. So, I was curious about the past bearers of One for All. What were they like? Investigate, Toshi. Come on, investigate. This is the right thing to do. Look us up. Look me up for that matter. I can't be that hard, right? Stop being a naive, muscle-brained idiot and listen to you for once. Toshinori Yagi blinked, then smiled. Well, I can't see the harm in knowing more about the past bearers. Oh, thank God. Toshinori winced. Yeah, it would be a good idea to look up the predecessors. He'd been a bit curious about the matter itself. And it seemed that thinking about those who came before him had cleared up his headache. Could it be a sign from One for All, those past generations encouraging him on this path? Probably just a coincidence that it cleared up. He'd still do the research though. It might be helpful for young Mirio to learn about the predecessors. See how they handled One for All with their different quirks. Then he'd have to see about getting some Panadol. These headaches had been getting more intense lately. How can somebody this smart be so dumb? Some days after Mastermind had been on the beach, and he'd received a call from Jiren. It turned out that Mr. Compress wasn't the only one who'd answered Jiren's call about being a henchman under Mastermind. Honestly, Mastermind hadn't expected to have so many people go along with his cheerful little job ad he'd had Jiren pass around. He looked at the job advert in his hand again. For those who wish to aid an up-and-coming supervillain oppose the heroes and pursue supervillainy, please apply at Jiren's or my number. Not interested in people who want to hurt others for fun. He had vaguely hoped that people would respond to his advert, but here they were in the rather dirty bar that Jiren had set up as a meeting spot. There were a couple of other people there who actually wanted to help him. It was a bit of a new feeling, to have other people who shared at least part of his vision. So, and my name's Mastermind. I'm pleased to meet you. He bowed, quickly and deeply, then straightened up. The first person to answer did so with a giggle, white-gloved hand coming up to her mouth. She vaguely resembled a cat, with sharp pointy ears at the top of her head and a distinctly feline muzzle. Her body was covered in an ink-black fur that contrasted sharply with her paper-white muzzle. A thick mound of hair the same shade as her body curler around her head. Mastermind was pretty sure she was wearing a bodysuit as dark as the rest of her with a long red jacket thrown over it along with white sneakers, otherwise she'd shown up naked. And considering how curvy she was, that would be pretty embarrassing for him. No, she was wearing a bodysuit. He was sure of that. Pleasure's all ours. She gave a wide grin, moving out a hand. You're a bit shorter in person than I thought you would be. Since I guess we're going by villain names, call me Inkblot. Nice to meet somebody as polite as you. The second man gave a wide grin. That was about the only facial feature that Mastermind could make out from beneath the nearly head-covering black mask the man wore. His skin was tinted a shimmering gold, which made his teeth stand out amidst the near-blinding color. He was wearing a yellow pinstripe suit, slightly oversized, dirty and rumpled. As for the rest of him, he was slightly taller than Mastermind. Call me Golden Grin. You're aiming to mess with the heroes? I can get behind that. He kept his hands shoved in his pockets. Honestly, I came because I half thought it was a joke. The third looked like a wreck of a man who hadn't really slept well. He was disheveled and unkempt, with what looked like surgical swabs under a brown overcoat on for a costume. Like him, they were stained and worn. He was skinny and pale, with long delicate fingers like a pianist. A light blue disposable face mask covered his face, his matted black hair swept back into a messy ponytail. But I liked the bit in your advert about not hurting people for fun. He stank of whiskey and cheap cigarettes, but his purple eyes were sharp. Is that true? Mastermind nodded. Absolutely. He leaned forwards. I'm not doing this because I want to hurt people. I'm a supervillain, not a monster. The others traded looks. Most people would argue that a supervillain, by definition, hurts people. Golden Grin pointed out. Mastermind shook his head. No, that's a villain. I'm a supervillain, and hurting people is not what I'm interested in. He shot out of his seat and began pacing. Sure, I won't deny that I've had to fight people. But Mastermind thunder roared, causing everybody else to jump slightly, am not some petty villain running around using their abilities to hurt other people. I am pursuing supervillainy to shake society at its core. The man seemed to weigh it up. Well, you can call me Stitch. I'm a doctor for people who need it. I may have had my medical license revoked, but I still took the Hippocratic Oath. His eyes bored into Mastermind's like thermite through a steel door. You try and get me to hurt other people, kid, I'm leaving. Mastermind tilted his head. Why should I? The other villains shared a look at each other. Golden Grin was the first to start talking. That this is weird. I mean, sure, I'm not a very experienced villain. But I get the feeling that this isn't exactly normal. Yeah. Usually the boss gets all grumpy and pushes people around if they aren't respected, opined Inkblot. Mastermind just laughed. That's because they're villains. I'm a supervillain. Mastermind looked over all the people who had assembled. I'm guessing that you have some idea of what I typically do, yes? Inkblot nodded rapidly, head a blur. Sure do. You're a great ham. You just go in and use that crazy support gear to pull off your crimes. That, and you did that weird save. And you and Gentle must have gone, like wham. Bam. Her arms flailed around as she spoke, with no regards to things like joints and nearly hitting her fellow villains. Yeah, you really showed those heroes, huh? You're pretty critical of them as well, aren't you? Mastermind nodded. I'm aiming to be a higher class of criminal. What the world needs is a supervillain, to show those other villains how to do it. To give the heroes something proper that can remind them why they put on their spandex. He looked over each of them. But I think you guys are still on the fence. Golden Grin shrugged. I don't mind. You're messing with the heroes, and that's honestly hilarious. He gave Mastermind a slightly different look, appraising. I suppose I should ask, what's in it for us? Mastermind looked down at the ground. I have to admit, I really can't pay you that much. I can offer support gear and some of the haul of any robbery we do, but that's all I can offer. He then shook himself, looking each of them in the eye. This is a promise that I probably won't be able to back up. It's foolish. He stood there, stance confident. But I can promise you that on any job that we pull, nobody gets left behind. And if you do go to jail, I will come for you and break you out. He actually took off his mouthpiece, revealing a small yet confident smile to each of them before replacing it. Now, are you definitely going to join me in my nefarious pursuits? The trio of villains looked at each other for a moment. Then they turned back to him. Look, Mastermind, Inkblot started, sounding unusually solemn. I've always loved acting. Even worked in TV at one point. Getting to play the villain like this. Her grin was surprisingly happy. It's gonna be great. So I'm definitely in. Golden Grin looked at him next. I haven't been a villain for very long either. I just want to live my life without people getting on my case all the time, and I'm not really interested in fighting. A job like this, where I can just help you out with your schemes and not have to fight. A dream come true. Stitch was the last. Well, you're clearly either crazy or stupid. But I guess I can get behind a kid like you. Mastermind clapped his hands together. Splendid. Welcome aboard, my minions. I've had a great heist in the works for just such an occasion. How about you all meet me at this address dash? He handed out pieces of paper, where he'd written out Gentle's flat, and I'll get the catering sorted to celebrate. They each took the cards, blinking. Inkblot was the first to speak. Okay, You are definitely not like the other villains. Is there going to be cake? Mastermind seemed to grin. Say no more, minions. Thunder roared yet again. MWH. Kamui Woods and Mount Lady had been helping some people around town when they heard their radios crackle with Death Arm's voice. Kamui Woods, Mount Lady. Villain incoming. Who? Kamui Woods asked, wooden limbs thickening and stretching up to the roofs to get a better vantage point. Mount Lady continued go guide people out of the way, citing a potential villain capture. This just caused people to want to stay more, but most of them got the message and made themselves scarce. It's Mastermind. He's just broken into a store and made off with their product. Mount Lady frowned, scanning ahead and mapping the route ahead of her for when she had to intercept. What's he stolen? 40 cakes from that top-end bakery Bespin cakes. Really expensive ones, too. Mount Lady just blinked. Why 40 cakes? Kamui Woods shook his head, keeping an eye out. That's what we don't know. For all we know, it's to power some evil device, or for some other scheme. Mount Lady shot into her giant form. Where's the villain heading? Coming your way down the main street. Be ready. Mount Lady and Kamui Woods traded a look, then charged off. Ahead of them, they could see sirens blaring as the police came through. With faces set in determination, they continued on. This villain had escaped them once, he would not escape them again. Kamui Woods leapt from rooftop to rooftop while Mount Lady simply charged on ahead, the roads being cleared to allow the gigantification heroine to make her way through without incident. They came to a scene that was surprisingly tame compared to many other villain scenes. Death Arms was standing with the police barricade, face set in a grim scowl as he watched the villain approaching. Mastermind was driving a small car that was built in a similar fashion to a small ambulance, evidently where he was keeping his illegally acquired bounty. He'd painted it teal with red hubcaps on the wheels. MW. You'll never catch me like that, heroes. Death Arms scowled. Give up peacefully, Mastermind. Honestly, Kamui Woods grunted, wooden arms already starting to unfurl and ripple in preparation for his finishing move, stealing 40 cakes? That's terrible. There's nowhere for you to run this time. Mount Lady shouted, keeping her stance wide in case she had to grab the car. Mastermind seemed to smile. That's certainly true. However, he seemed to reach down and push a button, and then his vehicle seemed to sink lower to the ground as he came closer and closer. You have forgotten something about me. The car came closer and closer to the barricade. Death Arms stood resolute and started spinning his arm in place. Electricity sparked along his arm and fist, building up a mightier and mightier charge. Kamui Woods built up more and more wood, watching the approaching vehicle. Mount Lady stood ready to try and pin him in place, a scowl on her face. Mastermind does not run, he escapes. The car sprang. It shot up and forwards like a rocket, slipping over the police barricade and between Kamui Woods' grasping branches. Mount Lady was just able to lunge to the side and grab it. No escape this time, Mastermind. Kamui Woods roared, branches already reshaping themselves. You're wanted for robbing a support company, breaking into a bank, using your quirk illegally, resisting arrest, and right now, attempted grand theft cake. Mount Lady glared down at the small figure in the vehicle, who gave her a little wave. Hello, Mount Lady. Sorry about this. Mount Lady looked at him, wary. Sorry about Wadash. Mastermind slammed a hand onto the roof of the vehicle, and the whole thing suddenly sparked with electricity. She screamed as the electricity went through her, causing her to lose her grip on the small vehicle. It slammed onto the road then tore off, weaving around Kamui Woods' branches. Mount Lady shrugged off the effects, and with a roar of anger started running after the fleeing vehicle, stopping briefly to grab Death Arms and carry him with her. Mastermind bobbed and weaved, heading towards a busier road. As he did so, smoke came out from the car, turning into a green smokescreen. Oh, no you don't, Mount Lady snarled. Making a grand sweeping gesture, she started to clear the smoke from in front of them. A couple of cars went past, briefly blocking their view, but they were able to keep on his trail as he diverted from his original route and headed down a different street, maniacal robot laughter sounding along the way. Mount Lady's grin turned positively feral and she picked up the pace. This was it. They had this little twerp. The way that Mastermind had been going, he would hit another police cordon. Traffic went away from the running giant woman with a hero in hand as the vehicle came to a stop in front of the police barrier. There's nowhere to run, Mastermind. Death Arms hollered, as dignified as he could be with his position. Come out with your hands dash. Mount Lady looked at the scene, adrenaline burning away, and then she saw it. Oh no, she mumbled. Death Arms looked up at her with a confused expression. Shakily, she pointed at the vehicle they'd been chasing. Looking at it properly. Is it slightly transparent? Mount Lady nodded, sinking to her knees with a dull expression on her face. In front of them, the image of the car flickered and faded, revealing a much smaller vehicle, only the size of a child's buggy with a massive block of holographic projectors on it. There were even a few small cameras and a radio, still blaring Mastermind's mocking laughter. Death Arms swore, the police already starting to fan out. And then the DMN thing melted, leaving only a blackened sludge. They'd missed him. The car was inspired. I'd been practicing driving simulations, so then I came up with the idea for my own vehicle to carry greater heists. A few trips to the beach with the help of Yagi-san and Mirio-senpai, and I had my materials. It took a couple of days for everything to work and for me to be confident driving it, but that was all worthwhile. The holographic mini-vehicle, though? That really took a lot of effort to get it to work. And it didn't have to be perfect, just good enough. Rip out a few defunct Roomba brains, rig them up to cameras and a much smaller car, then tear out some defunct tech to make crude and rude holographic projection, and done. After that, the plan was simple. Projecting a smokescreen behind you to make it look like you're getting away. Actually, deploy your decoy in a different direction and turn on the prototype cloaking device. Only good for a minute or two, but a minute is enough for the heroes to think they have you. Then, continue on your original path. Right here, to a drop-off point, Mastermind cackled. He pressed a few more buttons on his gauntlet, and the vehicle collapsed, revealing a couple of drones. A few more button presses and they were in the air, disguises flickering to turn into 2 different transport drones. Very soon, there'd be major deliveries, and 2 drones would be missed in the chaos. The Master Mobile, as he called it, folded up further, taking on a smaller form. Now, to make my escape dash. There was a flicker of movement in one of the cameras of his hood. Right behind and above him. Mastermind turned and narrowly dodged the coiling gray scarf. The figure that was now in front of him, Mastermind recognized him. Black jumpsuit. Black, scraggly hair, already standing on edge and waving in the air. A pair of yellow goggles and a coiling, scarf-like weapon in hand. Playtime's over, villain. Eraserhead stated firmly, capture weapon coiled and ready to strike. For Mastermind, the world seemed to stop briefly. Eraserhead had just come down, capture weapon in hand and obviously glaring at him. Furiously, he tried to think of a plan. Eraserhead didn't give him that opportunity. The Erasure hero pressed the advantage, throwing the capture weapon yet again, aiming for his center of mass. Mastermind narrowly dodged, trying to find a moment to breathe. Mastermind. More strands of capture tape sprang up and around Mastermind, only the cameras in his hood giving him any chance to dodge. He barely managed to roll out of the way as Eraserhead continued. It's completely irrational that an amateur like you has managed to get this far. A strand had snagged his arm. As he tried to think or remove it, he was suddenly pulled off balance, thrown to the side of the alleyway. More strands of the unique capture weapon came at Mastermind, forcing him to try running. From your 2 villain attacks previously, you've demonstrated considerable ability in planning your assault and for preparing when you have a moment to think. Your stealth and information gathering abilities are to be commended. Mastermind had to duck quickly as the capture weapon came at neck height. However, you don't seem to do so well when circumstances change. Your movements are sloppy, and you have numerous blind spots in your fighting expertise. Those pro heroes who practically gave you your victory on a silver platter should have never been given their licenses. Eraserhead swung closer, capture tape tightening on his arm, hair and the rest of the weapon floating in an unseen wind. You won't find me so easy to beat. You can't run, so give up and make it easier on yourself. Mastermind's head was spinning. This really illustrated why he needed minions. Here was the point where he knew that there were heroes and then there were pro-heroes. Eraser? How had he never thought about Eraserhead appearing? I can't run. This capture tape, Eraserhead, they're too quick. Too skilled for me to beat him in a straight fight even with my armor. But if I don't escape, well, I'll be arrested. Worse, Mom will kill. Think, Izuku. Think, what would Kaken do? Eraserhead kept a wary eye on the villain, even as he prepared to wrap more tape around him. He knew full well that a cornered rat will bite all the harder. The important thing was to keep the bindings just loose enough that there was a chance at escape, until it was far too late for the villain to resist. He kept up the erasure effect as well. From what the villain had demonstrated regarding his devices, it wasn't a bad electrical attack then, and with Mount Lady, it would make sense for an electrification quirk to be used to power this support gear. Netsu had different theories, but both of them knew that you didn't take chances with some villains. He could test that theory later. Now he had to tighten the tape. Mro. Eraserhead paused for a moment. There, in the alleyway, was a cat. A gray, short-haired cat with green eyes was watching them. As it saw Eraserhead turn his attention to it, it licked its paw and cleaned its ears. Eraserhead's grip slackened for just a second. What happened next, Eraserhead had to put down to an unexpected reaction. Villains who typically had their powerful quirk erased tended to panic. They got sloppy, made mistakes and tried to get their abilities to work again. Or they froze in place, making them easy marks. He'd expected Mastermind to be the latter. The villain's prior behavior suggested that things not going to plan flustered them. Suddenly, the villain dashed forwards, arm ped back slightly to wind up a punch. Eraserhead only hesitated for a moment. Die! But a moment was enough for the villain to slam his gauntlet fist into his face, aiming at his goggles. Eraserhead was able to roll with the punch, repositioning himself even as the villain tried to tear off the capture weapon. But his goggles had cracked. Not good. Mastermind took the opportunity to try and free himself from the capture weapon, taking advantage of the gap to start thinking. He's glaring at me, his hair's floating in the wind. He's using erasure. He must be trying to erase my quirk. The biggest things I've demonstrated have been my smoke screens, probably the freeze ray and taser glove. He must have assumed that one of them is my quirk. Mastermind's heads-up display beeped. Detecting unusual energy signature. Analyzing. Estimated time for full analysis, 10 hours. Unusual energy? Erasure maybe? I suppose that makes sense. But 10 hours? That's way too long. Mastermind took the opportunity to start priming the second support device he'd added to his costume. He'd been remiss about his boots. After all, some of the coolest gadgets needed to be attached to his legs to properly work. As he was working, though, Eraserhead managed to pick himself up, grip tightening on his support weapon. Mastermind watched him, warily. I got in a lucky shot. He won't fall for that trick again. Eraserhead shot forwards, and Mastermind blocked a blow to the face with his forearm. I've got one more trick up my sleeve. Analysis of energy 9 hours 59 minutes 40 seconds. Thanks, Visor. Eraserhead's capture weapon readied itself to wrap around Mastermind again, but Mastermind was prepared. His free hand shot into his utility belt. As the binding tape came back, Izuku hip-fired his freeze ray at it, the beam of blue energy pushing the tape back and freezing it to the wall. Quickly he shoved it back into his pocket, throwing a jab that the hero easily swayed around, the pro's elbow meeting his outstretched arm with a fierce blow that rattled Izuku badly. The pro hero spared a moment, reaching into the pouch on his back and pulling out a knife. Mastermind boggled as the pro just cut the frozen piece of the weapon off. Why the hell did the pro have a knife that could cut through carbon fibers like it was nothing? Mastermind barely twisted his head to the side to avoid the worst as Eraserhead's fist flashed in lightning fast. He still heard the crunch of his visor being damaged, a large crack appearing on its view screen. The impact sent him spinning slightly into the nearby wall of the alleyway. Eraserhead followed it up with a kick to the chest that Mastermind swore actually dented his breastplate that pushed him into the wall. The pro hero himself seemed to have regretted that kick, wincing. That armor of yours is no joke. His eyes bored into Mastermind's own. So few villains dash. Mastermind pressed a button on his glove, then another. He was only going to have one shot, so he'd better make it count. Eraserhead whipped to the side at the sound of rotors coming behind him. One of the drones that Mastermind must have loaded up was barreling right towards him. Mastermind himself was reaching into that belt of his. What else did the villain have hidden in there? Eraserhead wasn't going to find out. The plan changed. As the drone came at him, Eraserhead jumped up and over, the remains of his capture weapon spiraling to try and loop around the drone. WMP. But as Eraserhead did that, he got hit in the gut with a grappling hook that came from the villain's other gauntlet. The blow was not enough to seriously damage, but it was enough to knock the wind out of him and disrupt his flow. The best he could do in the air was to haphazardly snag a fire escape with his tape and then turn a complete fall into a rather undignified tumble, but was at least on his feet. The grappling hook was retracted as quickly as it had come out. The villain took a gasp of air, then immediately took this time to run, cape billowing dramatically. Behind him, Eraserhead heard more rotors spinning, the other drone. Both of them were rising into the sky, and he could see their exteriors change to bulk-haul Amazon drones. He was kicking himself for not bringing a tracker of some description. Holographic disguises. No wonder we haven't found this kid's stuff yet. He's shaping up to be one real problem villain. But he wouldn't be a problem if he got captured. Picking himself up and calling the air back into his lungs, Eraserhead charged once again, erasure already taking its effect once again. The villain seemed to turn around and started fumbling with his cape. This villain may have been slippery, but he wasn't faster than Eraserhead, and he was soon right behind the villain. As I said, you have no hope of outrunning me. The villain didn't answer. Instead, he let the cape go, revealing that the hood was separate from the rest of the cloak, an attempt to protect his identity further? Before the cloak had gotten in the way, Eraser had seen the villain reaching for something in his belt of pouches, the same pocket where he'd been keeping that freezing support item. Eraserhead snorted at the crude ploy. Using the cape as a shield to peg me with that freeze ray? Futile. So Eraserhead dodged to the left, around the billowing cloak. Gotcha. Mastermind pressed the button for the cape's dramatic billowing function, a wire so thin as to be almost invisible attached his masterpiece to the rest of the body. The cape, formerly billowing like a piece of cloth, needed a lot of extra gadgets inside it for it to dramatically billow. The whole thing was filled with wires in a similar fashion to Eraserhead's own gear. Not exactly, apparently it was made of a special alloy with carbon fibers, and Izuku had only been able to get rather crude fabrics and electronics. But it was enough for it to be repurposed. Eraserhead grunted as the cloak suddenly wrapped itself around him, halting his advance and sending him skidding to the ground. The pro-hero was struggling to get out of the cape. He must have gotten lucky that the knife was trapped. Mastermind knew it would take a while and he would need all the time he could get, but he couldn't resist one last taunt. I'm sorry to put you in such a bind, Eraserhead. Just remember that this, with more bravado than Mastermind actually felt, was the day that you almost caught the brilliant supervillain Mastermind. And with that he ducked around the corner of the alleyway, intent on putting as much distance as he could between himself and the pro-hero. A beep on his gauntlet, and the Master Mobile spun up, its smaller form heavier but still a swift getaway vehicle. As it came towards him, he quickly jumped into the vehicle and took off. As he left, he looked at his hands. He was shaking, the adrenaline still pouring through his system. Mastermind grit his teeth. That he'd been lucky up until now. He hadn't gone up against a hero that was good enough to pressure him. But Eraserhead, he'd shown him the world of pro-heroes. Hell, he was counting himself lucky to have only lost his cape. A second later and Eraserhead would have caught him again. How on earth can I be a suitable villain to All Might if I'm not good enough to beat Eraserhead? Gentle Criminal was worried. He checked his pocket watch yet again. Mastermind had said that he'd get cake and be back here by this time. Behind him, the other villains looked between each other. He said he would be back, La Brava spoke, looking down at her hands. Inkblot looked at her, giving her a gentle pat on the back. Well, I have to admit, For all that he's a complete newbie, he's managed pretty well so far. She looked at the door. Pretty sure he'll be here. The other villains shifted. Golden Grin managed to pipe up, leaning against the wall. Yeah, the guy's got guts, that's for sure. Mr. Compress simply shrugged. He's a near-complete amateur, but I really enjoyed the jobs that he's pulled. He seemed to grin. Pulling back the curtain on that support company, most villains would just take the gear and run, leaving behind those recordings of them cheating heroes? Brilliant. Gentle Criminal nodded. I couldn't agree more. I'm sure that he's just somebody who needs proper guidance. Now dash. He was interrupted by the sound of rotors coming down, as well as a car drawing up outside. Rushing to the window, Gentle saw that Mastermind had arrived. The young man was looking battered and was missing his cape, but he was all right. He was accompanied by a pair of drones for bulk deliveries. Before he could properly wonder about them, their exteriors flickered and changed, revealing, "Is that cake?" Indeed. Both drones were full of cakes, expensive-looking ones too. The villains looked back to Mastermind. Mastermind got out of the small buggy-like vehicle that had drawn up near the drone. 40 cakes, to be precise. Gentle shared a look with the rest of the group before he asked the question. Why 40? Mastermind looked down. Because it's terrible, he mumbled. Still, he started to come up to the house. Mastermind. La Brava came running down to meet him with a tackle hug that sent the taller villain sprawling. Don't worry us like that again. Okay, I won't. Mastermind managed to get out weakly. Yeah. It's pretty bad when your prospective boss gets arrested. Inkblot lightly punched Mastermind's upper arm. Makes a lady worried, you know? Mastermind just nodded. Again, I'm sorry for worrying you. I just wanted to do a nice surprise for you guys. Golden Grin flashed his nearly trademarked namesake. Okay, you've convinced me. First time in villainy that I actually get given cake. As Mastermind came up, Gentle went over to him. Are you sure you're all right? He murmured, taking in the scrapes, the crack in the visor, the lack of cape. Mastermind looked up at him. I'm fine. Just had a run-in with Eraserhead. Gentle and La Brava stilled. Stitch just shrugged. Even Inkblot's smile faded a bit. Who? Golden Grin asked. Inkblot just turned to him. You don't know Eraserhead? How on earth don't you know about him? I only started doing this sheet 6 months ago. Come on. Stitch, surprisingly, was the one who answered. He's an underground hero. Uses a quirk that erases the abilities of others along with some weird scarf weapon. One look and you're out. He shrugged. Lotta guys come to my clinic after that. They think that they've got a chance of losing their quirk permanently. Mastermind nodded. Ichi was too fast. Too strong. I barely got away. He glanced down at his feet. If there hadn't been a distraction, I probably wouldn't be here. Hearing Mastermind just relay that fact without his usual pomp was worrying for Gentle. And it was something that he knew he would have to acknowledge. Mastermind had managed to deal with some pros before, true, but that had been with Gentle covering for him and against heroes who weren't taking either of them fully seriously. Eraserhead? From what Gentle had seen, the hero was ruthless and sharp as a tack. First time going against a real pro, wasn't it? Gentle's voice was calm, surprising himself. When Mastermind nodded, he sighed. You were able to get away, though. Next time you probably won't be so lucky. Mr. Compress nodded, looking surprisingly serious. I didn't think it would come so quickly. But thinking about this matter in the couple of days since I started associating with you, I came to a realization. Mastermind looked at him. And that was... Well, rather than be a minion, was thinking of being a partner. Maybe a tutor. At Mastermind's tilt of his head, he elaborated. You've made quite a splash in the month or so since you've started, but that just means that the heroes are gearing up as well. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, Inkblot agreed. Reaching behind her back, she pulled out a hammer that was about her height with a head the size of a small trash can. See? Golden Grin started a bit. How did you write quirk? But yeah, even I've got more know-how than you, and I'm not old enough to drink. He then slapped his hands to his mouth. Gentle Criminal looked at him. Just how old are you again? That was a joke. 30. Yeah. The other villains and Mastermind looked at him. He deflated. Alright. I'm 16. Happy. Gentle patted Mastermind on the shoulder. What we're trying to say is, well, you said that you would help us, right? So we'll help you back. As partners. Mastermind just stammered, seemingly not able to process what was happening. I'm very grateful. Thank you. He bowed deeply to each of them. Blot grinned. You're a polite young man, aren't ya? Wish I could get a date like you. Her arms snaked around Mastermind's head and pulled him in, ignoring his stammers and red visor starting to glow an even brighter shade. We've got cake to eat, so let's get on it. Well, the day had gone mostly as I had expected it to. I had just had my first brush with a pro hero, and had barely managed to scrape an escape. But coming back with the cake, getting people worried, that was all right. And, well, I have to admit that it was nice for the other villains to want to help out a silly villain like me. Most of that first meeting over cake had been me recounting how I'd escaped, as well as the various tools I used for my own investigations. Meeting everybody here eating well-earned cake, it felt pretty nice. I had other, well, friends is a bit of a strong word for it, at my clubs. Pals? We shared the same interests, robotics, drama. And we got along for the most part. But dealing with people like this, even in a mask, is surprisingly nice. I suppose we haven't really introduced ourselves fully, Mastermind said around mouthful of rather nice cake. He'd had to take off the lower half of his visor to fully appreciate it. He was just lucky he'd remembered to position his mask over his freckles. They were at least reasonably distinctive. Mr. Compress nodded. We are going to be working together, aren't we? Beyond names, we are going to need to know each other's quirks. He took center stage of the room. The name's Mr. Compress. My quirk is called compression. It allows me to take things both living and unliving he demonstrated by taking his plate and spinning it on his hand, instantly shrinking it into a small marble and back, and compress them for easy transport and storage. Mastermind just gazed at it with figurative stars in his eyes, only just remembering to snap his mouthguard back on. So cool. Is there a size limit? Do you have to do the whole object or just part of it? How many things can you compress at one time? Inkblot just laughed. Wow, you really like quirks, don't you? Her grin took a naughtier turn. If you want to, you could give my quirk a full physical examination. She leaned closer to Mastermind, chest forward. Mastermind just flailed and blushed at that. Mr. Compress just shook his head. I'll go more in depth later, but for now that's the basics of my quirk. Inkblot, don't bother him too much. Inkblot just pouted. Spoil sport. She sprang up. Well, my quirk's cartoon. Like those old black and white ones. It allows me to create anything I want from cartoons. Also gives me a bunch of cartoon powers, but nothing physics-defying. She pulled out a small black bottle and took a swig. Mr. Compress looked at her. Are you drinking at this time in the afternoon? Inkblot shook her head. It's ink. Mr. Compress stared at her. Ink? Blot grinned. Yeah, need to drink it to fuel my abilities. Plus it tastes good to me, you know? Golden Grin was next. Well, my quirk's pretty simple. Scald mouth laser. I build up power in my gut and then I release it from my mouth. Took me a while to get it to the point where I don't feel like I'm crapping myself though. Stitch was the last. My quirk's called Scalpel. He held out his finger. A tiny, shimmering blade made of purple energy formed on the edge of his finger. It's completely sterile and razor sharp. I can spread it out over my hand, but that dulls the edge. Gentle Criminal made a theatrical bow. You already know that my quirk is elasticity, don't you, Mastermind? When the villain nodded, he continued. I bestow elastic properties to anything I touch. It's gotten me out of many scrapes before. And if it isn't enough, I can help him. La Brava chirped. My quirk's called. What? Love. Her cheeks reddened. If I, declare that I love somebody and I mean it, and we're close enough to hear, then I can give them a massive boost. I've always wondered how Gentle Criminal got away from those pro heroes in his videos. Mastermind gushed. Since it was always edited out, I never knew. You've got an amazing quirk, La Brava-san. La Brava waved her hands frantically. It's not that good a quirk. It doesn't last very long. And I can only use it once a day. That's still amazing, La Brava. Quirks that can help those you care about are pretty rare, you know. Mastermind continued to talk while La Brava turned bright red. Golden Grin just shrugged. Yeah, that's pretty neat, isn't it? He looked at Mastermind. So, what's your quirk then, Mastermind? Mastermind froze up. Golden Grin continued talking. 'Cause it's gotta be, like, an electrical one, right? Or maybe it's a smoke quirk. You do like those smoke screens of yours. He looked at him. Or maybe it's a brain booster. 'Cause if you're a super genius, I could really use your help with homework. Mastermind shook his head. I don't have any of those quirks. Why is this still so hard to say? Mastermind took a deep breath. I'm quirkless. The other villains looked at him more closely. What? Mastermind took a deep breath. I'm quirkless. All right. The visor went off and he took another bite of cake, chewing it to try and get around the feeling. Golden Grin blinked, trying to reshape the words he wanted to say. You don't have a quirk? Not even one like bendy fingers or something? When Mastermind nodded, he just stared back. Holy shit. Inkblot's eyes had grown to the size of dinner plates. You freaking dodged Eraserhead without a quirk? I think that made it easier, yes. Mastermind stabbed another piece of cake with his fork. But, I mean, you sure you're not a super genius from your quirk? Mastermind put the fork back down. He then gently put his plate on his chair, then stood up and leaned in on Golden Grin. Mastermind put his mouthguard back on, and opened up part of his visor. His green eyes narrowed, locked onto where Golden Grin's eyes were under his mask. Gentle Criminal had been floored before by things in his life, at failing to help that civilian, at being thrown out of his house, of being forgotten by a friend. But realizing that Mastermind was quirkless was pretty DMN surprising. All this time, he'd thought that the young man had some quirk that powered his gadgets, or helped make building them easier. His first instinct, admittedly, was pretty craven to try and dismiss Mastermind. But then he thought further. This young man, inexperienced as he was still a genius. Those machines of his were completely beyond Gentle's ability to even think about how to build them. And that planning rough in parts maybe, but the kid had a gift. Golden Grin seemed about to say something further, only to be pinned in place by Mastermind glaring at him. What are you looking at me like that for? Believe me, I wish I had a quirk. It would have made a lot of things so much easier. There wasn't any flair in his voice. Gentle Criminal had never thought that Mastermind could even do quiet menace if he tried. Gentle Criminal could see that Mastermind's surprisingly green eyes were boring into Golden Grin's. The rather hapless criminal seemed to squirm in his chair. The golden-skinned villain tried to lean away but couldn't. Why is it getting so hot? Hey, Gentle. He tried to look away but seemed unable to. Did you turn up the thermostat or something? It's boiling in here. Gentle Criminal wasn't on the receiving end of that emerald glare, but even he felt like it had gotten a bit warmer. La Brava was slowly edging away from Mastermind and closer to Gentle. Inkblot had taken off her jacket. Even Mr. Compress seemed to be on edge. The other villains shifted in their chairs as Mastermind continued talking. Me and my mother went to about 10 different specialists. They tried every test in the book, and it all came up negative. One of them was using Island quirk diagnostic gear. Are you saying that they're all wrong? Sweat was pouring off the other villain. His eyes were darting around the room, trying to take his body with them. Eventually, he cried, I am sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. Please stop looking at me like that. I'm sorry. Mastermind instantly beamed at Golden Grin, then snapped his visor back on. Good. Glad to hear it. The other villains shared a look between them as Mastermind went back to his chair, sitting down primly. Golden Grin just slumped in his chair, sweat pouring off of him. What the hell was that? Mastermind seemed to smile. Oh, that was a long, hard stare. My mother taught me to do that for people who forgot their manners. He seemed to smile to himself. She tried it on on a friend who swore in the house. He's never sworn in front of my mother again, and that's a real achievement. Then he bowed. I am really sorry about that. He never been able to get it to work off the stage. I mean, Mom gave me some tips, but I've never been able to do it properly. Golden Grin just laughed. Sure. It's fine. But never look at me like that again, please. Gentle Criminal shared a look with Mr. Compress. Well, at least that was one thing they wouldn't have to teach him. Bakugo Katsuki wasn't sure about a couple of things. That he was the greatest, that went without saying. Also, Deku was a gigantic nerd. That was also true. But lately, he'd been thinking about that Demon Sludge villain. How the guy had overpowered him with a cheap shot sneak attack. How he'd been choking to death while the heroes were only watching. And then that FNG Mastermind douchebag saving him. He hadn't needed to be saved. He'd had the sludge villain right where he'd wanted him. So what if he'd barely been able to breathe? So what if he'd barely been able to move afterwards? And screw people who said that he'd been crying, because he hadn't. He wasn't going to lose to a DMN pile of crap like that. What he was confused about was that thing the goddamn hag had set up for them. That had also had his dad involved, a stubborn expression on his face. I'm signing us up for therapy, Katsuki. We kinda need it because you were nearly killed out there and we had to watch it on the FING news. His mother had trapped him in a goddamn bear hug when he'd gotten home and he hadn't wanted to break free, just couldn't be bothered with getting the hag off of him. I'd rather not see that happen if I can help it, Katsuki. And honestly, you need help just as much as we do, probably more. He'd scowled back then, had torn into her about it. That he wasn't weak enough to go to therapy. He didn't need any of that shit. But then, Bakugo Katsuki, you are going to a therapist, same as the rest of us? And if you don't go, his mother's face turned to a shark-like smirk, I'll tell Inko-chan about it. And then she'll get your stubborn butt in gear. So Bakugo had gone to the stupid therapist. Mostly because he didn't need Midoriya-san to get involved. He didn't like feeling small when she glared at him. And the therapist? She had a job to do too. And Katsuki wasn't going to be rude to her any more than he'd be rude to a doctor, what? Bakugo wasn't such an a-hole to mouth off at people who would keep a hero going like a support nerd doing costumes. Like Izuku Deku. So he'd gone and well, she'd not entirely been some DMN extra. She was tolerable. That was the other thing that had been confusing him. Deku had been going out somewhere after school for the past month. The first month he'd been going different routes. Not that Bakugo kept an eye on him or anything dumb like that. Let the DMN nerd do whatever. He didn't care. Then the last week he'd been going to one place. Bakugo had asked him politely where he'd been going. Oh, Kaken. The nerd had bubbled. I'm, well, doing some self-defense stuff. He looked down at his shoes. I kind of, well, got involved in a fight a couple of weeks ago. And it went badly for me. So I'm going to a class. To learn how to defend myself. Who the hell beat you up? I'll kick their butt. I'm the only one who gets to do that, Deku. He'd politely asked again. Not because he was worried, but because anybody who thought they could mess with Bakugo's friend annoying classmate was going to FANG die. They would never find the body. But the nerd just shook his head. Some JRK at work. Didn't catch his name. But it's alright, Kaken. The nerd's face had fixed itself in that weird determined expression again. I'm not going to lose to them again. Bakugo just scoffed. Whatever, nerd. And don't even think about getting in my way again, especially if you try to get into UA. You do that and I'll kill you. Bakugo tried to think of something worse, followed it up with, and then I'll kill you again. You got that, you damn nerd? Deku, the useless fucker, just smiled and waved him off. Bakugo scowled, stomping off to the agreed-on spot for the therapist. Dimida, making him feel shit. The therapist was waiting for him. Good to see you, Bakugo-kun. The extra had introduced herself as something, Tomomi? Whatever. Glasses, Bakugo grunted, slouching into the chair and putting his feet up on the desk. Glasses simply pulled out a notepad and pen. Time to talk about feelings and shit. After that encounter with Eraserhead and that discussion over cake, I talked it over with Gentle and the others. I didn't really want to admit it, but they were right. As skilled as I was, as relatively cleanly as I had gotten away, I was still an amateur. Supervillains needed more than just luck to get away from pro heroes. I mean, sure, I knew that. All of my heists were carefully planned. But at my skill level, I couldn't get away from somebody like Eraserhead. That really got at me. It felt like I was backing down. But I knew that they were right. I had nearly lost, and there wasn't anything I could really do to change that. I could only acknowledge that I lacked experience and grow from there. So we decided that Mastermind had to lay low. While I was keeping my head down for a while, I was going to be getting some self-defense training from Gentle and the others. Which, well, I wasn't that bad in a fight, was I? Plus, I had support gear to build for my friends and myself. Mastermind's triumphant return couldn't be overshadowed or complicated by inferior support items in his partners, after all. In Gentle Criminal's garage, now repurposed as Mastermind's second laboratory, La Brava looked at Mastermind as he sighed, stepping back from the android and wiping his hands on a rag. Alright, this is test 32 of the Deku. Here's hoping that it works. MWA. After the obligatory roll of thunder, he pressed a button, watching the robot start to get up. The power cell is stable. Now, time to see it move. He pressed the button on the pad. The machine stepped forwards, stiff and barely responsive. Then it toppled on the ground. Mastermind sighed, turning the robot off. And that's Deku Test 32, proving that it is a way to not build an accurate android duplicate of myself. La Brava looked over the robot. I don't get it. All the parts work correctly, right? Mastermind nodded, pulling open the head. Getting the movement of humans down is pretty hard. I'm going to check the code again. He inserted a wire into its head and linked it to his computer. Looking at the screen, he leant forwards, tapping at the keys and checking through the code. Interested, La Brava went over and looked at the code with him. After a few minutes of this and Mastermind's muttering, she turned to look at him. You wrote all of this yourself? Mastermind nodded. Bits of it anyways. I'm not the best programmer. La Brava nodded. I can see that. There's a few parts that I think could be redone. Mastermind swiveled in his chair, looking at her. La Brava waved her hands around. I mean, there's whole functions that are linked in inefficient ways to the servos, and there's a bit of code spaghetti in there as well, but I'm sure that you know what dash. La Brava. What can I improve? La Brava spluttered, waving her hands around. What? Not. I mean, this is just dash. Mastermind scooted his chair closer. La Brava, it's okay. He spun around, pointing at the screen again. I mean, as I said, I'm not the best programmer. My area of expertise is more in, well, I don't really have one area. I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. I guess my best area is quirk analysis. He tapped the screen. I mean, I work hard and I guess I'm a genius, but there's people online who can just do things that I couldn't even dream about doing. La Brava flushed bright red as he got out of his chair. So please, La Brava. I may be Mastermind. A loud crack of thunder followed, but even my brilliance values different perspectives. La Brava stood there for a moment, hands clasped. Then she nodded to herself, a determined expression on her face. Right. She hopped into the chair, looking over the code. Well, let's see this bit here. Her hands blurred over the keyboard, adding bits here, deleting bits there. Mastermind watched, mouth running a million miles a minute while he furiously wrote down the changes. Toshinori Yagi and Mirio looked out over the beach. Toshinori was sincerely impressed with the progress made. It's only been 5 weeks, but it's already looking better. Toshinori praised, clapping his arm around Mirio's shoulders. Just keep at it, and we'll be ready for you to take one for all in no time. True to his word, he'd been checking out the past wielders of One for All in his spare time, to see how they had used the power. He'd continue looking up the past users. He just had a roaring feeling in his gut that he was getting to something important on the 4th. Mirio just nodded, a small smile on his face. I have to admit, it's unorthodox, but it's working. I feel a whole lot stronger already, Yagi-sensei. He pumped his arm, eyes sparkling with determination. Let's get back to it then. Before they could return to their work, a young and familiar voice rang out. Ah, Yagi-san, Mirio-san. Good to see you. Toshinori and Mirio turned around to see young Midoriya run up to them, waving and smiling. Mirio went over to talk with the young boy, smiles all around. Toshinori just leaned back, enjoying the moment. Meeting an earnest young man like Midoriya was refreshing. That first time had been awkward for all parties all around, but soon the young man had become a small part of their lives. He wondered how the young man would fare in life. Would he be a policeman? A doctor? Or would he be a fine hero like Mirio? Anything was possible for that young man. Toshinori was sure of it. Certainly the young man was brighter than he'd been at that age. Midoriya was talking, gesturing as he talked about the thing he had been working on. So, the project went really well, Mirio-san. It went so much better than I could have ever hoped for. But I've got some extra studying to do. I'm aiming for the support course in UA, after all. This was good news. Toshinori should have guessed from all of the materials he had been getting from the beach. That, and all of the tinkering he had seen the young man do. Toshinori had just supposed that it was part of the robotics club. He should have thought that the young man would want to try his talents elsewhere. It's quite a hard course to get into, I hear. Toshinori ventures. Some people say that it's almost harder to get in than the hero course. Toshinori had been brushing up with Nedzu about the various courses. He had brought up the subject after Midoriya had mentioned the importance of wearing gloves and having a first aid kit all that time ago. He felt that he needed to know more about teaching than just winging it. The principal had gone over what each course had to do to qualify. For heroics, Toshinori knew what qualified easily enough. For the business course, they had stringent exams and practical work regarding marketing opportunities. And for the support course, well, Toshinori wasn't worried for the young man. From his heart to his skills, he was sure that young Midoriya would make it into UA's support course. Midoriya Izuku turned to him and nodded, eyes sparkling and a small, determined smile on his face. Well, what's the point otherwise? Plus Ultra after all? Toshinori just laughed, pumping a fist with young Mirio and Midoriya. Plus Ultra indeed. Mirio nodded with him. Yeah, I get that feeling working with Sir. He laughed about it good-naturedly. He's really pushing me with prediction. Midoriya tilted his head. Prediction? Mirio nodded. Yeah. It's actually a really important skill to develop with my quirk. Using my quirk at its fullest means that I'm blind and deaf with only the air in my lungs. Even stepping through a wall has a whole bunch of steps involved in the process. He tapped his finger against his temple rapidly. I need to know where everyone and everything will be around me when I go solid again, so by training my prediction abilities through experience, I've really improved. You should have seen me when I first started, he laughed again. I could barely go through a wall without accident. Midoriya looked at him with wide eyes, a smile on his face. Experience, he breathed, eyes on Mirio. Toshinori nodded. I have to agree. Sir Night-Eye knows more than anyone the value of foresight. His side ached and he grit his teeth slightly. Believe me, I know. Mirio nodded. He's amazing. His biggest piece of advice, which I try to follow, is this. Always stay 3 steps ahead of your opponent. He nodded proudly. Keep that in mind and you're sure to stay ahead of anything. Midoriya nodded, face shadowed by the setting sun. Thank you, Mirio-san. I'll keep that in mind for my future endeavors. Mastermind looked at his fellow partners in crime. Well, even though you described what your quirks are, I'd like to go a bit more in detail so that I can design support equipment that best suits you. Inkblot nodded, arms crossed. Makes sense. All right, let's get into it. She then reached her arm behind her back. Well, cartoon is pretty versatile. The more ink in my system, the higher quality stuff I can make, and more of it too. She pulled out the dark gray mallet again, waving it around. This was one of the first things I made and well, it's a hammer. She swung it around, over her head and smack into the concrete, shaking the ground slightly and leaving a near circular indent. She pulled the massive mallet up with one arm. Wow! Mastermind breathed. Is it heavy? Inkblot nodded. Feel it for yourself, dude. She gently passed the handle over to the shorter villain. He gripped it and tried to lift the hammer, only for the head to hit the ground. She chuckled. Yeah, it's pretty heavy. Taking it back with one hand, she idly spun it around like a cheerleader's baton before putting it back behind her. The other villains blinked a bit. Okay, where the hell does that go? Golden Grin asked. Blot shrugged. You know. It's just another part of cartoon, I guess. I keep all kinds of stuff there. Mastermind's eyes sparkled. You have a personal pocket dimension? That's incredible. Blot shrugged. As I said, cartoon has a whole bunch of benefits. She wiggled her arms in the air, the other villains watching as her noodle limbs flailed about, sometimes twisting nearly a full circle. I've got stretchy, noodle limbs and I can stretch pretty far with them. To demonstrate, she reached over to Mastermind with a rubbery stretching noise, patting him on the head from a full 2 meters away. Also means that explosions and punches don't do too much to me. She paused, pulling out another bottle of ink. I just have to keep refueling if I do wackier stuff. Mastermind nodded, notebook out and handwriting blurring across the page. So maybe if I can think of something that doesn't need you to have so much ink, maybe ink storage of some kind. Maybe some stuff that could fit in your pocket dimension. Inkblot nodded. The other weird thing about it is that my quirk's effects aren't as big on living things. Like, if I swung that hammer at your face, what do you think would happen? The other villains looked at each other. Did I die? Golden Grin spoke. Inkblot shook her head. Nah, you wouldn't. Believe me. Any bombs I make level buildings just fine but don't do much more than blow smoke in people's faces. That hammer blow? You'd be dizzy and disorientated, with little Tweety birds orbiting your head, but you wouldn't be dead. Which is a pretty good thing. Her grin faded a bit. I mean, I really don't want to kill people. Mastermind raised a hand. Is everything you make black and white? Inkblot shook her head. If I want color, I need to drink some other colors of ink. I just drink black since it's my favorite. Mastermind blinked, writing down. So what does ink taste like to you anyway? Do different colors of ink taste different? Well, I mean they obviously must given you. Have preferences. His hand was a blur as he wrote stuff down. But how much ink do you have to drink to get different colors? Are you limited by the colors you put into your body, or does it just come out in colors you want anyways? How much ink can you drink in one sitting? Does the ink go into the same space as your pocket dimension, or does it sit in your body? Inkblot laughed, slightly nervously. Well, I'll talk about it later. Maybe somebody else should show what they can do. Golden Grin laughed. Sure can. He stepped up, looking across the yard at the target they'd set up. You ready? When Mastermind nodded, he took in a deep breath. His mouth started to glow with a golden light. He then braced himself, and then opened his mouth. A thick beam of golden light shot out at lightning speeds, hitting the target and punching through slightly as he bit the beam off. The last of the laser light dispersing around his mouth, he turned to the rest of them. Pretty sweet, right? Mastermind nodded. Really cool. How long did it take you to get that good with it? The other villain shrugged. Couple months. Firing at targets, that kind of thing. My family's got a lot of people with laser quirks, after all. Inkblot and Mr. Compress shared a look. You, only hit the edge of the target though, Mr. Compress pointed out, showing that the beam had barely hit the edge. Golden Grin looked away. It's pretty hard to aim, man, come on. I get the light in my eyes. Inkblot and Mr. Compress let out noises of understanding. Mastermind nodded, turning to a new page in his notebook and sketching away. I've got some ideas to help with that. How many times can you fire it in quick succession? Golden Grin shrugged. A fair few times, but then I need to cool down. Otherwise I could blow up my stomach. I mean, used to be I would fire once and then I'd need a 5-minute breather. Now I can fire up to 7 shots before cooling down. Mastermind nodded. Is it a temperature issue? Does it have something to do with your core muscles? How does your stomach even work if the power builds up there? Do you digest food faster as a result of your laser stomach? Golden Grin tried to wave him down. One question at a time, man. Golden Grin had contributed in his own way for the villains, hauling some exercise equipment to Gentle Criminal's house that he swore just fell off the back of the moving truck. Mastermind panted, running on the treadmill with his armor on. Golden Grin stood to the side, head tilted to one side. Dude, why are you running in your armor anyways? I thought that this was, like, fitness stuff. Mastermind nodded. I wear this for every job. As a supervillain. Designed it for all of this. Kind of need to be able to run in it. Golden Grin shook his head. Kind of crazy, man, but if it works, I guess. He watched as Mastermind came off the treadmill, passing the shorter man a bottle of water. He then turned to the treadmill. Guess you can't wear your armor outside, 'cause running on a track is really good for you. He turned on the treadmill and started running on it himself. Shame you don't have, like, body weights or something. That'd make it easier to go out and dash. I knew there was something to do. Mastermind snapped his fingers. Arm and leg weights so that I can simulate my armor outside in public. He started mumbling, clearly itching to go back to the lab. And maybe if I can swing it as an excuse to go outside and run on natural paths, I can dash. No way, Mastermind. Inkblot smacked him over the head. You're reasonably fit, but we've gotta up your stamina and speed, so no tinkering until you're finished. Then, it's back to learning how to actually fight. Mastermind slumped. Grumbling a bit, he went over to the mat and started on his push-ups. Golden Grin shook his head. Crazy. Still, Mastermind hadn't gotten this far by being sane. Golden Grin just pushed on his own exercise routine. Sure, he wasn't quite as strong as Inkblot was, but he was still pretty good in a fight. Firing laser beams from your mouth is pretty dangerous. With how powerful his were, it didn't bear thinking about. They continued like this for a while, Mastermind running through routines and Golden Grin working hard as well, before Inkblot checked the time. Alright, time for a break. Mastermind practically collapsed, breathing heavily. Inkblot leaned over, handing him a bottle of water. Tell you what, then. You make these weights, we'll hit the park. Mastermind just nodded feebly, sking in deep breaths to try and recover quicker. Gentle Criminal and Mr. Compress checked over the plans on the computer yet again. It's going to be pretty difficult even with Mastermind's proposed support gear, Gentle Criminal mused, hand stroking his goatee. Mr. Compress nodded. Major jewelry stores like that are always hard to break. But that's where the fun is, after all. Stitch looked up from the medical textbook he'd brought from his clinic. The heroes are going to be in force. And once they realize that you're teaming up, they're going to mobilize more people. Gentle Criminal nodded. That's a risk to all of these ventures. But if it's to show people that these companies aren't the greatest in the world, then that's a fine price to pay. Stitch shrugged. I'm mostly going to be working on distractions anyway. He returned to his book. Still, considering that All Might has been seen more in Mizudafu, we're going to be running the risk of bumping into the symbol of peace himself. Mr. Compress checked his gloves. We'll have to hope it doesn't come to that then. Mastermind just nodded. I mean, this plan is about as good as it can get, but if All Might shows up, he swallowed. Then it's over. I don't really have a plan for All Might beyond trying to tie him up in other areas. Gentle Criminal and Mr. Compress shared a look. Stitch was the first to speak up. I thought you were the master planner? Mastermind shook his head. Well, it's just not realistic to say that any one plan is the perfect plan. He looked down. People don't do exactly what you plan. So you work around that. You try to stay 3 steps ahead, keep them on their toes. Trying to plan around the number 1, with his experience? That's difficult. Stitch nodded. Exactly. Glad to hear you've got that straight. Especially about staying ahead of All Might and the heroes like that. Mastermind nodded in determination. The world of heroes may think that it's hard enough. But soon, Mastermind and he scratched his head suddenly, lost in thought. We're going to have to come up with a cool villain team name, aren't we? Gentle Criminal raised a finger and opened his mouth, then closed it. He does have a point. Mr. Compress shrugged. Not good presentation if we don't have a uniting theme. The rest of the meeting was devoted to brainstorming various villain names. A whiteboard was called out and markers scribbled over the surface, some names getting a vote and others getting lines drawn through them. Arguments broke out, but were thankfully quashed. Stitch left after an hour, citing a need to get back to his back alley clinic, but soon enough, they had hammered out a name. It's catchy. I like it, Inkblot nodded. Gentle Criminal nodded as well. What a marvelous name. I would have preferred the Gentle Criminal subscriber army, but this will work as well. Okay, that's most of our prep done. Mastermind said brightly. Really? Golden Grin frowned. No, not really. Most of the support gear I'm working on isn't quite ready yet. Detective Tsukachi looked over the various pieces of paper that comprised their information with the rest of the heroes and policemen. Death Arms was leaning forwards, expression interested. Mount Lady sat forwards, pen gripped tightly in her hand. Kamui Woods looked impassive as ever, arms crossed. So, let's have a look at Mastermind's criminal activity. The projector changed slide, Tsukachi pointing at each bit. The first incident, at Makoto Industries. Mount Lady scowled at that. The villain broke in through the front door, then deployed an EMP, most likely from his quirk. He then stole several items of support equipment dash. All the stinking good stuff, probably. Mount Lady muttered, pen creaking in her grip. And then left the building from the front, making a grandiose declaration for the heroes to find him. A few minutes later, he goes over to a crime scene in progress dash. Another slide changed, showing a teenager being pulled out by a short man in armor. He deployed other devices, including what seems to be a freeze ray and a grappling hook. Note that there's no sign of his loot now. And then he escapes. Death Arms frowned, cracking his knuckles. About a week and a half later, and he strikes again at Kinsera Bank, just when another villain dash, another slide, this one showing Gentle Criminal's thumbnail for his video, Gentle Criminal and Loyal Subscriber Team Up, Kinsera Bank Heist, along with security camera footage. Was making his own move. The other heroes looked sympathetic, at least they'd gotten off light compared with those guys. Detective Tsukachi continued, flicking through stills from the video. The pair of them were able to take out several pro heroes, and took the money as well, presumably to fund their next heists. They're certainly terrible, Kamui Woods muttered. And then the most recent incident. The slide changed again, showing the devastated storefront of Bespin Cakes. Mastermind showed up here in some form of vehicle with no registration number. He then proceeded to steal dash. The detective hesitated for a brief second, then rallied, steal 40 cakes for purposes yet unknown, loading them up into the vehicle. He then engaged in a high-speed pursuit with police and heroes, but was able to shake pursuers. He then turned to the rest of the room. I got a report that he had been tracked by Eraserhead, but was able to shake him off using an improvised binding device. Murmurs broke out in the room. Detective Tsukachi turned back to the monitor, clicking through it. Now, Mastermind has proven himself to not be just a typical villain for the, things he leaves behind. Mount Lady's pen broke in her hand. Those lousy bastards, she growled out. She'd been specifically mentioned as a country sap who wouldn't know good support equipment if it bit her in the butt. She'd had a long, hard talk with them about the gear that they had given her on the pretense that they couldn't get shoes to work at all with her quirk. Death Arms offered her a pat on the back. Hey, they got what was coming to them, didn't they? She scowled. All that time learning how to work with barely protected feet, when I could have had shoes on. All that wasted time. Indeed. Tsukachi picked UPS the small, black USB drive, one of the pieces of evidence. Mastermind somehow made recordings of important phone calls as well as gained security camera footage from both the bank and Makoto. He looked over the current report in his hand, and somehow uncovered evidence that Bespin Cakes was associated with a group known as the Shai Hisakai, acting as another source of income for that group. The heroes shared a look between them. So, he thinks he's Aji Harima or something like that. Tsukachi just shrugged. We're going to have to do more digging. What we do know is that Mastermind is an individual wearing potent support gear, most likely with an electrical quirk that powers it all. The door opened at that point. Hold it, a familiar voice drawled out. Coming through the door, clean-shaven and in a suit, stood Eraserhead? I thought you were doing something else for the investigation? Death Arms asked politely. Eraserhead shook his head, muttering something about the situation being irrational. He then pulled out a laptop. Please listen to what my boss has to say. The laptop was opened up, displaying a white screen with an N picked out in Gothic font. A distinct piano tune began to play. A voice started to talk, sounding distorted, androgynous, and scratchy. Greetings, police heroes. My name is N, and I would like dash. Detective Tsukachi put a hand over his eyes. Principal Nedzu, do you have to do this every time you get involved in a police investigation? There was a brief pause, then the principal of UA High popped out from the next room over. Oh, let me have my fun. It's not every day that I get to play with a mind like Mastermind's. He hopped up onto a chair, gesturing Eraserhead to shut the laptop and pass it to him, which the hero obliged. So, I'm glad to see fine heroes like yourselves up and about, trying to capture this villain. He turned to Mount Lady, something vaguely sincere in his eyes. How are the boots treating you, by the way? She nodded, a smile on her face. They're treating me pretty well. You, probably shouldn't have had to add them on. He waved her off. Nonsense. If there's a problem, then I'll just fix it. But enough about boots, I wanted to talk about this villain. His tone lost its chipper edge. I've only had access to the recordings up until the last encounter. It was then that I was able to get Eraserhead out on patrol. After all, he does have the time for it now. Eraserhead twitched a bit, but didn't comment. What I saw didn't impress me. He's an amateur. Even if he was a genius like Nedzu, he didn't really show it. Nedzu nodded. Agreed. At this point he's still learning. But that encounter was quite informative. I got a lot of data from those cameras I placed on your support gear, Eraserhead. Wait, when did you dash? Nedzu pressed a few buttons on the laptop, opening up a screen. Here, I was able to confirm some of my theories just watching Aizawa fight him. He tapped the image. From the past reports and this, I can confirm that this villain is indeed a genius, having built or developed most of this technology by himself. He has also been steadily improving his gear beyond just a costume change. And finally, I believe that our villain does not have an electrical quirk, but a less obvious one, potentially even one unrelated to inventing or intelligence. The other heroes and policemen sat there for a second. Then there was uproar. Wait, not an electrical quirk? That can't be right. A genius? Are you saying that he's like you then? These devices you've planted in my support gear, did you remove them? Nedzu waved them off, trying to calm them down. Please, allow me to explain my reasoning. He pulled up the image again. I first supposed that Mastermind had built this equipment when I had a chance to examine it in older videos. He zoomed in on one example. Look at the craftsmanship, the detail. This was not made by any of the typical villain support gear manufacturers. They craned their heads to see the image. Death Arms was the first to speak. I don't see it. Nedza shrugged. You see, but you do not understand. I like to try and keep abreast of various villain tech patterns. I can recognize a manufacturer just from a few screws. But this one, wholly original. He must be making the gear himself. He tapped his head. The second supposition of genius is simply a rational one. After all, to plan a heist like this complete with escape routes, infiltrate his targets and develop this tech, why, not thinking him some flavor of genius would be insulting. He grinned. Certainly he's not in my league. I've simply too much experience and know-how for that. But he is playing the same game. You mentioned improvements to his gear. Tsukachi looked closer at the principal. Nedzu just nodded. There's differences here. Some bits of his armor have been streamlined, refined. He must have near completely reworked those boots of his. They're a smidgen thicker on the soles and build. Eraserhead nodded. I didn't have too much of a chance to examine his gear in detail. His eyes sharpened. Now, what was that about him not having an electrical quirk? Nedza grinned. There's the rub of it. He pulled up the video taken from a camera labeled goggles. Eraserhead was furiously checking the goggles to find the camera. Now then, we see the most important thing. Here. Eraserhead and the heroes looked at the screen. But I don't get it. He's been caught by that floating scarf thing. What's the hold up? Mount Lady asked. Ned's eyes shone. Exactly. He's caught here. But the important thing is, he isn't reaching for his quirk. Eraserhead blinked, mind running at 1,000,000 miles a minute and goggles dropping to the floor. Not using his quirk, he breathed, eyes narrowed. Kamui Woods looked closer. We thought he had an electrical quirk of some kind. So why wouldn't he use it here? Nedza just grinned. Even if you know about erasure, wouldn't your first instinct be to try and use your quirk to break free? But he doesn't. He might have been out of juice. Mount Lady argued, still remembering the sting of electricity when she'd grabbed his car. Maybe he didn't have anything left in his battery. But he may well have tried, and that's the point. No attempt at all. After that, he's clearly trying to get away, and only narrowly caught you with the cape trick of his. Nedza leaned back in the chair. A couple of theories lend themselves to my imagination. The first is that he has an intelligence quirk, something that boosts brain power past the human limit. That might account for some of his stumbling with Eraserhead. The high-specs hero paced. The other theory is that he is a natural genius with a weak, inconsequential quirk, something that wouldn't help the situation. Something like the ability to slowly levitate objects into your hand, or creating a marble once a month. That or a minor physical mutation like scales for skin or glowing eyes. He looked at the screen again. The third, I don't consider too likely. Eraserhead was the first to speak. And that is... Nedza shrugged. It would be pretty impressive. But the third theory is that he fought like this because he's quirkless. As everybody in the room started at him, the principal shrugged. It makes sense. After all, you wouldn't reach for a quirk to use in a situation. That if you didn't have a quirk to erase in the first place, Eraserhead finished. Already, his mind flashed back several years, back to a vigilante with a brutal right hook and a fearless grin on his scarred face. Such things weren't outside the realm of possibility. Nedza grinned. Well, as I said, it's just a theory. That one is the least likely outcome. He started to cackle, paws steepled in front of him as he stared at a frozen image of the villain, tied up and helpless. We won't know for sure until he next makes an appearance. 1 month ago. Self-defense classes? Inko asked, chopsticks hovering over her bowl of rice. Izuku, are you being bullied at school? Izuku shook his head frantically. No, nothing like that. Thought I should do something else. Since I'm going into UA's support course, I thought that maybe I should learn how to handle myself in a fight, then I'll know what the heroes are looking for. Izuku. Inko laid her chopsticks aside and patted him on the back of the hand. You know you can talk to me. What happened? Izuku stopped talking. Well, Mom, I am the supervillain mastermind. I've been going out after school in a suit of armor with gadgets that I made myself. I've fought pro heroes and am working with other villains, and recently I got beaten up by the underground hero Eraserhead and realized that I need to learn better fighting techniques, was not what he said. Instead, he said, well, I've been doing all of those part-time jobs, right? And I started a new one just a few days ago? Inko nodded. And I'm so proud of you for finding work like that, even if it's only for a short time. She shot him a warm smile. You've got your studies to keep up after all. Izuku nodded. So, earlier today I got into a fight? Some jerk chased me down and dash. Oh, Izuku. You should have told me. Are you all right? You're not hurt or anything. Inko frantically looked over her son. Izuku waved her off. I'm all right, Mom. I ran away. But, he looked down. I'd like to be able to stand up by myself. So I talked with my coworkers about it. And the place I'm working offers a self-defense course for employees. It's just part of the job. Inko checked him over once again. Oh, honey, that's great. Just don't worry your poor mother with a story like that again, okay? She patted him on the arm, tears building in her eyes. I'm being serious, are you sure you're all right? Izuku nodded. I'm fine, Mom. I've got some really good friends out of it, even though I haven't known them for very long. We had cake. Inko nodded. That's so nice. You'll have to introduce me to these friends of yours sometime. I'll have to thank them for being so kind to you. Izuku nodded, spearing a piece of fish with his chopsticks. Well, it'll probably be a while before that happens. People are busy with work and all that. So they finished their meal, chattering about their day, about the work they had done and what other people had done with their day. When all is done, Izuku helped Inko wash the dishes, trying to get his mother to use the newer inventions for speeding up the dishwasher and being gently rebuked. Once that was done, Izuku went to do his schoolwork and then to the lab. Looking over his gear, he sighed. Well, I've got some basic ideas for support gear for myself and my partners in crime. Guess I'll have to hit the beach again. There were plenty of spare parts, and he'd managed to get the forge in. Izuku checked over his blueprints, checking for his pen. A few preliminary sketches were going to be needed. But he'd need more specific information on their quirks and their preferences. But what about his own gear? Oh, he had a couple of upgrades to do, a new cloak to make, and maybe something seriously flashy. Midoriya scoured through his old research materials. It had to be something major. Something impressive. Something that he could use in the future afterwards. His eyes passed over something in an old comic. They widened. Yes, he breathed. Yes. He hurried back over to his desk, pen in hand. Some furious sketches later, and then he returned to the scrap and forge he had managed to hide in the basement. He picked up a couple of tools and turned on the sound dampeners. Time to get to work. Okay, let's suit up. Mastermind stood in front of his new workbench in Gentle Criminal's lair, covered with a dust sheet. The rest of the villains looked on with bated breath. Getting improved support equipment from an up-and-coming maker? Too good to be true. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. With a flourish, Mastermind pulled off the dust sheet, showing off his gear to the rest of the villains. Your new support gear. Each villain blinked. Wow, Golden Grin spoke first. My sheet looks awesome. Mastermind grinned. As for my own gear, I've been upgrading it as well. It seemed that he grinned, showing off his massive cloak, now with a dark red trim on the edges. The heroes won't be able to stop us with this gear now. Thunder roared in the room, each other villain grabbing their personalized gear. MWA. The Kiyoshi Mall was a bustling place, filled with families and people going to buy clothes, food, or just use the bathroom. There was a general sense of cheer as people just went about their weekend business. A large jewelry store was doing a reasonable trade, people coming back and forth, until suddenly, the music playing over the speakers cut out, glitching and screeching. MWA. A large puff of smoke originated from just in front of the jewelry store, blinding passers-by. When it cleared, there stood a trio of villains. One was the somewhat well-known Gentle Criminal, his gentlemanly suit now flapping in a non-existent wind and a monocle in his right eye. He even had a new cane made, with a purple head. The other one, they didn't know, a tall man in a yellow overcoat and a blank white smiling mask and top hat, gesturing good naturally with his cane. But the third was more well-known, even if he had only been around for a month or so. His gauntlets and boots now painted a deep red, a new cloak that seemed to ripple and fold around him and a large M emblazoned on his belt buckle. The shorter villain strode confidently towards the doors of the jeweler's store with his compatriots. Everybody run. It's a villain attack. Call the heroes. Mastermind raised a fist in the air, and the villains pushed through the door into the jewelry store. The attendant trembled. The taller man tipped his top hat. Good day, madam. We are terribly sorry about this, Gentle Criminal continued, looking to Mastermind. Please stay calm. For the brilliant Mastermind dash, Thunder roared, causing the cashier to jump, and his partners in crime are robbing this jewelry store. MWA. Mastermind finished, holding out a couple of large briefcases. Sorry for the inconvenience, but we have to get something for our mother's birthdays. You don't mind, do you? That said, he handed a briefcase to each villain and they went to work. The store attendant looked at them somewhat calmly as they proceeded to open storefront boxes, quickly and methodically emptying the storefront. Her hand went down to discreetly press the panic button and silent alarm. Why you won't get away with this? She stammered, trying to back further away. The tall man in the top hat shrugged as he shoved another armload of jewelry into the sack he carried. I'm afraid that we already are, my dear. I must ask that you stay out of our way for the time being. The store attendant trembled, but stayed resolute. The silent alarm had been pressed, so the heroes would be here any minute. Alright, so we are aiming to hit the Ami Diamond Jewelry store, Mastermind paced with the others. My investigations, along with gentle criminals, have confirmed that they have been stealing most of their jewelry using a nearby funeral parlor, replacing the gems and making newer designs with these stones. He pointed to a small camera. The video footage is right there. He then turned around. We absolutely want to avoid having too much hero presence before we're ready. He turned to the shortest member of the crew. La Brava. If the police get called too early, then there's a much higher chance we'll have to fight All Might or a really dedicated pro-hero. So, to delay things as long as possible, I'm going to need you to hack their security systems. La Brava nodded. You can count on me, Mastermind. Mastermind nodded. I've added some tech, particularly with your gloves and a mask, to make the fullest use of the new computer I built. Outside in an alleyway, La Brava nodded as she looked over her laptop. Her villain gear had been seriously upgraded, the gloves now sporting glowing pink lines leading to the fingers. The mask she wore was heart-shaped and made of clear purple plastic, displays in the corner showing a mini-map of the mall. The biggest piece of support equipment she had was a large metallic backpack, painted to similarly match the theme. Systems are down. Mastermind muttered a quiet thanks to La Brava before striding forwards, gentle criminal turning to the store attendant. Terribly sorry, but we're going to need to head into the back. Gentle criminal took a deep bow. If you'll excuse us dash. Panicking, the store attendant slammed the button to get the shutters to drop. The metallic shutters for the front of the store failed to close and trapped the villain inside. She stared at the button with an expression of horror. Mastermind bellowed out laughter. MW. Your security systems have already fallen to my partners and I. He strode through, shoving the door open with Mr. Compress in tow. The sales assistant tried to stop them, but was stopped by Mr. Compress cane gently holding her back. The top hat-wearing villain shook his head. I wouldn't advise it, young lady. The poor lady could only sink to the ground, trembling. In the next room, the villains took in the safe. Complicated-looking lock, Mastermind murmured. Mr. Compress shrugged. We'll have all the time in the world to crack it back at the hideout if I just shrink it. Mastermind nodded slowly. True. He pulled out his pocket watch and clicked the top button 3 times. This way just looks cooler though. Mr. Compress looked directly at his partner in crime before slowly pulling out his custom-made pocket watch. It certainly will make a more impressive spectacle, won't it? Gentle San, Mr. Compress. I've got some specific support gear you may like. Gentle and Mr. Compress both craned to look at the items on the table. 1 silver for Gentle and the other golden for Mr. Compress. They looked like ordinary pocket watches, a fact that Mr. Compress relayed to Mastermind. Mastermind simply nodded. Certainly, they look like ordinary pocket watches. But, here he tapped the top of the watch 3 times quickly, causing the middle to open into a red light. This is where the similarities end. They have a variety of useful functions, but the first one is that I built in a powerful laser cutter into them. Mr. Compress and Mastermind pointed the red lights and then pressed the button again. Thin beams of red light shot out, cutting through the safe's hinges. Carefully, methodically, they cut a near-perfect circle in the safe, causing the door to fall to the ground with a thud. Mr. Compress closed the watch up, replacing it in his pocket. Ingenious, he muttered, looking in the safe. Various uncut jewels and pieces of jewelry gazed up at them. Mastermind and Mr. Compress shared a look, before Mr. Compress used his quirk on the larger items, the small marbles falling into his palms and down his sleeves with a nearly inaudible click. Mastermind placed a small USB in the stricken safe, along with a small calling card. Standing up, Mr. Compress and Gentle Criminal carefully replaced the door. Nodding, Mastermind tapped his earpiece. And we are leaving. Any hero chatter yet? Seems somebody's finally reported it. La Brava replied. Heroes incoming. Gentle and Mr. Compress nodded. We'd better make our exit then, Gentle Criminal muttered. Mastermind nodded, quickly leaving the store with Gentle Criminal. Mr. Compress left as well, though not before dropping a bouquet of flowers that seemed to come out of nowhere. Even if we shut off the security systems, people are going to have seen us. They'll make manual calls to the various agencies. We'll have to leave as quickly as possible to avoid any fights. Golden Grin groaned. Ah man. I mean sure, I know we don't want to get into fights, but I like a good scrap. Gentle Criminal and Mr. Compress shook their heads. Not really our style, getting into fights, Gentle Criminal said. Inkblot just grinned. Sure it isn't. That's why we're here. We're the muscle. To demonstrate, she flexed her arm. Briefly her arm didn't resemble a noodle anymore, looking like a regular if extremely fit woman's arm flexing. Then she flexed slightly harder, returning it to its noodle consistency with a bicep bulge the size of a small watermelon. Mastermind nodded. True. But hopefully, we won't have to fight at all. The three of them raced down to the main foyer, only to hear a crash and the sound of sirens. Mastermind bit off a curse as they saw a couple of pro heroes gearing up to come in. Sounds pretty bad, Mr. Compress remarked. Mastermind nodded. Seems that way. The first couple of heroes were already on the scene, civilians running out of the way. He jerked his head at Mr. Compress. Now. Mr. Compress nodded, raising his cane. A press of the head, and the heroes swung to the side, concerned shouts as a marble-sized projectile shot at them. It then burst apart in a puff of smoke, revealing. Inkblot grinned from where she was next to the lead pro, a large man in a green spandex bodysuit. Hey. Before the pro could react, she spun around, swinging her giant mallet into his midsection. Her momentum continued into the wall of the store, smashing the hero so hard a small crater formed where he had hit. The cartoon villain turned back around, hammer resting on her shoulders. Her villain support gear had seen some changes, but the most obvious change was the plain white mask with black, bead eyes. On her head, a pair of large rabbit ears waved, seeming to pick up sound. Resting on her hip were several closed cylinders with different colored caps. If things should come to it, then I need Inkblot. To be ready for action as a projectile. Inkblot nodded. I can do that. Wait, what? She crossed her arms, a confused expression on her face. Why am I not out there with you guys? You know, being the muscle? Mastermind shook his head. I don't want to give away too much if I don't have to. The less that people can guess about how we've done it, the better. He turned back to the rest of the gang. If we want to take on a target like this, then we need to move in quick and get out as soon as possible. He then went over to the rest of the bench. So, these cylinders have various colors of ink. They're pretty tough. I've also made this mask with similar features to my own, such as an early warning system linked up to the ears of the costume. The mask itself also has an emergency supply of ink that can be accessed by biting into this bit here. Mastermind pointed out a small tube on the inside of the mask near the mouth. Inkblot just nodded. Okay, all good. One question though. She picked up the mask, which curved around the head and had a pair of large ears sticking out. Why does my costume have bunny ears? Mastermind tapped the ears. Well, first of all, they're designed to amplify faraway sounds and quieten loud ones. Secondly, they're part of your disguise. Inkblot blinked. Disguise? In case you have seen me, I'm pretty distinctive. She waved a hand over her body to emphasize. Mastermind nodded. I know that, which is why we're using this mask. He picked up the white circle. Using the American design known as the Spider-Man mask, we can map your expressions with this mask. Since it'll look really convincing, it'll tell people that you're just a cartoon bunny rather than a cat. Inkblot raised an eyebrow. That can't possibly work. Inkblot's rabbit ear twitched, and she swiftly blocked a punch from a rather bulky-looking hero. At least the early warning system works, she grumbled before ducking under the hero's attack. Her mallet came swinging overhead, sending him into the ground. He lay there groaning, tweeting birds spinning around his head. Mr. Compress was looking at a couple of other heroes coming in from a different direction. Halt, villain. Mr. Compress shrugged. That is something we simply cannot do. As the heroes approached, the villain suddenly whipped his other arm up, pointing at them. Smoke billowed out from his sleeves, shooting towards the heroes. The heroes tried to stop their advance, but it was a bit too late. In the smoke, something shot forward, catching the heroes and binding their arms to their sides. Mr. Compress checked over the support gear he'd been handed. It was a pair of long sleeves connected to a pair of gloves, the area above the knuckles slightly raised. It led to a small storage unit that's strapped to the side of a belt. And this is... Mastermind grinned. This is support gear designed to work with your quirk. He indicated the gloves, turning over the palm to reveal a compartment on each. Slot your compressed objects into here and then they'll lead to the main chambers. He opened up the small square container to show that it had been split into different compartments. I'll get more space for it later, but I have several support devices that should work well with your quirk. He pointed each item out. Nets and boluses made up the majority of said items, along with devices labeled oil slick and superglue. Basically, load them up and fire them when appropriate. Make sure that each individual chamber is loaded. The firing mechanisms are on each fingertip. Tap the finger for what you want to come out. Mr. Compress whistled. This is some seriously impressive stuff, Mastermind. Mastermind rubbed the back of his head. It's nothing really. Mr. Compress looked at the pair of pro heroes who had been tied up with the nets that had just been released by his quirk. Nothing indeed, he muttered before returning to the escape plan. The rest of the crew were making their way downstairs to the main entrance, where a few heroes were gathering to try and intercept. Mastermind glanced at a hero who was coming at him with an apologetic stare. Sorry about this, he muttered before he caught the pro with a full kick to the torso. Normally such a maneuver would wind somebody. It wouldn't send them flying backwards with a mighty twing into a wall. Mastermind seemed to visibly wince. They'll be okay, he muttered, seeming to give the hero a quick check over before going for an escape. Inkblot stared at it a bit, before shrugging. Pretty nasty to build a capacity like that into your armor, she muttered, running ahead to try and block some of the heroes. Gentle Criminal bounced ahead with her, tapping the head of his cane. The end of it sparked with electricity, and he took a swing at a hero that was leaping in. The hero, naturally, dodged. You'll have to try harder than that, villain. Gentle Criminal's eyes narrowed. I do so abhor violence. He took his cane up again. But it is sometimes regrettably necessary. He swung his cane again, the hero dodging such a straightforward attack. As I said dash, the hero was cut off when the swung cane suddenly wobbled to the side, striking the hero in the side and causing electricity to spark through him. The hero screamed in pain for a short while before collapsing. Gentle Criminal looked over at the other heroes, cane wobbling in his hand. Gentle Criminal. I have for you a new cane. Gentle Criminal looked over it. The new cane now had a metal tip to the end and was slightly longer than what he had used before, as well as a different top. Mastermind picked up the cane. Carbon core with some electronics built in. By pressing this dash, he pushed in a tip at the head, causing the cane to light up with electricity. You have a powerful stun baton. It'll put most heroes out of commission somewhat painlessly. Gentle Criminal nodded, picking it up. Really well done, he murmured. Mastermind nodded. I've also made you a monocle. It's linked up with La Brava's computer, allowing her to identify heroes and keep you up to date with them. As for the cane, I thought that you should use it with your quirk. Gentle Criminal blinked. My quirk? Mastermind nodded. I mean, it's only the gentlemanly, you could make it really bendy, or stretch it to whip out. I dug up some old works on a gentleman's martial art known as Barditsu. I also got some pointers from the French Kendo combat and more modern cane styles. I think it would help you and Mr. Compress as well. Give you more options to defend yourselves without necessarily using your quirks. Gentle Criminal blinked, looking over the cane and the small list of manuals that Mastermind had added. This is incredible, Mastermind. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. He bowed, causing the shorter villain to start waving his hands around and trying to get him to stand up. Gentle Criminal readied his cane again. Gentle. Curve. He moved his cane forwards, the solid body wobbling backwards and forwards in an unpredictable fashion, causing the heroes to back up. The four other heroes watched warily as the villains continued to come to the doors, ready to do what they could to buy time. The rest of the civilians in the shopping mall watched with bated breath as the villains seemed to regroup. Mastermind seemed to clear his throat. Well, heroes, here we are. Unfortunately, you will be unable to stop the devilish machinations of Mastermind Crocotham, and the four villains suddenly struck a pose. Gentle Criminal and Mr. Compress pulled out roses and smelled them dramatically. Inkblot swung her hammer down with a massive grin on her face, and Mastermind simply clutched a fist dramatically and laughed. The League of Supervillains. Another crack of thunder followed by explosion of multicolored smoke emitted from behind the four villains to punctuate their statement. The heroes stared at the villains for a moment. Then, one of the heroes, a skinny man in a black leotard with a bandaged right arm, stepped forwards with a grin on his face. A League of Supervillains? I'll have to use my quirk to its fullest potential. Behold, the sealed right hand of the Forbidden One. Laughing, he started to unravel his bandages as the other heroes stared at him with odd looks on their face. Gentle Criminal's gentlemanly smile twitched. Is that really what's on your quirk registry? The hero leaped into the air, bandages trailing and starting to loosen. Behold, it's awesome power. The bandages unraveled, revealing a monstrous shadowy limb. He then swung it down. Ultimate technique, unsealed arm crusher. Inkblot went to defend, but Mastermind held out a hand. As the hero came down, Mastermind watched with both arms outstretched to block. The arm came down, intent on dealing a powerful finishing blow dash. So, what kind of modifications have you made to your gear, Mastermind? Mastermind blinked. Oh, I made some modifications to my gear. Mostly to my gauntlets. He showed off the newly painted red gauntlets, now thicker and with a circle design in the palm. Inkblot looked over it. Looks neat. So what do they do now? Mastermind smiled. They work on a similar principle to my spring boots. It's basically a pair of really powerful springs with a one-way gear to hold it until I release it. He held out a palm. Punch it. Inkblot raised an eyebrow. Okay. She took a swing at Mastermind's palm, not even shifting him. She raised an eyebrow. And now I'll demonstrate it. He placed his palm on her, then shoved forwards. Inkblot staggered back a bit, a slight toing sound being released. Wow. That's pretty neat. Mastermind nodded. Yeah. I got the idea from looking at the Black Panther's vibranium suit. And also the impact dial from One Piece. I mean, obviously that's more manga than anything, but the idea was sound. He turned the gauntlets over. It's both a shield and a spear. It'll take a while before I could make something that can absorb kinetic energy, and it's really going to hurt with big impacts, but it works. The arm came down, causing a massive cloud of dust as it hit the villain. The hero grinned from above. Submit, villain, before the might of my unsealed arm. The dust had cleared, revealing that Mastermind was standing proud, feet pushed back slightly but unharmed. Not bad, hero. Now. Mastermind suddenly swung to the side, under the massive arm. As the hero dropped, he leapt up to match him with a palm to his chest. Have it back. The pro-hero tried to block the attack, but it was too late. The villain pressed his flat palms on his chest, and with a toing of force the hero was sent cannonballing backwards, smashing through the door and colliding with a car outside. The villain himself as blown back slightly, arms shaking from the impact. Mastermind immediately started running over. Oh my god, I am so sorry. He was pulled backwards by Mr. Compress as another hero came forwards, swinging their staff to try and sweep his legs. The senior villain fired off a net at the hero, forcing them to get out of the way. He had a super strength quirk, he'll be fine. Mastermind stared, then shakily nodded. Yeah. I checked his data on my visor. He'll be fine. I just didn't expect it to be that extreme. He glanced at his gauntlets, which had visibly dented. And it went over the limit. The rest of my gear's fine, but I'll need to replace the shock absorbers in my arms. The villain winced. I can barely feel my arms. Gentle Criminal swiped through the air, causing the female hero with what must have been a speed quirk to suddenly pinball into an invisible barrier. La Brava says that they're calling in more heroes. We need to leave as quickly and as gentle-personally possible. Gently. Rebound. The hero was sent flying backwards, causing the other hero to break away from his charge to save her. Mastermind nodded, pressing a button on his gauntlet. Golden Grin raised his hand. Okay, but how are we going to get away? That little car of yours won't seat us all. Mastermind turned to him. Golden Grin, you can drive, yes? Golden Grin shrugged. I can? I'm on my L's. Mastermind nodded. The car doesn't have to seat all of us. Mr. Compress could shrink us down. Would it be comfortable in those little ball? Mr. Compress shrugged. Never been inside them, but they're not too uncomfortable if Inkblot is accurate. Inkblot nodded, a slightly uneasy look on her face. Yeah, it's not the most comfortable experience, but at least it isn't too claustrophobic. Mastermind shrugged. Well, it'll have to do. So I just thought, what if we made it look like Mr. Compress didn't have compression as a quirk? The other villains looked at him as he continued. What if we made it look like he had a warping quirk? Stitch looked at him. That'd be pretty difficult. It's going to be obvious that they're coming from tiny marbles. Mastermind just nodded. But if we use some pyrotechnics and smoke machines dash, then we can cover up the marbles and the compression. La Brava finished. Meaning that most people will assume that it's a warping quirk that manifests in a burst of smoke. Mr. Compress pulled on a smiling mask. Well, that level of prestidigitation, to fool heroes and onlookers alike. He laughed. I haven't heard of anything that would be more amusing. Perfect. Mastermind nodded. So, I'll equip your gear with some smoke machines, that'll only take a day. Going back to the plan, we'll have Golden Grin as our backup driver in the Master Mobile. Gentle Criminal looked at the younger supervillain. Are you sure that's wise? Mastermind waved him off. Driving's easy. And besides, it's an automatic. Golden Grin sighed. That's a weight off my mind. The heroes heard the revving of an engine. Before they could properly react, the dark green Master Mobile came tearing out of a side alley, a villain in a black and yellow mask driving it. The bottom half of his mask, a transparent golden bubble, had been painted with sharp teeth. Yeah. Grand Theft Auto. The villain yelled, spinning the vehicle near to the other villains. Mr. Compress nodded. Now then, gentle, let's return to base. He spun around, a massive burst of smoke suddenly bursting around them. When the smoke cleared, only Mr. Compress remained. He turned to Mastermind. Let us away. The heroes charged at the car, but the villain there seemed to narrow his eyes. Oh no, you don't. As they came in, a glow of light suddenly came from his mouthpiece. The heroes tried to back up, but it was too late. A searing beam of golden light shot from his mouth, hitting the ground under their feet and sending them flying through the air. Gotcha, he crowed. Then he checked the area behind the flying heroes and he froze, hand flying to his mouth. Oh. Golden Grin looked over the black and yellow helmet. Nice one, Mastermind. And you even kept my trademark smile. Mastermind nodded. I made this piece of gear pretty efficient. The mouthpiece is designed to help focus your blasts, as well as prevent excess energy from coming out. Golden Grin turned it over in his hands as Mastermind continued. The main helmet here is designed to prevent light exposure from affecting you too much. It automatically darkens so that you aren't blinded. If you put it on dash, he pulled the helmet over Golden Grin's head to demonstrate, you'll see that I added a target sight so that you can line up your targets. I'd add more features, but that would require longer practice. The helmet's also got a built-in radio so you can keep in tabs with us and La Brava. And the bottom half works as a gas mask as well. Dude. Golden Grin pulled the helmet off so that he could make direct eye contact. If you were a girl, I'd kiss you. Eraserhead had just ran onto the scene when the explosion happened. He'd been patrolling in the ward when he'd gotten word that Mastermind was robbing a jewelry store in the mall. He'd been slightly tied up with a villain attack and had had to resolve it quickly. Running over, he'd been keeping up to date on the information that the pros on the scene had relayed. Apparently Mastermind was working with Gentle Criminal, no surprises there, a cartoon bunny woman, more surprising, and a villain with some kind of warping quirk, a real surprise. Those quirks were worth a huge amount. And then they declared that they were likely to continue to team up in the future, declaring themselves a League of Supervillains. So he just arrived, and then there'd been a fourth member with a laser breath quirk or something that had sent the pro-heroes flying. The only problem was that there were still civilians crowding around outside, police and other heroes trying to keep them back. As they went through the air, they were going to crash down on other people. One of them, sent flying further back, was on a collision course with a teenager who stood there, frozen in shock, purple eyes wide. Eraserhead's capture tape lashed out, to try and pull away the teenager or get the other hero to safety. The other heroes on the scene were trying to keep order. But then something surprising happened. Eraserhead had to blink at it. Never, in his career as a hero, had he seen a villain stop their escape and run back. Ignoring his comrades' protests, he'd leapt over to the teenager, catching him in a tackle and knocking him backwards, away from the falling pro. Now with his options changed, Eraserhead's capture weapon snaked out to latch onto the pro and pull him back to safety. His eyes narrowed. What the hell was the villain thinking? Mastermind didn't know what he'd been thinking. He'd been running to the Master Mobile, then Golden Grin had fired his beam, and he'd be a bit grumpy later, since he knew that there weren't many options available to them at that point. He'd seen, as if the crowd had parted, somebody his own age about to be crushed beneath a hero, and he just moved like that again. Mastermind looked at the guy beneath him, picking himself up and hauling him to his feet. "Are you okay? Not injured?" The teenager stared at him, purple hair starting to droop in front of his face. "I'm fine," he stated, looking at Mastermind with a confused expression on his face. Mastermind nodded. Well, now Mastermind Crocotham must take his leave. Sorry for the inconvenience. Wait. Mastermind didn't look over his shoulder as he ran. The other teen, who was taller than he was, that was unfair, grit his teeth, expressions seeming conflicted but ultimately deciding to call out as Mastermind had managed to make his way about halfway to his comrades. "Why the hell did a villain go and save me?" Huh. Mastermind rolled his eyes. Did he have to explain this to everybody? Supervillain I'm going to get into so much trouble. The purple-haired teenager felt his throne line connect, the villain suddenly stopping in place, rocking slightly. A grin spread across his face. Mom alone is going to kill me, let alone the pros. But Shinso Hitoshi couldn't help grinning. Catching a villain with my villainous quirk? That's too rich to pass up. Shinso took a moment to catch his breath. He had a supervillain under his control. Somehow. Really, he hadn't expected the villain to actually respond. It had been a desperate use of his quirk, hoping to God that the villain would take the bait. He could feel the twisting feeling of guilt in his stomach. After all, the villain had only talked to him after saving him from getting hurt, but he squashed it down. He wouldn't have been in danger in the first place if Mastermind hadn't tried to rob a store. And he thought he'd caught a glimpse of another hero, one more familiar, reaching out to try and catch the falling hero in the first place. So instead, he managed to get a command out. Walk over to the heroes. With your hands up. His heart was thundering in his ears and he was aware that he was hyperventilating. He was pretty sure that he was covered in enough sweat to fill a pool. But he couldn't help but grin ear to ear. He'd done it. He'd used his villainous quirk to take out an actual villain. And sure, he was going to catch hell for it from both pros and parents, but at least he could hold his head high and say that he'd actually acted something like a hero. Maybe that'd get people to shut up about his quirk only being good for villainy. Slowly, the villain turned around, raising his hands in the air with stiff, robotic movements. Then he started walking towards the heroes. The pros looked at each other, still unsure of what to do, carefully starting towards the villain in case it was a trick. Murmurs broke out around in the crowd. Wow. Seriously? This has to be a trick of some kind. Sure, the guy's a moron, but he can't be that dumb. Wait, did that kid use his quirk or something? Shinso let out a breath. This was okay. The heroes were going to get the villain. Nothing could go wrong. A few minutes earlier, La Brava had pulled off most of her villain gear when she heard the commotion out in the crowd. With a small groan, she watched the crowd shift, trying to squeeze through without being trodden on. Idly she slipped her mask back on, checking the feeds again. Mastermind had left a few things in the prototype stage due to working on 5 sets of support gear at once. She'd been really hoping that he could get the drones equipped with cameras so that she could get better shots of Gentle and her friend's dash. La Brava stopped, near the edge of the crowd. Around her, people weren't paying attention, their eyes on the action in front of them. She was beneath their notice, literally. Her head was spinning, thinking it over. Friends, that was something new. Back when she'd been plain old man Ami Aiba, she'd never had friends. Nobody had really wanted to talk to the short girl with a love quirk. People thought she was freaky or weird. And, well, she was woman enough to admit that she could get a bit stalkerish regarding her love interests. She tracked down Gentle Criminal, had covertly snuck video of him sleeping, had even dressed like him dash. But then they'd met Mastermind, and things had changed a bit. Meeting with the other villains had been different as well. There'd been something resembling a kinship there. Mr. Compress' own classy attitude, Golden Grin's thorough knowledge of dating sims, Inkblot's antics, even Stitch's standoffish yet caring attitude. She remembered him thanking her for helping organize his laptop with a smile in his eyes. She'd never really thought that any of them could be her friends. She watched as Mastermind and the rest of them went out. Her heart leapt into her chest as she saw her partner in crime, her friend, suddenly dash off to save somebody in the crowd. While there were still heroes around, they hadn't made their escapes yet. If they stayed here, then it'd all be over. Intellectually, Manami had wanted to cut her losses there. Meet up with Gentle, get into the car and leave. And then, maybe, they could see if Mastermind could pull off a miraculous escape. But then she saw him, just as he was running away, suddenly halt, like a marionette that had had its strings cut. La Brava's felt her heart stop at the sight. That was nothing like the villain she knew. La Brava checked over the improved gear that he'd given her. This is... wow. Mastermind just nodded. Well, it's nothing, La Brava. It's not complete yet, but I was hoping to do something like Sombra from Overwatch with your gear. You know, a virtual keyboard thing? La Brava sniffled. There were slight tears in the corners of her eyes, and Mastermind noticed. Are you okay? Is it not good enough? Did I get the measurements wrong? La Brava shook her head. I'm fine. This is one of the nicest things that anybody's done for me. Mastermind paused in his fussing to tilt his head slightly. La Brava continued. I mean, it's nice, but is this only if we work with you? Mastermind looked at her strangely. What made you think that? This is all for you guys. La Brava looked up at him, sniffling stopped. He just patted her on the shoulder. I mean, you guys are pretty cool for going along with my crazy ideas as partners. So all of this stuff, even if we only do one job, is yours. La Brava had stared up at him for a few seconds, then suddenly leaped forwards to give him a hug. Thank you. Thank you so much. La Brava had never had somebody other than Gentle Criminal who she wanted to keep safe with everything she had. Seeing Mastermind, somebody so full of vigor and life just stop like this was horrifying. In a panic, she looked all over the crowd, hoping that the other villains were going to do something. Mr. Compress was yelling out for Mastermind to get in the car, but he wasn't responding. Golden Grin had already leapt out of the car, trying to catch his attention. The police started to respond, forcing the other villain to back up and make space by threatening to use his mouth laser. A voice rang out over the confusion. Walk over to the heroes. With your hands up. La Brava's head snapped over to where that voice, louder than the others, had come from. The guy there, really tall and skinny. Purple hair and eyes and with a huge grin on his face. La Brava's eyes narrowed. Eraserhead watched the villains suddenly turn and start walking over to the heroes, hands in the air. His eyes narrowed, turning around to where the teenager was. He must have been at the end of middle school. Tall, with purple hair that stuck up like a cotton brush and with a shaky yet present grin on his face. A mental quirk? Those were pretty powerful, but they had problems with their use. But it was the kind of quirk that could resolve situations effortlessly. Looking over the kid, Eraserhead wasn't impressed with what he saw. The kid had practically no muscle tone in spite of his height. He probably thought he'd only needed to develop his quirk to get through anything. The most common problem you had was kids who thought that a powerful quirk was everything. It did count for a lot in the test, but you had failed students with quirks more powerful than the students who made it in. To get in, you needed a decently strong body as well as a brain. Eraserhead watched Mastermind, ready to intervene with the villain if needed. Technically, the kid had broken the law pretty badly, but it could be chalked up to an accidental quirk activation. Leave Mastermind alone. Eraserhead's attention snapped back to where the kid was. A short woman with long red hair and a miniature version of Gentle Criminal's outfit, was this the camera woman? Had suddenly leapt at the teenager, knocking him to the ground. Clear the area, he yelled, ready to get his capture tape wrapped around this newest villain. Forget Mastermind, a potential hostage situation took priority. The crowd, rather than act rationally and move in a single direction, instead started milling around, trying to get out of the way but failing. With a sigh, Eraserhead leaped up and over the crowd, trying to get to a better vantage point. At this point, the teenager was fighting a woman who was only slightly taller than a toddler. And was losing. He was trying to hold her off with his outstretched arms, but a kick from her to his elbow was enough to disrupt his grip on her. She fell on his chest with a roar, forcing him to put his hands in front of his face to try and shield himself as she furiously wailed on him with both fists, not doing much damage but preventing him from getting up. From what Eraserhead could see, his expression was a mixture of incredulous and stressed. The woman wore a mask that was made of what looked like pink plastic, hiding her features. The teenager tried to throw a punch only for the smaller woman to slap it away to continue to try and punch him. Let him go. He's my first friend. Eraserhead wasn't sure what her quirk was, but he had to be careful. Erasure in effect, being careful to not look at the teenager, he quickly wrapped the smaller woman in a cocoon of his capture weapon. Stand down, villain. If you surrender, dash. Mr. Compress was a lot of things. A magician. A thief. The great-great-grandson to one of the greatest villains of all history. But watching his erstwhile partner in crime just staggering off like a zombie, the thing that mattered most of all was that he was fast. So when he saw La Brava pick a fight with the teenager that Mastermind had inexplicably saved and all eyes turned there, he took an opportunity. The greatest acts of magic didn't happen when everybody could just see what happened. A moment of distraction, making all eyes on the scene shift if only briefly, and there you had it. Magic. So he dashed over to Mastermind, watching as Golden Grin kept the heroes at bay with another blast of mouth laser. He grabbed Mastermind roughly by the arm to do his signature trick, smoke machine activating with a press of the button. Mastermind hissed in pain, and suddenly he stopped walking, arms dropping down. Mastermind felt like he'd just woken up from a deep sleep. Where? He focused on Mr. Compress, who was gripping him by the arm. Hey, what, bitch? He hissed. That impact redirection had really done a number on his arms. If not for his fingers moving, he would have thought they'd been broken. Mr. Compress looked at him. You're back. Mastermind looked at him with a tilt of his head. What do you mean back? I was just telling the guy I saved that I was a supervillain when dash. That's not important right now. It looked. Mr. Compress swallowed. You were moving like a zombie or something. Mastermind's mind ran 1,000,000 miles a minute. A brainwashing quirk? But none of the heroes here have a dash. They were cut off when a hero came through the smoke with a flying kick, yelling a battle cry. Mastermind had to duck and let Mr. Compress hit the intruder with his cane. Right. Think about this later. Escape now. As the smoke cleared, he turned around to the rest of the heroes and assembled police. Well, heroes, it seems that your trick to get us has been thwarted by Mastermind. Crocotham. He wanted to talk more, but then he heard La Brava's muffled voice in his ears. Mastermind's eyes narrowed. He scanned the crowd while La Brava had been grabbed by Eraserhead. He knew he'd seen the strands of capture weapon over his head. He hadn't been thinking about it. The other teenager had been basically the only thing he'd thought about. Speaking of the teenager, is he all right? he asked Mr. Compress. The teenager looked like he'd been hit in the face with a fish. His eyes were wide and his expression was dull. Like somebody had shown him irrevocable proof that the sky was actually green and 2 plus 2 still. There was a comrade in trouble, and Mastermind was not one to shirk a friend of his. He glanced over at Mr. Compress, turning on the private communicator in his mouthpiece. "Let's go." Mr. Compress tilted his head. "We're in severe danger dash. Nobody gets left behind, Mr. Compress. Not if Mastermind dash Crocotham has anything to say about it." Eraserhead watched the villains in front of him. Whatever the other villain had done, it had worked. Mastermind had been snapped out of the brainwashing quirk, and now the pair of them were looking at the hero, obviously aiming to get their comrade free. The villains looked at each other, with a brief exchange of words. Then, apparently on some unseen signal, they moved. The warping villain was the faster of the pair, Mastermind suddenly flying forwards with a mighty T. The villain must have added mobility support gear to his boots after their last encounter. The warping villain reached out a hand. "Apologies, Eraserhead. That's our comrade in your hands there." Eraserhead ducked under his arm, more strands of the capture weapon ready to try and intercept them. Mastermind was coming up, hand encircled around something in his grasp dash. Eraserhead sent a kick into the torso of the warping villain, keeping his erasure up on him. Mastermind was a less difficult opponent. For all that the villain's movements had refined, he was still nowhere near the level of skill that would threaten him. Trying to keep a hostage like this was going to be difficult, but preventing Mastermind's warp villain escaping was more important. After all, without a warping villain like this, Mastermind's ability to escape would be severely limited. The warping villain had to SEK in a breath as Mastermind swung his hand down, clicking something in his palm. Eraserhead bit off a curse when he saw a red beam of light shoot out, hitting the capture tape strand that had looped around the shorter villain. The tape glowed red, then smoldered, loosening around the shorter villain. A couple of things then happened rapidly. First, Mastermind raised his other hand, almost posing as he did so. "Let's brighten up your day, Eraserhead. MWA." A bright white, searing light emitted from the villain's hand, brighter than even his goggles' tinted glass could handle, forcing him to close his eyes. A sharp impact from a boot caught him in the chest, staggering him. He heard the distinctive whoosh of smoke that meant the warp villain was starting his quirk, instinctively throwing out his capture tape to try and catch one of the villain's dash. But it was too late. As his vision returned and the last of the warp villain's smoke receded, he saw that Mastermind and the shorter villain had vanished from sight, the warping villain already out of range of his capture weapon. The other heroes were trying to respond, but the beam villain had been holding off the rest of them. The car sped away, springing over the barricades and speeding away, police cars in hot pursuit. Eraserhead shook the last of the light from his eyes. This marked the second time that Mastermind had escaped from him. The villain was starting to shape up to be a problem. A slight groan alerted him to where the teenager had been sitting, obviously trying to process what had happened to him. Eraserhead hesitated. He wanted to go out, to continue the chase and capture these villains. That would be the logical, rational decision. But it was also the right decision for a hero to stay and help somebody in need. And the teenager who'd impulsively used his quirk certainly needed a hand. Shinso Hitoshi was currently having a bit of a crisis. Ever since Eraserhead, and hadn't that been a surprise, had pulled that weird short villain off of him, he'd been about to try again when it had hit him. He'd been beaten up by a villain the size of a toddler. He'd been physically overpowered by a toddler-sized villain. He was almost twice as tall as her and he'd still been overwhelmed. Hell, he hadn't been able to even try and use his quirk. She just put way too much pressure on him. Sure, Shinso knew that he wasn't exactly the strongest guy around. He liked reading. It was one of the few things that people didn't get on his case about. So he'd spent a lot of time in the library, and not a lot of time in the yard or gym. However, he knew that he had to be good at running to crime scenes if he wanted to be a hero. So a couple of months ago he'd started jogging around the area where he grew up. He didn't exactly have access to weights and stuff to lift, but he'd thought that he'd built up a decent amount of muscle. Yeah, he really hadn't. Eraserhead went over to him. "Are you all right?" It was quiet but gruff. He didn't seem all that used to saying stuff like that. Shinso nodded, a bit shakily. I'm fine. Eraserhead pulled his goggles off, giving him a skeptical look. Really? Shinso looked away. Well, I guess I'm embarrassed. He stared down at his arms. I mean, I couldn't get her off of me. She just, and he trailed off, staring at the ground. You used your quirk on Mastermind. It wasn't a question, just a statement. Shinso swallowed the lump in his throat. Yeah. Eraserhead started reeling his scarf back in. Did you mean to use it, or was it an accident? At Shinsu's stare, Eraserhead sighed. Look, quirk law isn't completely draconian, especially since you're a minor. If it was an accident, your quirk activating without your conscious choice? If this was your first offense, you'd receive a warning, especially since you're a minor. Maybe some community service if it was damaging. He looked Shinso dead in the eye. Intentional quirk usage in this situation. You would be lucky to get away with a permanent black mark on your record. It wasn't a case of clear self-defense, and there were pros on the scene who were ready to deal with the villain. If somebody had gotten injured, you would have been legally responsible for damages if you weren't a minor. Shinso swallowed. He knew that quirk laws were restrictive, but being held accountable like that? That made sense. Thinking about the statement, at Eraserhead's serious face, Shinso weighed it up. He could just say that it wasn't intentional, that it was an accident that he'd tried to capitalize on. Get off with a slap on the wrist. Shinso swallowed again, clearing his throat. Looking at Eraserhead, Shinso weighed it up. He could lie about it. But to Eraserhead? To any of these actual heroes? Or to the police who were actually trying to keep people safe? Shinso closed his eyes. Took a deep breath. I used my quirk on purpose. It wasn't an accident. I just wanted to help. When he opened his eyes, he could see the hero's expression lighten. I thought so. But I'm glad to hear you admit it. Shinso let his breath out as the hero looked him in the eye. What's your name, kid? Shinso. Shinso Hitoshi, he managed to get out in a pained squeak. The pro nodded. Shinso looked down at his feet. I've thrown away my chance of getting into a hero school, haven't I? Eraserhead knelt down to look him in the eye. You want to be a hero? Shinso swallowed, nodding. I guess it's a dream of mine. Getting to help people. That'd be pretty cool. Eraserhead shrugged. You weren't able to fight the girl off though. Shinso bit his lip. He'd been pretty pathetic, hadn't he? If I'd been just a bit stronger. You could have won? Eraserhead cut him off. Shinso looked at the hero with wide eyes as he continued. Maybe if you'd been more skilled and could handle yourself in a fight better, things might have turned out differently. But they didn't. He poked Shinso in the arm. If you want to be a hero, you're going to need to work out more. It's not enough to have a strong quirk if just anybody can beat you in a fight. Shinso actually pushed himself up at that. I know that. He then clapped his hands to his mouth. He just yelled at Eraserhead. He shook himself. There was time to worry about that later. Because it really hurt to know that his quirk hadn't been enough. Had he really been trying to get in UA if he couldn't fight without it? Eraserhead looked at him levelly. So, you couldn't fight her off. And you say you want to be a hero? He stood up, looking down at Shinso. You lost today. What are you going to do? Shinso glared up at him. Purple eyes meeting black. What am I going to do? It almost hurt to say. But he knew what he needed. I'm going to get stronger. He pushed himself up, getting closer to the underground hero, pointing a finger at him. I'll go to a gym, or I'll get some weights, or sign up for martial arts or something. But I'm gonna get better. The Erasure hero's face split into a menacing grin. Good answer. Shinso stood there, pant. Hearing that from an inspiration of his, it was a dream come true. He winced. Fat lot of good it would do him though. Eraserhead. One of the police officers came over to them, the hero looking him over. The police officer looked at Shinso with a sympathetic eye. Regarding this young man's quirk use dash, Shinso closed his eyes. Well, his heroic's dream had been nice while it lasted. This whole incident, it would probably go on his permanent record or something. would be about par for the course for somebody with a villainous quirk like him. Eraserhead nodded, minutely. I've interviewed him. Regarding Shinsukuin's quirk usage. Shinso screwed his eyes up tighter. This was it. It was an accidental usage. Shinso's eyes shot open. The police officer looked at Eraserhead. Are you sure? Eraserhead nodded. Positive. Shinso looked between them, head whipping back and forth. No FING way. Shinsukuin was startled by a known villain coming at him. His control of his quirk slipped, and when he'd caught himself, he saw a chance to help the heroes. The police officer looked between them. Shinso, somehow, found it in him to just give a shaky nod. The officer sighed, making a note of it. Well, if that's the case, young man, we'll leave it at a warning. If this happens again, then there will be more serious consequences. He dipped his hat. Take care. Shinso watched the police officer go. When Eraserhead turned away, he gasped, letting out a breath he hadn't realized that he'd been holding. But you, he tried to speak, the words tumbling over themselves as he tried to put his thoughts in order. Eraserhead just looked him in the eye. You don't have zero potential to be a hero. His dark eyes bored into Shinso's eyes, narrow to Shiance's wide. Don't waste it. As Eraserhead turned to go, all of the nervous thoughts and energy in Shinso's head collected, bounced off of each other, creating mental sparks. Eraserhead lied to a police officer. Eraserhead thinks that I've got a chance to be a hero. I technically lied to a police officer. Mom is going to kill me. I have no real idea of how I'm going to get stronger. All of these collided in his head. The pro-hero had just taken a step when Shinso, mind racing and bystanders already leaving, found that he was moving forwards, grabbing the underground hero. Eraserhead stopped and turned around. What? Shinso said in a breath. Could you train me? Eraserhead slapped his hand off. Absolutely not. I have students to deal with already. Please. Eraserhead stilled. Shinso kept talking. It's selfish of me to ask, I know. You already helped me so much. But you're the first. You're the first person outside of my dad and my cat who actually listened to me. Who really thinks that I have a chance. Shinso felt his eyes pricking with tears. He'd been about to cry before, so there they were, about ready to cause a flood. Please. I'm begging you, train me. I can't justify it. He shook and sniffed, tears pouring down his face like a miniature waterfall. It's a half-baked hero dream, but please help me make it real. Eraserhead stood there, still as a statue as Shinso slumped like somebody just out of his quirk. He was spent, drained dry. For a few moments, there was no sound of sirens or the murmurs of pedestrians going back to their routine. Then, the underground hero sighed. Show me. Shinso looked up, tears pouring down his face. What? Eraserhead's eyes flashed red. Show me your cat. Now. With shaking hands, Shinso pulled out his old battered phone case, its cover with a stylized cat on it. He tapped in the passcode, scrolled to his photos, before pulling up the entire gallery of Hero, the tortoise-shell cat that had shown up. He handed his phone over to his favorite hero. Eraserhead scanned through the photos, expression unreadable. Then he pulled out a piece of paper, wrote something on it. He handed the paper and phone over to Shinso, then sighed. Meet me at this address tomorrow. If you're late, no second chances. Mr. Compress and Golden Grin checked behind them again. They couldn't hear any sirens or see any other heroes. They'd had to take several extreme maneuvers and even used some of the car's other features like the smoke screen and deployable techs. It seemed that they were alone. Did we lose them? Golden Grin asked. Mr. Compress nodded. It seems that way. From his pocket he pulled out 4 marbles. With a dramatic flourish, they returned to their default state. Inkblot was leaning on her hammer, while Gentle Criminal and La Brava shared a hug. Mastermind himself looked out of sorts, obviously wincing a bit. Golden Grin turned to Mastermind. Okay, now that we're out of danger, I have to ask, what the hell was that? Mastermind stuttered. Well dash. Golden Grin stepped closer. I mean, seriously. I know that I messed up knocking the heroes at the crowd, But why'd you go and save that kid? Not that that wasn't the moral thing to do, but Eraserhead or whatever was there, so why dash? Because if I was the kind of person who'd stand by and let people get hurt because of us, then I wouldn't be the villain you all agreed to work with. Mastermind retorted, voice losing most of its affected tone. He continued talking. I'm a supervillain like I said. And well, I saw that he was in danger. I wasn't thinking, I just moved. Golden Grin and Mr. Compress shared a look. It's not a bad thing to want to help people, Mr. Compress began. But we were in the middle of escaping from the heroes. As a result of trying to save that teenager Dash. Mastermind nodded. I know. I got us all into trouble, and I nearly got La Brava captured Dash. Mr. Compress made a zip-it motion across the flat mouth of his mask. That was an unfortunate turn of events. And we're going to need a serious discussion about everything that happened then, but not now. At least we were able to make it out in one piece. Mastermind glumly nodded, then started. La Brava Sandash. Mastermind, it's okay. Mastermind looked over at La Brava. Are you sure? La Brava nodded. Well, I don't know if you heard, but, she swallowed. But you guys. She sniffed, eyes down to the ground. Then she wiped her eyes clear of tears. Mastermind, you're honestly the second person who I can say was my friend. She looked up, meeting Mastermind's eye. So thank you for that. But I kind of have to agree with not endangering us like this again. Mastermind nodded. I'll do my best. And besides... His cape started to flutter dramatically in the wind as he clenched a fist. Next time, the heroes will have to try harder to catch the League of Supervillains. Crocotham. Stitch poked his head out of the front door. God. Stop doing that. I've got a terrible hangover. Oh, Stitch. Mastermind ran over to the back alley doctor. The rest of the gang came in, making sure that the front door was closed. He seemed to be vibrating with nervous energy. Did the, contingency dash? Stitch held out a large envelope for answer. Mastermind opened it, taking a peek at the contents. Quickly sealing it up, he clapped Stitch on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Stitch just shook his head. Not a problem. The rest of the crew just sat down in various places, on the couch, at the table. Mr. Compress held his hands out, then with a dramatic flourish, revealed several marbles. Popping open, the marbles deposited their spoils for the villains to look over. Gentle Criminal looked over the villain. Well, we shall all have to work on making sure that nobody gets hurt during one of our jobs. La Brava and I shall have to get started on editing the video. The shorter villain nodded, camera in hand, and tomorrow we'll have to meet with Jiren to get our plunder laundered. But for now, what say we have a nice cup of tea? He held out the pot of tea, already starting to steam and its subtle fragrances floating out through the room. Mastermind nodded. I'd love to. He then checked his watch, wincing. I have to go. Sorry, Gentle. My mom's expecting me back for dinner. Inkblot blinked. You're still living with your mom? Mastermind froze, then nodded. Yes. I still live at home with my mom. Inkblot blinked, then gave a small grin. Real mama's boy, huh? She leaned in slightly, eyes lidded. You know, I could be your mommy. Mastermind's visor started to glow cherry red. You gotta go. Mastermind yelped, taking off. Catching a train. Inkblot watched him leave, his hand rapidly waving as he went. For a 20-something guy, he's surprisingly jittery about these things, she mused. Mr. Compress and Gentle nodded. Well, it made sense to all of them that somebody like Mastermind would be so awkward. Excepting Golden Grin, the rest of them were fully grown adults who had achieved no small degree of infamy. They'd each looked at Mastermind, checked over his invitation, and formed the opinion that he was a serious man-child in his early to mid-20s. The kind of grown man whose idea of villainy was dressing up in a costume and delivering speeches out of a comic book was in all likelihood a serious villain otaku. Not to mention all of the time needed to make that tech by himself. Gentle Criminal shrugged, pouring himself and the others a cup of tea to celebrate, the brown liquid flying through the air. Well, I suppose I'll have to teach him about keeping his composure. Imagine him dealing with somebody like Midnight. Inkblot shuddered. Yeah, she'd eat him alive. Something like that happening to Mastermind? Not happening before she'd gotten to him. Inkblot hadn't met many people who were nice to her without being freaking weirdos. After a few dates with people like that, she'd given up on meeting anybody who'd be decent. Somebody like Mastermind? Who was so nice that it was illegal. Yeah, she was going to get through to him. Mr. Compress looked over at Stitch, cup of victory tea in hand. Okay, what was that about with the envelope? Stitch simply seemed to smile. Mastermind gave me something to guarantee that I managed to deal with that objective. Gentle Criminal nearly spat out his tea. Why you mean Dash? Stitch nodded. Yeah. I actually delayed All Might. Believe me, you wouldn't believe how I did it. The other villains nodded, slightly shakily. While there was no way to know for sure whether he could have come in, nobody in the room wanted to risk it. After a few seconds, Mr. Compress clapped him on the back. Well, you've certainly earned your share of the loot. Stitch nodded. I know. He accepted the cup of tea. A hand reached into his pocket and pulled out a small flask, pouring the contents in. When he saw the other villains looking at him askance, he shrugged. What? Later we did, in fact, talk about everything that had gone right and wrong with the heist, mostly on my end. We'd kept our copies of the videos we'd taken, and we edited it together for the new League of Supervillains YouTube channel. Then we made our plans to get rid of the evidence. After we'd hit the jewelry store, most of what we planned over the next few days was, essentially, to resell the jewels. If you have the right contacts, then you can find fences who will take the jewels and return money. That and unscrupulous jewelers who took the gems, no questions asked. I didn't exactly like working with jewelers like that, but we would make a huge amount of money even when it was split 7 ways. I kept a few diamonds as necessary in case I needed to rebuild the freeze ray. That had been a nightmare to build the first time around, a whole bunch of work theorizing and analyzing ice quirks that various heroes possessed. Frozen and Cooldown in particular, since their quirks manifested in a similar freezing cold light, I had to check their energy signatures to make sure they were replicable. Then, I had to figure out how to incorporate that kind of freezing energy. I'd done it, but mostly because of a lucky find on the beach in the form of some lost diamond rings. It had taken me about 3 years before I'd been able to take my idea for a freeze ray from merely a dream to reality. Initially, the freeze ray had been massive. It had been basically a fridge-sized beam gun. But after nearly 100 prototypes, a lot of explosions and near frostbite, I had finally managed to shrink it down to a small pistol. Sure, it took a lot of power, and I'd had to modify my armor substantially to provide the power source. But it was all worth it. I had a freeze ray. But most importantly, it had convinced me that the miracles of quirks could, on some level, be replicated. The energy imaging tech that I had had to develop for this project, based off of my own investigations into the I-Island quirk diagnostic technology, had paid off. I had to admit, the possibilities of reproducing other quirks had stoked the fires of my imagination. Quirks may bend the laws of physics, but they have never broken them. The apartment of All Might is a spacious affair, a massive penthouse in his headquarters at Might Tower. Yagi Toshinori's apartment was a small yet pleasant place in the Muzudafu area. He had moved there, mostly so that he could be closer to his old school so that there was the minimum time spent getting there when he would teach. Partially because staying in his penthouse had gotten more and more oppressive. But here he was, checking over old documents and furiously trying to work out what to do with the information. Yagi winced, checking over the various pieces of paper he had found. He had wanted to deny what was contained on these pages, but there was no denying the plain truth of the autopsy report. The fourth bearer of One for All, Shinomori Haikichi. He'd done the research, had actually talked with his old teacher about who had met with Nana Shimura. Then tracked down a long list of the bearers, retracing the steps of history. It had been illuminating. But everything had led him to this point. Toshinori couldn't help but laugh, blood coming from between his lips. All this time Sir Night-Eye had spent worrying about making a proper successor, and his choice wouldn't have lived past 40. Heck, considering that it was 4 generations later, then young Mirio may have had even less time. He didn't have conclusive proof, just a massive hunch about what may have done his predecessor in. Something that they had that he didn't. Toshinori frowned, a sigh passing through his lips. Sometimes he just felt so tired. He sat back in his chair, face cradled in his hands. So many villains had slipped through his fingers. And there was so much still to do. Being the symbol of peace was a heavy burden, one that he would shoulder time and again for the good of all. Toshinori stood back up. Well, he was going to have to change his plans for the future. All for One was dead, so there wasn't any real need for One for All to stick around. It had served its purpose. Later, he would have to call Sir Night Eye and Mirio. And now that he thought about it, a couple of old friends as well. His hand brushed against a framed photograph of a much younger All Might and a man with wavy brown hair and glasses. A smile quirked his skull-like face. David Shield. He hadn't seen his friend in so long. Yagi knew that whatever David would develop would end up being better than anything Mastermind could create. He doubted that the villain had even thought of dealing with All Might given the handkerchief he'd handed Yagi earlier. Mastermind looked over the gear. Here you go, Stitch-san. On the table holding the rest of the support gear was a long white lab coat, as well as a pale blue plastic face mask and a t-shirt. Stitch picked each piece up as Mastermind continued. The lab coat has been reinforced with an underlay of metallic wires designed to harden the garment with the press of a switch. Underneath, the shirt has been made of a Kevlar weave with armor plating over vital areas. He picked up the face mark. This serves as an air filter as well as voice changer. Stitch looked over the gear. And why are you giving me all of this? Because if you think I'm going to get involved with a heist dash. Mastermind cut him off. Oh, I'm not planning to have you on the heist itself. Rather, you're a last-ditch contingency in case of the big problem. La Brava raised a hand. And what, exactly, is the big problem? Mastermind simply pulled out a small hologram projector. Him. The holo emitter flashed, showing the imposing figure of All Might. Everybody in the room swallowed. Did you think that he'll show up? Gentle Criminal asked. Mastermind nodded. It's always a possibility. He tapped the hologram, showing a small graph. I'm hoping that if we time this right, then he won't show up. All Might's appearances nearing the end of the day, going off of social media, taper off. Why, I don't know, maybe he's figured out that he doesn't have to kill himself to be the symbol of peace. All Might stared at his phone. There were a few numbers in there, mostly colleagues, some friends. He flicked through them, eventually finding the number he wanted. He looked out over the balcony, phone dialing. It only rang for a few seconds before the other end connected. All Might. Toshinori smiled. Hello, David. I am here. There was a chuckle on the other side of the line. You certainly are. Do you want to do this over video or dash? Toshinori shook his head. No, David. He swallowed. Even now. How is Melissa progressing with her studies? A shameless change of subject, but Yagi would have rather talked about his goddaughter than anything else. If David had picked up on the deflection, then he didn't show it in his voice. She's doing an amazing job. Near perfect scores across the board. That is excellent, David-san. I'll have to remember to get her something. Maybe arrange a call. For a short while Yagi just enjoyed talking to his old friend, catching up with him and sharing a few incidents of his own, villains he'd captured, people he'd saved. He even talked briefly about Mastermind, the inexperienced villain's panic and mistakes still on his mind. But he knew that he would have to cut to the actual purpose of his call. David, there's something that I'm planning in the future. He paused, mustering up the will to continue. Something big. And I also have to talk with you about some old baggage. I've known you for so long, and I didn't want you to get involved. But it's long overdue. David seemed to pause. Should I get Melissa on the phone now? You know that she'll want to talk to her godfather. And the line is definitely secure. Yagi shook his head. No, this is something I should have told you a long time ago in person. Both of you. He swallowed. So please, come over to Japan. I'll talk to you then, probably with a stiff drink. Toshinori, you know that personnel on Island can't leave Dash. You and Melissa are practically family, and I'm on the board. I'll deal with it. All Might cut him off. While true in the sense that there was no easy way for a scientist or their family to leave, it was not impossible. Just very, very difficult. But All Might had sunk a lot of money into Island, enough for a controlling share. He had never really abused his technical position of power on Island's board. Well, it was time to pull some strings even if they broke. There was a pause on the other end. This. What are you planning to do? Because I am working on something that should help Dash. All Might sighed. Nothing drastic. Just something that I've probably been putting off for too long. I'll see you soon. He clicked his phone closed, sitting down at the table. There was a lot to do. Maybe if he'd had a bit more time, he could have helped out that fan with the cat up in a tree and helped deal with Mastermind's latest antic. But he had just spent a second or two too long, and had to gauge that he would have to push his quirk to stay and help. But he hadn't regretted helping that fan. If there was something in front of him, he couldn't not help. Toshinori sighed, pulling his phone back. One call to the board of directors at Island, one that he knew would be long, boring and fraught with bureaucracy. He'd have to call Sir Naita. Before the heist. The planning room had gone quiet, the other villains looking at Mastermind. Stitch stared at Mastermind with wide eyes. You're clearly nuts, he said, glaring at the armored villain. Mastermind made a gesture with one hand. Probably. But this plan could work. All you have to do is get your cat Dash. Stitch's scalpel manifested on his finger as he loomed over Mastermind. Lose my cat. Mastermind furiously shook his head. No. I was saying that you should get your cat to climb a tree and hope that All Might or some other hero helps get it down. And if he doesn't show, then you could get your cat down yourself. Stitch relaxed slightly as Mastermind continued. Listen. If All Might hears somebody in trouble, then he'll take the time to help them first. I'm basing this off of the Sky Egg incident. Stitch's eyes widened. That whole situation had been a pretty bad one. It had been all over the news. You mean the time where other incidents delayed him from immediately coming into the situation? Mastermind nodded. I mean, I love All Might as much as anybody, but if there's a problem in front of him he will jump in 100%. Stitch crossed his arms. That sounds extremely unlikely. What, All Might's just going to show up to help me with a lost cat? Mastermind stood there for a moment, then nodded. I completely agree. All Might's just one man, even if he is the symbol of peace. Him coming across you is so unlikely I'm not going to bother thinking about the odds. He looked at each of them in turn. And no plan is ever going to be 100% reliable. Truly, when thinking about All Might, he's amazing. A true superhero. He chuckled, short and slightly bitter. I'm nowhere near his level. This plan that I have, it's really a beta of a plan. It's not the best, but it has the least risk to you or to us. He looked at Stitch, the other villains watching, Stitch himself just leaning back in his chair. So I have to ask for a leap of faith with this. If it doesn't work, nothing happens. You get your cat down. But if All Might shows up, then you could delay him for a second. Maybe two. And that might be all the time we need. And the next plan shall be better. He extended a hand. Stitch looked the shorter villain in the eye for a second or two. Slowly, Stitch reached out to shake Mastermind's hand. All Might had thought that dealing with Island security would be the hardest thing he would do. But a few mentions of potentially taking away his name or visitations caused the other directors to fall over themselves to get him to stay. David and Melissa Shield would be traveling from Island to Mizudafu in only 2 weeks. Then he'd called Sir Night. He'd tried to explain as much as he felt he had the strength to, but then the man had blown up at him. Taking the receiver away from his ear, Yagi winced. It's not anybody's fault, Dash. Not anybody's fault? Sir Night's voice lashed out like a whip. Of course it's nobody's fault that the protégé that I chose for you is suddenly not good enough. Yagi winced. It's not like that, Dash. Not like what? You suddenly call me, tell me that you can't give Mirio one for all and that you can't explain it? How exactly is it not like how it is? All Might tightened his grip on the phone. This is not something that I can just talk about over the phone. It's complicated. It's not that I think Mirio has no potential. He frowned. He would be incredible with it. But I simply cannot hand it to him. The thought of young Mirio, lowered into a grave at the young age of 40, or even lower, One for All could have taken him earlier at its current power, was too horrible to bear. So he steeled himself. In a few weeks, I'll be meeting with my old friend from America to talk about why I'm doing this. I wanted you to come there so that I can explain it all in person. There was a pause. David Shield? He's coming here? Toshinori smiled. Yes. He is one of my oldest and dearest friends. I pulled some strings for him. He looked out over the skyline, memories passing through his eyes. Why, I'd say that he was my first sidekick. We certainly got into a lot of trouble together. I thought I was your first sidekick. Toshinori laughed. Ah, you were my first hero sidekick in Japan, that's certain. David and I were roommates at college together. Why, we practically did everything together. I see. Sir Knight I seemed to pause. That would certainly explain why you're so close to him. 'Tis lucky to have met you during your time in the States. Toshinori just nodded. And I was lucky to meet him. He took me all over the place. Even made me the godfather to his daughter. An idea hit him. Young Mirio and her would get along well. It's also important for young Mirio to get to know her as well. She is a nice young lady. Godfather? Toshinori paused. Is something the matter? No. Is nothing. I'll be there with Mirio. There was a distinct pause. And this is not over, Toshinori. We will be discussing One for All and its next bearer. Toshinori frowned. We certainly will. He hung up, plans in the back of his mind. After the long discussion that they'd had over the video call about the heist, Izuku had at first felt drained. Then he'd remembered his personal package, his additional objective. Slowly, reverently, he'd crept over, slapping on his blast shield. The raw power of the item had nearly blinded him the first time he'd taken it. Carefully, he got its display case ready, plastic gloves on to prevent damage. He eased the envelope open, slowly moving the item out. It seemed to shine with its own light, and he could swear that a choir of angels was singing. Midoriya Izuku was over the moon with his planned distraction. He checked over it again, chuckling. Good, he breathed. He had never thought that he would have the chance to get this, even by proxy. Earlier, as the plans had been finalized, Stitch had been about to leave when Mastermind pulled him to a side room with, "Come here," gestures on top. Stitch pet his head at Mastermind, the shorter villain seeming a bit nervous. Stitch, I wanted to talk with you a little. Mastermind whisper shouted. Stitch looked down at the shorter villain. About what exactly? The plan to distract All Might. Stitch nodded. So what did you have in mind? Taser gloves for me? Personal force field? I don't think it'll do much. Mastermind shook his head. I mean, I have an idea from the Incredibles movie, but I don't have zero-point technology yet, but that is not important. He pulled out from behind his back a large envelope, passing it over to Stitch with both hands. I have a distraction that is sure to keep him occupied. Stitch accepted it. Well, if you say so. He opened it, looked closely at the item inside. Then he looked at Mastermind with tired, dead eyes. What the hell is this? Mastermind tapped his fingers together. It's a limited edition All Might 21XX poster. Stitch stared at Mastermind. It's a limited edition. They only released it in the States. I had to steal it from an orphanage. That's pretty villainous, right? Stitch stared some more. So he'll notice that it's rare. If you ask him to sign it, it's a classic. Stitch sighed. If you're sure. He started to talk away only for Mastermind to stop him. Wait. Stitch stopped. Mastermind stared at the taller supervillain, fingers tapping together. Well, this is, it's important. So spill it. Oh, I have a request. For how it's signed. Stitch looked at the poster. I can't just say that it's Mastermind shook his head rapidly. No. It's for a friend. He nodded, hands on his hips. Yes, for a friend. It has to be made out, to my biggest fan. It's important. Stitch stared at Mastermind. Mastermind stared back. This continued for a short time. Then Stitch sighed. Fine. If All Might comes by to save my cat in a tree, then I'll ask him to do that. I'll say it's for, I don't know, a nephew or something. Mastermind nodded. Thanks. Then he froze. Wait, nephew? Stitch just smiled. For a super genius, you do act a bit like a teenager sometimes. So it's accurate. Mastermind laughed, back ramrod straight. Yeah. You guys sure wouldn't want to be working under the diabolical leadership of a teenager, would you? Izuku ran his hands over the poster lovingly. The only way that this poster could have been improved was if he'd been able to ask All Might to make it a personal dedication. As it was, the poster was going back in its vacuum-sealed glass case, so that future Midoriyas could look at it and be overwhelmed by its amazing power. There was still so much to do. He had his own gear to upgrade, his friend's gear to find improvements in Dash. Midoriya Izuku stopped. He had friends. Friends with gear. Gear that he had designed, gear that was currently only in the beta stage. He had willing test subjects friends who needed his help to make them better, and enough of a budget to make what he really wanted for them. In their apartments, the other villains suddenly shivered. Inkblot's fur stood on end. La Brava and Gentle Criminal felt the urge to hide, clutching each other closely. Golden Grin grabbed his old teddy bear. Mr. Compress hands twitched, spilling his deck of cards all on the ground. Stitch shuddered, pouring himself a double that went down like a glass of water. The feeling that something was wrong was near impossible to avoid. That they were mice in a maze with a scientist waiting to hook them up to electrodes. Izuku started to giggle, then chuckle. Then he let out a full laugh, smile stretching nearly ear to ear. MW. So much potential. So many ideas and so little time. Proper funding. Ideas sizzled in his brain like a delectable pork cutlet in oil. He threw himself on his blueprints, pen furiously scribbling. He didn't want to hurt any of them or allow them to come to harm. They were his friends, after all. But thinking of how he could help them become the greatest they could ever be. Oh, he'd have to do so much testing. MW. Izuku. It's a school night. You have to go to bed now. Izuku blinked, then shook himself. Sorry, Mom. I'm going now. Good night. Shinso hadn't gotten over the feeling that everything that had happened was some sort of dream. The police and other heroes on the scene had gone over everything that had happened that day in further detail. He'd stuck to what Eraserhead had said, that his quirk had initially activated on accident and he'd tried to help the heroes like that. With Eraserhead's testimony and the lack of damage to anybody else, he'd been released 30 minutes later with a warning that any further activations of his quirk without a license, accidental or not, would be met with a fine and a criminal record. He sighed, glancing over the address he'd been given and a time after school hours. Shinso hadn't even thought about the piece of paper, feet going on autopilot back home. The entire situation seemed so surreal, being beaten up by a midget villain, his personal hero telling him that he had potential to be a hero, him grabbing the man and begging the hero to train him. He opened the door to their apartment to find his mother rushing forwards, Dad obviously not home yet. Tall with black, wavy hair, she frantically looked over him. Shinso, are you okay? I got a call from the police, you didn't answer your phone and I'm honestly this close to a breakdown. Dash. Shinso just stared at her as she continued to look over him. Were you hurt? Are you in trouble? Shinso managed to get out, no, I'm fine. He checked his phone, he'd forgotten to charge the DMN thing this morning. His mother relaxed. All right. She sighed, then she frowned and crossed her arms. Then what were you thinking? You could have gotten hurt. Shinso nodded. Yeah, I know. I had a bunch of pro heroes tell me the exact same thing for 10 minutes. Dash. Don't you snark about this? Young man. She pulled him closer, dark purple spiraling eyes glistening with tears. You could have gotten seriously hurt. You were lucky that it wasn't that laser-firing villain. I get it, Mom. It won't happen again. The police just gave me a warning after hauling me over the coals. She stared at him. Only a warning? A trace of bitterness entered her voice. They didn't give me a warning when I was your age. Shinso couldn't help but wince. His mom's quirk was, like his, one of those so-called villain's quirks, known as hypnosis. His own quirk was just a version of hers that needed vocals rather than eye contact. She'd never really used it. People had still avoided making eye contact with her, still freaked out if she spoke in a calm way. But she'd managed to be somewhat popular, if only because she was tall with good hair. Then there had apparently been something bad in the girls' bathrooms involving a wealthy student with a heroic quirk, as described by the school. Mom had only ever mentioned the barest details, and Shinso had never had the courage to dig it up on seeing the pain in his mother's eyes. All he knew was that a fellow student had been involved, and it had been bad. She'd used her quirk then, gotten the girl to safety, and called the police on him. Instead, the guy had claimed that she'd used her quirk to frame him, that she had lured him in there with intent to defame him. When she denied it, other students had stood up for him, claiming that he was a good guy, that he could never do that. It all had to be her, trying to stop his heroics career before it even started out of jealousy. Even with the other girl trying to speak up, the school had covered for him, and he was let off without even a slap on the wrist. His mom, on the other hand, had been given a black mark in her record and a reputation as a troublemaker. Her parents had tried for a lawsuit, but the school had chosen to give a settlement. He had made it into a hero school and apparently was a graduate, even if he'd never made it big like he'd boasted. She'd barely made it into a half-decent school. After graduating, jobs were scarce for somebody with a mark on her record about using a mental quirk on others. So she was stuck in a dull office job that she was overqualified for because it was the only one that would hire her. About the only good thing that came out of her job, she'd said before, was that she'd met his father and had Shinso. Shinso didn't say anything for a short while. He swallowed. I had somebody in my corner then. His mom looked him in the eye, face caught between disbelieving and hopeful. Really? Shinso nodded. Yeah. A hero. His mom just scoffed. Right. A hero? One of those cash grabbers then? Somebody who says that all quirks are equal. Shinso shook his head. Eraserhead. Shinso looked his mom in the eyes. He lied to the police about me using my quirk accidentally. The door opened then, his dad coming in on a tableau of his son and wife just talking, mom standing there shocked. I'm home dash, he managed to get out before he was cut off by a shout from her. What? Shinso nodded. Yeah, I can't believe it either. His dad stood there in the hallway, purple hair slicked back and suit disheveled. Shinso, what happened? Shinso opened his mouth when his mother cut him off. He's been trying to catch villains dash. It was just the one villain dash. And apparently his personal hero comes around and lies to the police for him. His dad boggled before looking at his wife. Nimu-chan dash. Mom shook her head. He was attacked by a villain. I mean, he's lucky that there were pros on the scene to help him. I mean, what if the villain's other friends had come to try and dash? His dad made a zip it motion with his hand. Nimu-chan. As mom was temporarily silenced, he turned to Shinso. Is this true? You tried to brainwash a villain by yourself. Shinso nodded. I nearly had dash. His dad cut him off. Shinso, you really shouldn't have endangered yourself like that. Shinso nodded. I know that. Got told enough dash. Shinso. His dad looked him directly in the eye. You know that we're concerned for you, don't you? When Shinso nodded, he continued. Now, I'm not going to tell you off more about this, since it seems that your mother and the police have done that already. What matters is that you're home and safe. He cracked a grin. And you're going to have to tell me all about it later. Mom sighed. You shouldn't encourage him going into heroics, Kanzuya. She started pulling out plates for dinner. I don't want to have to identify my son's body. Is that so much to ask? Dad just chuckled, removing his jacket. You worry too much, Nimu-chan. She flicked him on the side of the head lightly. I'm his mother. It's my job to worry about my son, especially since he's going off and trying to brainwash villains. Shinso looked down at his feet. He really hadn't thought it through, had he? He thought about what the situation would have been like if one of the other villains had gotten to him. It was just the one villain. But don't worry. Shinso started getting the plates onto the table, his parents watching him. It won't happen again. Later, Shinso was looking over the piece of paper again when his dad came in. "Hey!" Shinso looked up. "Hey!" His dad looked him in the eye. "Now, I want to hear about what happened." Shinso winced. It was kind of embarrassing, really. He recounted what happened, his dad nodding along with the story. When he got to the bit about being beaten up by La Brava, his dad just patted him on the back. "That sounds pretty bad, Shinso." Shinso just nodded. "Yeah, it is Sikiri." His dad just nudged him. "And it's funny, you have to admit." "It's not funny." Shinso shot back, his dad backing off, hands in the air. Shinso paused, looking back on it. "Well, maybe a little." "Okay." No more interruptions. "Carry on." Idly, Shinso wondered what Mastermind was doing as he retold the story. Meanwhile, Midoriya Izuku sneezed in his sleep. He turned over, pen in hand, twitching as ideas came to him in his dreams. His sheets were already mostly covered in designs for body armor, robot minions, and death rays. The notebook on his bed had already been filled with half-sketched ideas. In the morning, he would beat himself up for scribbling on his limited edition Silver Age Might sheets, but that was a problem for conscious Izuku to deal with. And then he gives me a piece of paper and tells me to meet him there tomorrow. Shinso finished. Dad just smiled. "Well, are you?" Shinso nodded, and his dad patted him on the shoulder. "I won't lie to you, Shinso. I don't want to have to identify your body any more than your mother does. But I think that if you put your mind to it, you can do it." Shinso nodded. "I know, Dad." His dad just smiled. "I'm serious. And about your homework, I don't mean to nag you, but dash. I get it, Dad. It's been done already, you don't have to nag. Just saying." He stood up and was about to leave, then paused. "Good night, Shinso." Good night. School for Shinso was, well, school. The incident at the mall had mostly entered legend at this point, no details released yet since there was no high-profile hero dealing with it. Mastermind and his cronies had apparently released a video this morning detailing why they'd robbed a random jewelry store. Shinso checked it over, incredulous. The grave robbing was pretty bad, but what startled Shinso was that there wasn't any video of him. More specifically, there was a brief video clip of somebody being beaten up by the short villain, La Brava, apparently, but nothing that could be identified. Wow, that guy's gotta be pretty weak to get beaten up by a toddler. One of his classmates laughed. "No, she only looks like a toddler. But I mean, this guy's pretty tall, why did he have so much trouble?" Shinso just twitched. If he never met Mastermind or La Brava again, it'd be too soon. Izuku sneezed, pen briefly stopping its frenzied scrawl across the pages of his notebook. It then resumed, accompanied by a low mutter. The rest of the class was keeping a not-so-subtle eye on him as he continued muttering and scrawling in his notebook. He'd arrived at school with his pen flashing and a mutter storm encroaching, every other student giving him a wide berth due to how focused he was. Even the teachers looked slightly wary. Maybe it was in how he only blinked apparently once every 30 seconds. Or the shrunken pupils paired with the veins standing out in his eyeballs. It might have been the smile on his face, which was stretched ear to ear and hit the primitive monkey part of the human brain with the signal that he would attempt physical violence if somebody tried to take his notebook off of him. The teachers definitely knew that he was a major hero nerd and fan of science after the science teacher had received several schematics explicitly outlined as potential support gear. After the laser rifle schematic and the 5th test where he had corrected the questions, the science teacher had given up. In exchange for the required letter of recommendation to enter the support exam, Midoriya was given access to the lab, so long as no explosions went off. It was a happy arrangement for both parties, and it meant that students didn't have to deal with potentially being roped into experiments. Bakugo glared at the DMN nerd. "Oi, Deku!" Bakugo's friends leaped back with fright as Midoriya snapped his head around to look Bakugo in the eye, smile seeming to stretch wider. "Yes." Bakugo sighed. "What the F are you doing?" The DMN nerd's eyes sparkled. "Well, Kaken, I'm working on some real stuff like I'm working on some autonomous robots hapfliusing Thirth's magnetics field dash." Bakugo clasped a hand over the nerd's mouth as he entered what other students and all of Izuku's teachers had labeled a critical mumble storm. The teachers may have given up on trying to get him to shut up, but not Bakugo. "Shut the hell up, Deku. I'm working." Izuku just nodded, clearly lost in his own little world. Bakugo scoffed, turning back to his work. In front of him, Izuku continued mumbling, but at least he was quieter about it. Shinso stared up at the building. After school had been through, he'd headed over to the address Eraserhead had given him. He hadn't known what to expect. Was it going to be Eraserhead's actual address? Some sort of high-profile gym? A cat cafe? He had been prepared, bringing his exercise gear from home with him. What he got was what looked like a dingy warehouse in Narahata. It was in a less inhabited part of town, and it honestly looked like it was about to fall down. Shinso stared at it. Was this some sort of elaborate prank on Eraserhead's part? It wouldn't be the first time something like this had happened. A few too many invitations to social events had happened to be pranks in the past. Story of my life, I guess. I finally get told that what I want isn't so impossible, and then he decides to mess with me. "You're early." Shinso jumped what felt like a whole foot in the air. Whirling around, he saw the familiar figure of Eraserhead standing there. The pro continued as if he hadn't nearly given Shinso a heart attack. Enthusiasm is good. His tired-looking eye swept over Shinso. "Get changed. I want to see what you can do before I can make a proper training plan for you." Shinso blinked, at first frozen in place. Then his body got into action. Quickly he ran into the warehouse, dashing behind a screen. As he changed, he got a further look at the place. The walls looked like they'd been holding quite a few weapons. A large board looked like there had been photos or other items pinned there until relatively recently. A set of weights, a couch, a fridge. It looked like a base of some sort. The rest of the warehouse looked like it had been set up with some sort of gym, with a knotted rope dangling from the ceiling over a padded floor. Shinso stepped back out to see Eraserhead. "Good." He looked Shinso in the eye. "How much do you know about fighting?" Taken aback, Shinso tried to think. "I've watched a few martial arts movies." He tried, Eraserhead just staring at him with a flat expression. "I've gotten into a few scrapes before." Eraserhead looked slightly unimpressed. "How fit are you? Do you know about parkour?" Shinso swallowed. I started jogging a few months ago. I know what parkour is, but I've never done it." Eraserhead made a tootang sound, making a note in a small book. "That I've seen worse," he muttered before looking Shinso in the eye. "This warehouse, it belongs to a friend of mine. He gave me permission to use it." Shinso blinked, wondering as Eraserhead continued. "We're going to start with a nice 2-kilometer jog." He glared at Shinso. "Understand this, Shinso. I have other students to teach, so this is me taking time out of my life to help you." He tossed a small package at Shinso, who scrambled to catch it. "This is an initial training program, and I expect you to follow. I'll adjust it as needed based on your current fitness. Overtrain or slack off and I will stop training you. Understood?" Shinso managed a shaky nod as he leafed through it. The small program was surprisingly detailed. Meal plans, exercises, stretches to warm up and cool down. I thank you, Dash." Eraserhead held up a hand to cut Shinso off. "This routine is not just to improve your general fitness, it will be me teaching you how to fight and move properly. Any whining about this program being too hard, and you can find another teacher." Shinso just nodded. I honestly hadn't expected anything else." Eraserhead smiled. Or was that a leer? "Good, now get warmed up and strap these on." He tossed a pair of what looked like black leg warmers at Shinso. The teenager caught them, only to let out a small grunt at the weight. "These are leg weights, each 1.5 kilograms. You'll be wearing them for this nice 2-kilometer run through the streets I've planned. After that, we'll be doing close combat drills." Shinso stared at Eraserhead, then the weights. He briefly thought about objecting, only to ruthlessly quash the thought. "I've only got one chance at this. Better not blow it." Nodding, he went through his warm-up exercises as detailed in the book. Idly he wondered if anybody else was having as much trouble as he was. It was a horror movie in Gentle Criminal's house. There were scorch marks on the walls, the lights flickering ominously. The other villains had each made their escape, making for the front room. Golden Grin looked around for the last bastion of safety, only to see the glowing red visor of the shorter villain round the corner. Come on, fellow villains. I have so many beautiful creations to share with you. Golden Grin sprinted away from the shorter villain, trying to get behind the door before it fully closed. Come on, guys. Don't leave me like this. On the other side of the door, Mr. Compress shook his head. Sorry about this, young man Dash. He heaved the door shut, Inkblot and Stitch already rushing to barricade it, but your sacrifice shall be duly noted. Golden Grin pounded the door. Let me in. Let me in. I dash. Oh hey, Golden Grin. Golden Grin froze, fist on the door. Slowly, he turned around to see a villain that he had half a head on cheerfully coming closer. I just need you to test out this new body armor. I think I've worked out all the KNKS for it. I've also worked out the KNKS in that dash. Golden Grin tried to force his way through the door. No, please. He scrabbled at the door, only for Mastermind to grab him by the legs. Help me. Don't leave me here. He wailed as the much shorter villain dragged him away back to his laboratory, hands desperately scrabbling to find purchase on the floor. I don't want to be a guinea pig. Behind the door, La Brava winced. He wasn't this bad before, was he? The other villains shook their heads. Ah, typical gearhead. Stitch opined, already pouring himself a drink. Mr. Compress looked at him. What do you mean? Stitch waved a hand vaguely. You see a lot of the really crazy ones in the technical fields. They're brilliant mad as hatters, but brilliant. He shrugged at their stares. He'll get it out of his system eventually. Or he'll moderate himself. He took a pull. He seems a bit saner than most of them I worked with, at least he hasn't offered cybernetic upgrades yet. Gentle Criminal shuddered. I really wish I did know about this happening before we'd let him in and volunteered to test the gear out. The shorter villain had shown up with that small car of his, positively buzzing with excitement and eager to show off past inventions and new ones that he was sure the other villains would like. The other villains had been slightly wary of his demeanor, but had consoled themselves with a thought. What's the worst that could happen? Several minor explosions later, each and every one of them was regretting thinking that. Inkblot just shuddered. I knew he was too good to be true, she whispered, hugging her knees close to herself. I knew that there had to be something off with him. La Brava knelt near the slightly older lady. What did he do? Inkblot whimpered. That support gear. If I'd had a regular arm it would have broken it. I know he smiled and said, whoops. I know what I did wrong with this. I'll get it ready without a problem. No sheet. La Brava shuddered. The virtual reality display in my helmet malfunctioned. He just pulled it off, asked for my advice on some other gear and tried to strap a jetpack on me. Gentle Criminal swallowed. That T-machine of his. It exploded. And all he said was that it was an unfortunate accident, but he'd get it working again. He shuddered. He wasn't the kind of man to cry over spilt tea, but a superheated tea-splosion that had caused the tea to start melting through wood. He could live without ever experiencing that again. Stitch just shrugged. Some of the people I went to school with were worse. At least he isn't calling them his babies, or something. Outside, it sounded like Golden Grin was trying to escape from another equipment test and failing miserably. Hopefully he snaps out of it soon, La Brava whispered. Shinso Nimue looked over her son as he lay in bed, passed out. A week ago she'd been confused when Shinso said that he was going to be doing some activities after school so he would be home later. She'd asked him what he was doing. He'd said that he was training to get into UA, trying to learn how to run and fight. Her first instinct had been to say no. She didn't exactly have the best opinion of heroes, seeing them more as glory hounds than anything else. But she also knew that Shinso, more than anything else, wanted to be a hero. Wanted to go beyond his villainous quirk and help people. She had ultimately agreed, and he'd come home exhausted and covered in sweat. He'd explained that he was training with Eraserhead and the hero had drawn up an exercise and meal plan for him. She'd stared at him. What did he have you do? Are you sure you're all right? He just grinned up at her. I've never been better. That had brought her up short. It had been a while since she'd seen her son so. He'd asked her to help him with the plan Eraserhead had suggested. The only thing she'd asked him was to get a contact number for Eraserhead, in case something went wrong. He agreed. After getting in, he went to do his homework, had eaten dinner with them with a ferocious appetite, then staggered off to bed and passed out as soon as he hit the covers. This had been the routine for the past week. Nemu sighed, running a hand through her hair. Are you worried about him? Nemu didn't turn as she heard her husband come up behind her, hand coming to rest on her shoulder. As I've said many times before, I'm his mother. Of course I'm worried about him. Kazuya nodded. That's certainly true. Practically the whole job of parents is to worry about their kids. Nemu just sighed. Certainly feels that way. She closed the door to his room quietly, then turned to her husband. Kazuya, does it make me a bad mother that I want to tell him to stop? Kazuya only stared at her as she continued. There's a lot of dangerous villains out there. The thought that our son is going to be fighting those kinds of villains if he gets into UA and graduates. I don't want to think about it. Kazuya just hugged her. I know. I have a lot of nightmares about something like that happening. She stared at him. Then why dash? Because he's got the heart for it. Too many heroes nowadays are doing it because they want money or the deals. Our son wants to use his quirk to help people. Kazuya just smiled fondly. Nice for him to get some help achieving that dream. Not everybody gets that chance. Nemu couldn't help but agree. Shinso looked at the item in his hand. When Eraserhead had mentioned weapons training, he had been ecstatic. He'd thought that he'd be using the signature weapon of Eraserhead, the coiled capturing weapon. Instead, he'd been handed a simple black staff and instructed through a set of katas. He'd gone through several before he'd started to voice what was on his mind. When I asked you to train me, I thought dash. Is that whining? Shinso shut his mouth. No. I just thought. I thought dash. That I'd be teaching you to use the capture weapon? Eraserhead cut him off, the weapon floating as if to emphasize his point. When Shinso nodded, Eraserhead sighed. Not completely illogical. But I can't. He raised a finger when Shinso opened his mouth. Simply put, the capture weapon requires a considerable amount of training to use effectively. For the entrance exam in 8 months? Not feasible. Eraserhead picked up his own staff. Then there will be illogical arguments about nepotism as well, which will seriously hinder your score even though I won't favor you over anybody else. Shinso looked down at his hands. Eraserhead continued talking. A staff, on the other hand, is much easier to use, and it will produce adequate results. He swung his own staff and beckoned. Now we'll practice. Shinso made a series of moves that Eraserhead blocked, parried, made his own strikes. Shinso made an overhead strike, then tried to shift into a leg sweep that Eraserhead blocked before it could be finished before launching a series of jabs. The whole exchange ended with Shinso sitting in a pile of his own bruises, groaning. When did you get so good with staff moves? He managed to grunt out. Eraserhead stopped helping Shinso up. For a moment he was looking at somebody from another time and another place. I had a friend who used a staff once. Shinso stayed where he was, digesting this information before Eraserhead sharply rapped him in the ribs. When spinning your staff, lead with your thumb. Again. Shinso pushed himself up, using the staff as a brace. He glared at Eraserhead, managing to steel himself. This time, when he spun his staff, it was leading with his thumb in the spun direction. The rhythm came slightly easier, the staff in his hands flashing and darting out, Eraserhead briefly defending before knocking his staff aside and then quickly spinning the staff into Shinso's ribs. The pro hero's attack left him flat on his back, staring upon at the ceiling. Eraserhead swung his staff back. Again. Shinso pushed himself back up. After they had finished their set, Eraserhead looked across at Shinso. You've started to get better with that staff. It might be beneficial for you to change opponents. Shinso looked up. Who am I? The warehouse opened. Coming in was a tall man wearing a long jacket, with sharp teeth and turquoise hair covered with a black bandana. He scowled at Shinso, before turning to Eraserhead. This the kid? Eraserhead nodded. Thank you for letting me use this place, Kujisaki. Shinso pushed himself up, a slight grin on his face. The name's Shinso Hitoshi, not kid. Kujisaki turned around. Well, I wasn't asking. He thinks you could be a hero? He paused, then looked Shinso in the eye. What's your quirk, kid? Shinso paused. Brainwashing. I can take control of somebody if they respond to me after I talk. He waited to hear Kujisaki say that it sounded like a villain's quirk. Or to react with fear. Instead, the guy simply nodded. Not bad. Kind of wish we'd had that kind of quirk here in Narahata a while ago. Shinso nodded. He'd heard about the Narahata lockdown and the actions of the villain termed Anonymous. Somebody with a brainwashing quirk could have hopefully resolved things before they turned out so badly. So this is your warehouse, is it? Something painful crossed the man's face. Something like that? Me and Akupla Buds use this place. Eraserhead's not total sheet, so when he asked me for a favor I let him have it. Eraserhead shrugged. I've known Kujisaki for a while. Now, he turned to Kujisaki, I feel that it would not be a bad idea for you to spar. Quirks are allowed. Shinso stared at his teacher. Kujisaki himself seemed out of sorts. You sure? Eraserhead nodded. You've got 10 minutes. First one to submit or be unable to fight is the loser. No lethal or incapacitating damage. Kujisaki just shrugged. Fair enough. He squared up with Shinso, hands raised in what seemed to be a classic boxer stance. Shinso readied his staff. What's your quirk then, Kujisaki? Kujisaki didn't respond, instead lunging forwards, swinging a fist. Shinso barely had time to react, he barely blocked the fist with his staff. Looking at Kujisaki's knuckles, he saw that there was a set of 3 spikes protruding out. The other guy kept up the offensive, Shinso having to swing his staff quickly to keep the spikes from hitting him. Spikes or something, huh? Guess it fits. The other man didn't respond beyond a concentrated scowl, quickly lashing out with a series of rapid jabs. Shinso was able to push the man back with a double-handed block with his staff, then managing to get some momentum to try using his own attacks, a shaky smile on his face. Guess you feel pretty good about beating up a middle schooler, huh? I bet dash. Kujisaki spun out with a kick to Shinso's midsection before closing the distance, knocking him to the ground with a set of 3 spikes over his throat. They stayed like that for a few seconds before Eraserhead called out. Enough. Kujisaki stood back up, spikes retracting into his body. He offered a hand to Shinso, who gratefully accepted it. Not bad, Hitoshi. Kujisaki said gruffly. Shinso just nodded as Eraserhead turned to him. Not a bad attempt to use your quirk in physical combat. More focus on punches or kicks would be helpful. However, you also need more practice with trying to catch attention. Yeah, that kinda tracks, Kujisaki acknowledged. You kind of tried to get me angry, which is good. But I ain't the kind of guy to react to that. Eraserhead nodded. There are other ways of attracting attention. He seemed to stop and shudder. I can name one heroine who certainly knows how to grab a response. In a different part of Tokyo, a green-haired heroine sneezed. Ah, Sho Yuta must be talking about me. She grinned ear to ear. I can't wait for him to try and sweep me off my feet. The main office for the Hiroyama construction firm was a rather small, understated affair. Located in the Mie prefecture, the company had a solid reputation for delivering cheap, affordable building projects. They got the job done quickly and with an apparent lack of major problems. Around the area, they had poached a considerable number of construction projects simply due to offering better deals than the competition. Outside of the main offices, a regular car pulled up. The man at the gate looked at the man inside, a rather gentlemanly figure with gray hair and a distinguished black suit. He was being driven by a rather plain-looking chauffeur with a large pair of sunglasses and brown hair. Do you have an appointment? The man simply laughed. Of course. I'm expected. Check your screen. The man looked at the screen, then blinked. He could have sworn that this man wasn't on the list before, but here he was. A major investor, ready to meet with the CEO. Well, if you're expected. The gate swung open, letting the man in. With the car parked, The tall man came out without delay, his chauffeur following after securing the vehicle. As they entered the main building, the secretary on the desk perked up. "How can I help you? We have an appointment with your boss at 10? The secretary glanced down at the schedule, frowning. I could have sworn. She looked up at the men in front of her, then back to her schedule. "Well, I suppose I'll just call the president to let you know that you're here on time. We'll wait here." As the two men sat down, she paged the main office. "Sir? Your 10 o'clock is here." The president of Hirayama came back. "I have a 10 o'clock meeting?" There was a brief bit of rustling on his end. "Well, that's strange. I don't have it written in my day planner." The secretary turned back to the two men. "Are you sure you have the right day?" For an answer, the chauffeur suddenly took a theatrical bow, his gloved hands shooting out plumes of purple smoke that surrounded the two men. The secretary desperately reached for the emergency button, only for her arm to be gripped not unkindly with a gloved hand. As the smoke cleared, she saw 5 people in front of her, brilliantly costumed. Gentle Criminal smiled at her with apologetic look on his face. "I'm terribly sorry, my dear, but the League of Supervillains is going to be robbing this company." Beside him, the tall cartoon rabbit lady smirked, gloved hands stretching behind the desk and slapping a strange circular device to the surface. A series of lights lit up on it, and then it gave an electronic chirp. "Systems down, boss." Mastermind stood next to the currently unidentified warping villain, a fist clenched dramatically. "MW. Stay calm and tremble, workers. The brilliant machinations of the League of Supervillains requires considerable capital and raw materials, so we're going to have to use your resources. MW." Dark shadows lurked within new clouds of purple smoke, lights glinting. Mastermind looked at the rest of the League of Supervillains, who were still slightly shaky after the last promises of "no more experiments, I mean it." "Okay, after last time I am thinking of stepping up our game. Taking on some bigger targets." Mastermind paced, turning over the table. "I've been making several upgrades to your gear dash." "We know," the other villains chorused. Mastermind paused. Right." He shook himself. "Anyways, I reworked the smoke dispensers on Mr. Compress gear. It should be slightly easier to use without compromising the storage capacity." Mr. Compress checked over the new devices for his wrists. "Impressive," he muttered. "I also reworked the pneumatic tubes on your gear. They fire faster and more accurately due to the rifling and upgrades to the air compression." He pulled out a flat disc. "This is more of a general one. We'll be having La Brava hack everything already, but this is just a bit of trickery." He pressed it to a surface. "It lights up and then makes a little noise and nothing else. We'll be calling it a hacking device." Tsukachi sighed, glancing over the reports in front of him yet again. It had been a couple of weeks since the first appearance of the group calling themselves the League of Supervillains. To say that the group had made a small splash would not be inaccurate. Mastermind had already been a known quantity, causing numerous incidents in a relatively short PRD and escaping each and every time. Gentle Criminal and La Brava had been bit villains, nowhere near prolific enough to justify a move out of any heroes competent enough to oust them. The 3 others were relative unknowns. The Black Rabbit villain had a similar quirk to a minor C-rank villain known for minor assault and demolishing an empty TV studio. Golden Grin was wanted for petty thefts and using his quirk for minor nuisances, and the Warper was an unknown. The police and pro-heroes were working on tracking down these mysterious villains, but progress was slow. For starters, there was confusion about the nature of Mastermind, whether he had an intelligence or invention quirk, or if he even had a quirk at all. The principal of UA had retained an interest in the case, if only to helpfully offer a few pointers. Officially, the bureaucrats had decided that the League of Supervillains were a group that only ranked at C rank. The cited reason was that there was insufficient evidence of more dangerous abilities. As a side effect, it meant that the higher-ranking heroes would be passively funneled away from dealing with the group. An unfortunate effect of the industry was that, unless you were just a starting hero, most heroes would prioritize villains of higher ranks for being more notorious. Sitting across from him, the newer heroes on the scene side, checking over the board. Mount Lady idly flicked the photo of Mastermind on the board. So, you think Nedzu's suspicions are correct? That this villain is a Mizuta-fu native? Tsukachi nodded. Nedzu is rarely wrong. All of Mastermind's crimes thus far are accessible by a short train ride from the district, and his first crime was committed here. The heroine nodded, digesting the fact. Death Arm scowled. What's making it harder is these idiots pulling their uncanny thief routine. Tsukachi just nodded. And wasn't that the most frustrating thing about this whole issue? These villains had thus far only struck places that they then revealed incriminating information for. That was one of the reasons why there wasn't much response after the scene. The police had to handle everything else once the information was revealed. With the League of Supervillains' first video, they had revealed considerable incriminating evidence illegally gathered on the internet. The Cybercrime Division had tried to stop these uploads due to the illegally gathered nature of the data, but for every video they deleted, another one sprouted up out of nowhere. It wasn't a bad thing that these businesses were being exposed. The criminal behavior that they had displayed was reprehensible. But Tsukachi knew that there was a right way and a wrong way to do it. These villains were putting innocent people at risk with their videos. Innocent employees had lost their jobs as part of this. Even the Yakuza cake shop had cost people their wages and several clients their goods, and wasn't that a sentence he'd never thought he'd think. They'd even started to grow a fan base. Even if the insane maniac stain was far more popular, Tsukachi knew from his experiences in Narahata it was only a matter of time before the number of fans grew. Already there were people saying that the villains shouldn't be stopped, a tiny number of people that were rapidly silenced by every other person online, but it was growing. If it weren't for the insistence of Mastermind that this was all villainy, he would have called it extreme vigilantism like the Narahata group. Still, he could live without these villains killing people. He'd dealt with enough villains willing to use lethal force in his lifetime. A police officer burst into the office. "Sir, we've got the League of Supervillains. They're breaking into a construction company in the Mie Prefecture." The heroes in the room swore, feet flying as they gathered their effects. As the apparent Mastermind task force, they were the heroes that people would first think of when dealing with the shorter villain. It would take them a reasonable length of time to reach the Mie Prefecture even on the bullet train. "Are there any heroes near the scene?" Tsukachi asked, strapping on his gun. The officer checked his phone. "Seems that there's some local heroes that are close. They'll be on the scene within 10 minutes. Tsukachi nodded. That would have to do while they traveled to the scene. With the rest of the League of Supervillains, they needed all the help they could get. Mastermind looked over his friends, who were wary. Golden Grin still had the crucifix in front of him. I guess I went a bit overboard, huh?" From where they were huddled, the other villains stared at the short villain. Inkblot was the first to speak. "Overboard? You almost killed us." "No. I just wanted to give you all the best gear I could. Some of these old prototypes could be reused, and I was also working on improving your gear from last time." The other villains shared a look. It's nice that you want to help us like this," Mr. Compress began carefully. "But maybe a few less inventions?" La Brava tried. "And less trying to lock us in the room and forcing us to try invention after invention." Mastermind seemed to slump. "They're all so useful though," he whined. Gentle patted the younger villain on the back. "Then we can use the other pieces in later jobs. For now, let's see how we're going to get through this next job." Mastermind slumped down. "It's such a waste though. I wanted you to use all of these cool gadgets." Upon hearing the commotion downstairs, the president of Hirayama calmly pulled out his laptop. He selected a folder marked Pensions and moved it to the bin, then tapped Delete. His screen flashed pink. Request denied. Frowning, he tried again. Request denied. Sweat was beading on his brow as he tried again. "Nice try, Buster." He stared at his screen, then moved over to the window. He was about to open it when the door to his office burst open, a black rabbit woman swinging a massive mallet through the door. He gaped, then threw the laptop through the window. A lot of glass fell, but the villain had managed to clear the distance, her arms stretching an impossible distance to grab the laptop. "Sorry, Mr. President. We kind of need your account details." With a rubbery noise, her arm pulled back to a more reasonable length. Why you won't get away with this? Do you even know who I am? He blustered, making the decision to try and grab the laptop back. The villain in front of him rolled her eyes, then shoved him back into his chair. You want to get hurt? Reaching behind herself, she pulled out a bright red gun with a yellow bulb and green discs, helpfully labeled Acme Laser Pistol. She pressed a switch, the front lighting up with an ominous hum. He stared at it as she gestured. Well. He laughed shakily. That's just a dash. He was cut off when she pointed it at the desk lamp and fired. A beam of bright green light shot out and vaporized the lamp. When she pointed it back at him, he collapsed on the ground. She grinned, pulling out a coil of rope. Have a seat. So, Inkblot, I've done some other stuff regarding your support gear. Inkblot glanced over the support gear. I don't see any improvements here. Mastermind simply shrugged. Mostly it's in the functionality of the various devices, making them software upgradable, adding some minimal changes to the look, that kind of stuff. The canisters with ink in them are better armored. Also did the utility belt to house the various canisters. Press a button for the relevant ink and it'll pop out. Inkblot blinked. Ha. She picked up the belt, checking it over. I kind of wonder why you haven't given me as many nice toys as the rest of them. Mastermind gestured over the rest of it. Inkblot, your quirk is incredible. I could include a few bells and whistles, but I honestly think your quirk doesn't need much beyond a steady supply of ink. Most people only have one of the abilities you possess. Inkblot started slightly. Usually people just told me that it was for silly stuff. Never really thought to use it like that. Mastermind nodded. I mean, you could potentially create laser guns and all kinds of stuff with your quirk. I mostly only use the freeze ray because I used it without thinking, and using actual guns and not quirk-created constructs would cause a more serious response. Golden grins stared at her. Wait, hold up. Are you saying that Inkblot could be packing heat? Inkblot looked down. I mean, I could. But, I don't really like guns. My mom insisted I learn how to use them though. Mastermind looked at her in a funny way. Why dash? She's American. The other villains let out a chorus of understanding noises. Inkblot just shrugged. I mean, I have a license to use them, but that was mostly for hunting. And anything I make with my quirk doesn't kill. Worst thing that happens with a laser gun is a burnt hole in your shirt, maybe a burn. Mastermind nodded. That's incredible, Inkblot. Inkblot flushed bright pink as he continued talking. A non-lethal laser gun is fantastic. It'll mean that we can make threats that won't result in horrific injury. Meanwhile, Gentle Criminal and Mr. Compress had headed into the main warehouse, looking over a few rather rough-looking construction workers. Here, there was most of the company's raw metal, wood and other assorted building materials. Good morning, gentlemen. Gentle Criminal made a slight bow. My companion Mr. Warp and I will be liberating your establishment of some high-grade metal in large quantities. Please don't try and resist. The workers looked at each other. The apparent leader, who had some sort of bare heteromorphic quirk, glared at him. So you're Tokyo villains, are you? He spat derisively, just in front of Gentle's elegant boots. Gentle Criminal just tooted. That's rather rude, don't you think? Please don't try and fight. If you all cooperate, then nobody has to get hurt. I rather detest violence. The bear growled. A few other workers glared at the dandyish villain. And what if we don't want to back down to some wimps like you? Gentle Criminal just shrugged. Then I'm afraid we shall have to come to blows, gentlemen. The bear glared down at the shorter man, the other workers getting closer. Gentle Criminal for his part seemed only mildly perturbed. Then the named Mr. Warp called out, startling the workers. I've taken what we came here for, Gentle. We should go now. Gentle smiled at his companion. Ah, perfect timing. No need for violence after all, gentlemen. Mr. Warp had already run over to the door, making to leave. As Gentle Criminal turned to go, one of the men suddenly started. Oh, I know him. He's that villain that gets his girlfriend to film him. Gentle briefly paused as the man continued. I'd show her what a real man's like, you ponce. Gentle Criminal took a deep breath, then strode over to the door. Mr. Warp looked Gentle Criminal in the eye before leaving. Gentle Criminal shut the door. Manners dash, he rammed the bolt in to punctuate the statement. Mocketh dash, another bolt slammed into place, Gentle checking the lock. Man. The workers shifted slightly as the villain turned back around. Do you know what that means? When he heard no response, Gentle Criminal's face hardened. Then let me teach you a lesson. Glancing to the side, he swung his cane into the metal drink bottle resting on the ground. It shot through the air and hit the bear worker square in the forehead, dropping him like a falling tree. The other works shifted nervously as Gentle Criminal glanced over then. Are we going to stand around all day, or are we going to fight? Gentle Criminal looked over the slightly reworked gear on the table as Mastermind continued talking. I upgraded the costume while keeping the look. The fabric is Kevlar with silk with some armor plates around vital areas, designed to wick moisture away from the body. It's loose around the joints, designed to handle the physical increase that happens when La Brava uses her quirk on you. Gentle looked over it with reverence. Incredible, he breathed. Mastermind continued. The monocle has been upgraded slightly, adding in a targeting reticule similar to what I've done for Golden Grin. I'll need to do more testing for figuring out how to track elasticity. He turned out various other pieces. These cuffs have a built-in taser dart shooter and an electrified biolo. They've also been armored to prevent damage to your wrists. Gentle just gave a grin. You have outdone yourself yet again, Mastermind. The shorter man just rubbed the back of his head. La Brava checked over the cameras, making sure that everything was progressing smoothly. In the warehouse, she spared a glance to check on Gentle, then turned back to the timer. We've got heroes coming in. Tell, are you dash? Gentle Criminal left the warehouse, impeccably attired. I'm fine, La Brava. Just had to teach those fellows a lesson in manners. La Brava nodded, tapping away at the keyboard. Her gear had some minor upgrades, mostly in the glowing lines on her gloves and the lack of a computer keyboard. They're coming in on your location, Mastermind. Understood, La Brava. We're almost done here, we just need to make a dramatic exit. Over her speakers, she heard the villains starting to leave. Now, Hirayama, you won't forget. The villainous machinations of the League of Urk. La Brava blinked as she saw Mastermind's cloak get caught in the door yet again. Mastermind? Demed cloak, I thought I solved this already. The villain muttered. La Brava checked her scans again. I think we've got a few more heroes than we initially thought. At least it'll be easier to get out of the way with less gear on my person. Mastermind hoisted up a slightly different pink heart-shaped mask. La Brava, you have a good idea of what I managed to get to work in this piece of gear. I have your coding efforts to thank in part for it. La Brava rubbed the back of her head. Mastermind, it was nothing. Nonsense. Mastermind patted her on the back. You're a much better coder than I am. Gentle nodded. Without your technical assistance, the Gentle Criminal ViewTube channel wouldn't even exist in its current form. La Brava flushed bright pink as Mastermind continued talking. I finally got that virtual keyboard set up, as well as some other self-defense tools after last time. He pulled out a pair of gloves sized for La Brava. These gloves are the interface for the virtual keyboard. I also built in a taser similar to my armor as well as a pepper spray function. Tap the palm with your 2 middle fingers to activate the spray function, and clench a fist to complete the circuit, allowing for a powerful electric shock. He turned to Stitch. I added a similar virtual keyboard and self-defense mechanisms to your gear as well, Stitch. He gestured to a redesigned mask with a transparent blue visor with a light blue mouthpiece, as well as a pair of white gloves with blue Tron lines tracing the bones of the hand to the fingertips. The back alley doctor picked up the pieces specific to him as Mastermind continued. After last time, I want you and La Brava to be our support team. We'll have eyes on the cameras as well as checking radio chatter. Stitch, La Brava, I have some other surprises that I think you'll both like. Mastermind blinked. In front of them were about 10 heroes, the sound of police sirens in the distance steadily growing closer. That is a few more than I thought would show up, he muttered. Inkblot had already pulled out her mallet, Golden Grin already preparing a charge. Gentle Criminal and Mr. Compress looked over the group. "Surrender, villains," one of the heroes called out, the others getting ready. Behind them, the gates of the company were shut, preventing an easy escape. Mastermind just shrugged. "Surrender." He looked at the heroes, relaxed. "Terribly sorry, heroes. But you won't be capturing any of the League of Supervillains Crocatham today or any other day. Especially not when I have these." He dramatically pressed a button on his gauntlet. Nothing happened. Mastermind stared at his gauntlet. "Hold on. Let me just." He pressed the button a few more times and finally, they appeared. Mastermind grinned at the other villains. "Friends, you may have wondered why I didn't have much gear to show you this time." The other villains stared at him. "Not much gear?" Golden Grin muttered. "That's what he calls, not much?" Mastermind didn't seem to hear him, instead turning to Stitch. "Stitch, I'm sorry that I didn't have any great plans for you on the last job. This time, I'm giving you the remote control to one of my greatest inventions of all time." He whipped off the cloth, obscuring a large number of shapes, revealing. "Wow," La Brava breathed. "So many robots." Golden Grin looked like he was about to faint. Gentle checked over the various pieces. "When did you even have the time to make these?" Mastermind put his hands on his hips. "Oh, that's easy. I haven't slept in about a week. I needed the extra time to make the robots, and I still haven't quite got the materials to allow them to fly using Thirth's magnetic field dash." Inkblot shared a look with Gentle Criminal. As one, they grabbed Mastermind and hauled him off. The shorter villain flailed in Inkblot's grip. "Hey, what? This is a day of triumph dash. You need to sleep. Now," Inkblot ordered, putting Mastermind on the couch. "I don't dash," he yawned blearily, then lay back on the couch. "Don't need to sleep. Just closing my eyes." He rested his head on the couch cushion, and within a few seconds was snoring. Inkblot just sighed. "Honestly, it's like dealing with a child." Gentle nodded, already putting the throw over the sleeping villain. The heroes stared at what was coming out of the building. What came out was about 10 small boxy robots on spider-like legs, painted dark red. Glowing green optics scanned the gathered heroes. Pincer arms snapped in earnest. Mastermind just laughed. "MWH. Tremble before Mastermind and his dastardly robot minions. MWH." The heroes looked at each other. The lead hero turned his head to the side to look at the others. Where the hell did he get robot spiders dash? Mastermind pointed at the heroes and the drones charged forwards, scuttling at the heroes. The other villains fell in behind the robots, Gentle Criminal grandly gesturing through the air. One hero that flew directly at the villains was extremely surprised that the air itself seemed to trap him, before sending him flying back the way he came. Mastermind blocked a mighty blow with an outstretched palm. "Impact!" he shouted, pressing his other palm on the chest of the hero, sending him flying. He continued striding forwards, seemingly unaware of the closed gate. Mr. Compress gestured over the field, sending out thick purple smoke to hide the nets, oil slicks and electrified darts that were being decompressed. Golden Grin backed up slightly, firing a beam of brilliant golden light at the heroes. They were forced to break, the beam hitting the gate itself and blasting it off the hinges. As the heroes tried to recover, Inkblot simply nodded at Gentle. With a dramatic flourish on the air, she leapt onto it. It stretched back, then shot her forwards like a cannonball. Her mallet smacked a hero who had grown to the size of a small building, forcing him to block the attack and knocking him slightly off balance. The robots themselves were relentless, throwing off a hero's weight by jumping on him, dodging to the side with disturbing agility. The heroes found themselves trying to deal with too much too quickly. It didn't help that when they did land and attack, the robots proved to be quite tough. They'd managed to take out a couple, but the rest with the villains were proving to be too difficult to handle. Still, they had to try and apprehend these villains before they escaped. The police were trying to provide backup and deal with the robots, but they weren't having much better luck on their end as Mr. Warp's nets were making their life difficult as well. On the other side of the road, unnoticed by the heroes and police as they fought, a messy-haired man in a bright blue mask checked his screen again. He was comfortably sat in a hotel room, the door locked and a blue-tinted screen projected in front of him. He tapped a projected keyboard and moved his fingers around. "Got you," he muttered, one of the units on his screen tackling a hero. Now fully rested, Mastermind looked Stitch in the eye.